Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 231 to 250. The refugees in the refugee camp saw a rich-looking man stride towards them in an agitated manner, while being chased by a pretty little girl. The refugees were afraid of offending the nobles, so they all moved away. After the father-daughter pair passed by, they whispered about what had happened. Hearing his younger daughter's voice, Yu-hai halted his steps with difficulty, turned around, and held the hand of his younger daughter, who was chasing after him. After that, he continued to walk towards that familiar figure. "Father, who did you see? Is it my oldest aunt?" Since the beginning of winter, her father had been worried about her oldest paternal aunt, who lived in the northeast disaster area. They didn't know her oldest aunt's situation. There had long been refugees coming to Tanggu town, yet they hadn't received any news from her oldest aunt. Holding onto his younger daughter's small hand, Yu-hai felt very anxious, but he still slowed down to match his daughter's pace. As they got closer to that thin figure, Xiaosao felt her father's hand slightly trembling. "Husband, drink some congee. The congee at Tanggu town is much thicker than that of other places. There's quite a lot of rice inside." With a smile full of warmth, Yu Kaifeng gently lifted the man lying on the straws, who was so thin that he barely looked like a human. The man coughed violently, and his haggard face was completely flushed as if he would stop breathing at any time. The refugees around them were afraid that he was suffering from tuberculosis, so they all moved away. The man finally calmed down slightly. He worked hard to inhale a few times, and then weakly said, "I'm not hungry. You and the children should drink it." Yu Kaifeng shook her head resolutely and said in a soft voice, "The children are waiting in line to get congee. Since we have arrived in Tanggu town, we are considered home already. After you drink this congee and recover some strength in your body, we will go to Dongshan village tomorrow." The man moistened his dry lips, which were cracked and bleeding, with his tongue. He sighed and said, "I'm being a burden to you and the children. If it wasn't for my treatment, you wouldn't have to suffer with me. I reckon that I won't be able to survive this illness. It would be a waste for me to eat this congee, so it is better for you to eat it. The children are still young, so you can't fall sick." "What are you saying? You just have a cold, and you haven't recovered due to the poor conditions on the road. When we get back to Dongshan village, I'll borrow some money from my father and get a doctor from Tongren Medicine Hall to treat your illness. Dr. Sun of Tongren Medicine Hall in town has excellent medical skills. Everyone says that if he's willing, he can certainly be an imperial physician with his skills. He will definitely be able to cure you. Hurry up and drink the congee." With tears brimming in her eyes, Yu Kaifeng pretended to be fierce. The man was several years older than her, and he was also a widower. When she first married him, she had a strong temperament and regarded him with contempt for a long time. However, the man had a good temper. He tolerated her little temper and pampered her as a young maiden. Although she wasn't satisfied with this marriage at first, she was moved by the man's sincerity and lived with him wholeheartedly. After depending on each other for 15 years, it had already become a habit for her to rely on him and trust in him. Now, she seriously couldn't imagine how she would continue living without him. Looking at his wife's helpless and indecisive eyes, the man felt a sharp pain in his heart that was even more unbearable than his illness. He forced out a smile and said, "Okay. I'll drink this congee. I have already persevered all the way to here, so no matter what, I must hold on. I'm really still very worried about you and our 3 children. Don't speak anymore. Drink the congee." After wiping her eyes, Yu Kaifeng scooped a spoonful of congee with a spoon, gently blew on it, and delivered it to the man's mouth. The man held the congee in his mouth and worked hard to swallow it. Yu Xiaosao and her father saw this scene from afar and had a mixture of feelings in their hearts. At this time, 3 children holding congee passed by them. The oldest boy spoke with a slightly brisk voice, "Father, Mother. The people handing out the congee here are pretty nice. Even young kids like us can get a full bowl of congee. These 3 bowls are enough for our whole family." Among them was a young girl, who was about the same age as Xiaosao. She watched as the man finished half of the bowl of congee and revealed a happy smile. "Father seems to be in good spirits today. Your appetite has gotten a lot better. Mother, is father's illness going to get better soon?" Yu Kaifeng fed congee to the man and said, "When we see your uncle tomorrow, your father will be able to treat his illness in town. The doctors in town are very skilled, so your father's illness can definitely be cured. The youngest of the 3 children asked naively, Mother, when father gets better, we won't have to beg for food anymore, right? Yu Kaifeng's nose was sour as she nodded heavily and said, when your father's illness is cured, he can go find a job in town. Your father is very capable, so he definitely won't have a problem supporting our family of 5. Yay, other people won't call us little beggars anymore. Mother, Xiaoping don't want to be called a little beggar and beg for food. Eldest brother said that we are just going through a difficult time for now, and it will get better in the future. With a pair of big eyes that were similar to Yu Kaifeng's, the young boy exclaimed in an innocent and serious manner. Seeing this scene, Yu Hai choked up and hastened his steps. He shouted at Yu Kaifeng, older sister. The hand that Yu Kaifeng held the bowl of congee with abruptly shook, as if she couldn't believe it. She turned her head slowly, and when she saw Yu Hai, her lips trembled and she couldn't utter a word. Older sister. Yu Hai rushed forward and hugged Yu Kaifeng, who was so thin that she only had bones left. The tears that had been welled up in his eyes for a long time flowed down his face. Xiao Hai, is it Xiao Hai? Yu Kaifeng still couldn't believe it, for fear that she was in a dream. Her motivation to persist on the road, other than her children, was her younger brother, whom she hadn't seen for over a decade. Older sister, it's me. I'm your Xiao Hai. Older sister, you have suffered. Yu Hai hugged his older sister and cried like a child. His older sister was only 3 years older than him. When his mother passed away, his older sister held back her grief, and like how Yu Hai was embracing her now, she comforted him. When Madame Zhang skimped on the siblings' meals on the pretext of food shortage, his older sister often shared a portion of the little food that she had. In order to protect him, his older sister had often been beaten and scolded by Madame Zhang. Even though he was nearly 30 years old now, he was still Xiao Hai, who relied on his older sister. Yu Kaifeng held Yu Hai's face, carefully examined him, and smiled with relief. Xiao Hai, older sister is relieved to see that you're living a good life. Yu Hai saw his sister and the children were wearing rags that could barely cover their bodies. He frowned and asked, older sister. In autumn, I asked someone to send a message to tell you to come home. Why did you guys only arrive now? Didn't I send some traveling expenses? How did you guys turn out like this? Yu Kaifeng finally noticed the expensive, fine cotton robe on her younger brother's body. Although she was surprised that Madame Zhang was actually willing to let her younger brother wear such nice clothing, she didn't inquire about it. She just sighed and said, it's a long story. From Yu Kaifeng's words, Yu Hai had learned that due to his older sister and brother-in-law's hard work and frugality, their family had some surplus grain. There was a great drought in the northeast. The couple had received Yu Hai's letter and money, but they were reluctant to let go of their hard-earned property. As a result, they took out 20 taels from the money that Yu Hai sent over and secretly hoarded some grain to see if they could survive until spring plowing. They hadn't expected that, after surviving the winter, those famine victims had found out from an unknown source that their family had excess grain and rushed to their house. They destroyed their belongings, stole their grain, and also injured her husband. Fortunately, Yu Kaifeng had securely hidden the remaining 30 taels, so it wasn't discovered. Their food was robbed, and the valuable belongings at home were also taken by those famine victims. With no other choice, Yu Kaifeng and her husband packed their bags, took their children, and finally joined the refugees. On the way, the group of refugees were suddenly attacked by the cold spring, and many of the refugees had fallen sick. Thinking that he had a strong, healthy body, Yu Hai's older brother-in-law, Lu Hu, gave his clothes to his wife and children, and thus fell ill. At first, Lu Hu didn't take his illness to heart. Didn't he recover from his previous illnesses pretty quickly? He didn't want the trip to be delayed due to himself, so even when he had a high fever, he didn't say anything. He just endured it and continued on the journey. As a result, he had fallen ill right after they left a small town in the northeast. At this time, his originally small cold had turned into pneumonia. The small town had poor medical standards and only had one barefoot doctor. They spent the money and got medicine for him. However, Lu Hu's illness always came back and couldn't completely be cured. In this way, they need to stay at a lodging and treat his illness. More than a month later, the money that Yu Kaifeng brought along had been completely used up. Lu Hu felt that his illness couldn't be treated, so he refused to accept treatment and insisted on continuing on the journey. Yu Kaifeng failed to talk him out of this idea, so they had to pawn off their unnecessary belongings, rent an ox cart, and continue on the road to the south. On the road, Lu Hu's condition fluctuated. All their traveling expenses had been spent, so they didn't even have enough to eat, let alone rent a cart. The whole family supported each other and begged for food as they continued on their journey. Had it not been for the belief in his heart, Lu Hu would have collapsed a long time ago. Before he died, he must see his wife and children return to their hometown and reunite with their relatives. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. Once a person was supported by faith, they often could create miracles. Dragging his sick body, Lu Hu was actually able to see the main gates of Tanggu town. Seeing the moment that his wife and her younger brother embraced each other, a heavy sense of weariness fell upon him. Perhaps, this was the moment he could leave at ease. Father! Father! Mother! Father fainted again. Yu Kaifeng's eldest son, Lu Junping gently shook his father, but didn't receive any response. So he shouted in slight panic. Yu Kaifeng turned around and saw her husband's ashen complexion. She felt alarmed in her heart and rushed to him. With a trembling finger, she reached under her husband's nose. After testing, her complexion instantly changed and she hollered, "Husband!" After that, she fainted in front of Yu Hai. Yu Hai quickly lifted his older sister's body. He looked at Lu Hu, who was lying on the straw with his eyes tightly shut, and felt a sour feeling in his heart. Father! Father! The three children, who seemed to have realized something, shook Lu Hu's body as they cried. Those who heard them would feel heartbroken, and those who saw them would shed tears. Master, that person hasn't died yet. The soul hasn't left the body, my bathwater can save that person. The little divine stone had sensed Xiaoxiao's sadness, so it quickly transformed into a golden kitten, reminding her in a childlike tone. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard that, she recalled that the little divine stone had once said that when it was at the peak of its power, it was able to bring a person back from the dead. The little divine stone recently recovered a lot of its spiritual power. Since he said that he can save her uncle, then there would be no problem. Xiaoxiao wiped away the tears on her cheeks and stepped forward, pulling the three crying children aside. She said, "Please move aside. I've studied medicine before, let me take a look." After she said that, she put her finger on Lu Hu's pulse, quietly feeling his pulse for a while. She realized that his pulse was indeed still beating weakly. He could still be saved. Xiaoxiao quickly took out a small and delicate jade bottle from her embroidered pouch. She lightly pinched open Lu Hu's mouth and carefully poured the mystic stone liquid into his mouth. Father, bring the water bag. Lu Hu had lost the ability to swallow. She must use water for him to wash down the mystic stone liquid. At this time, Yu Kaifeng slowly woke up from Yu Hai's arms. As if she suddenly remembered something, she stood straight up and was about to rush toward her man. Yu Hai hurriedly pulled her back and comforted her. Older brother-in-law might still be saved. Cower is treating him right now. Young lady, I beg you, you must save my husband. If he dies, then I won't live either. I beg you, please save him. A final ray of hope flashed in Yu Kaifeng's eyes. Could someone who stopped breathing come back to life? She didn't dare to think about it and only hoped that God will bless them with a miracle again. Yu Xiaoxiao asked her father to open Lu Hu's mouth. Her heart finally felt relieved after feeding him 2 mouthfuls of water. She recalled the method to do CPR in her previous life. About a third of the way below his sternum, she placed her left palm on his chest. Then she placed her right palm on top of her left palm. With her arms straight, she pressed down 30 times using her upper body strength. As she did that, she said to her father, "Father, follow my instructions. Pinch uncle's nose and blow into his mouth. Blow. Not like that. Your mouth must block uncle's mouth while you blow forcefully into his mouth." Xiaoxiao saw that his father was far from the patient's mouth as he blew air into his mouth. Despite finding the scene to be quite funny, she quickly corrected him. Yu Hai awkwardly raised his head and looked at his brother-in-law's lips. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. "I'll do it." Yu Kaifeng had finally found a thread of hope from her desperation. She could throw away her reputation and her face as long as she could save her man's life. Under the watchful eyes of other people, she blocked the man's mouth with her mouth, giving him artificial respiration under Xiaoxiao's guidance. It wasn't known whether it was Xiaoxiao's CPR or the mystic stone water that had worked, but Lu Hu was finally able to breathe on his own after 2 minutes. Seeing her husband's chest moving up and down weakly, Yu Kaifeng covered her face and wept noiselessly. These were tears of joy of regaining something again after losing it. Lu Hu slowly opened his eyes and saw his tearful wife as well as his children crying in low voices. He lifted his withered hand and tightly pulled his wife's hand. He had sensed just now that he was about to approach the last moment of his life. The instant he closed his eyes, his heart was filled with reluctance and nostalgia. He didn't know if his wife would still be able to live so willfully like before without his care. How would his children grow up and how would the family survive in the future without him? However, he had, fortunately, overcome this hurdle again. His body was like an arrow that was reaching the end of its flight until he felt a small life force flowing in his body. Each of his exhausted organs seemed to glow with vitality. Oldest aunt, give uncle some water. Patients need to replenish themselves with water. Xiaoxiao secretly dropped 2 drops of mystic stone liquid into the water. The patient's body was still very weak, so drinking some mystic stone water would be very helpful for future recovery. Yu Kaifeng took the water bag. Her eyes were full of gratitude. Her husband had clearly stopped breathing just now. It was thanks to her young niece, who had given him some magical elixir and taught her how to give air to her man, that her husband was able to return from the gates of hell. She couldn't imagine and didn't want to imagine what would have happened if she didn't meet her little niece, or if her brother and little niece had arrived a step too late. She only knew that it was her brother and her little niece who had saved her man and her family. Good. What a good child. Aunt doesn't know how to thank you. Yu Kaifeng didn't know what to say. Words couldn't describe her gratitude towards her. In the future, even if she had to work like an ox or horse, she must repay her brother's family. Yu Hai felt very happy for his older sister, and he was extremely glad that his younger daughter had studied medicine under Dr. Yu. He sighed heavily and said, "Older sister, we're all family. There's no need for you to express your gratitude. Give older brother-in-law some water, then let's pack our stuff and go to town and have Dr. Sun take a look at older brother-in-law." "Father, do you not believe in my medical skills? Dr. Sun had praised me ceaselessly, saying I'm very talented when it comes to studying medicine." Yu Xiaoxiao pouted with her small mouth and had an "I'm very angry" appearance on. Yu Hai stroked his daughter's glossy black hair and said with a smile, "I believe you, I believe you. Our family's Xiaoxiao is so capable, how can I not believe you? Your uncle is very sick, so we're going to go to Tongren Medicine Hall to get some medicine to nourish his health. In passing, we can also have Dr. Sun feel his pulse." Yu Kaifeng's youngest son, Lu Fangping, had just turned 6 this year and he said in a childish voice, "Older sister, I believe you too. You cured my father, you are a godly doctor." Lu Fangping was 1 year younger than little Shido, and one could tell that he had suffered a lot. He was very skinny, similar to how little Shido looked when Xiaoxiao had just transmigrated. Xiaoxiao stroked his little head gently and said with a smile, "You have to call me older cousin, do you understand? Older cousin isn't a godly doctor, I just know how to perform some first aid. Your father still needs the experienced doctor's son to prescribe him some medicine and to nurse him back to health. Don't worry, your father will be fine." From the beginning, Lu Fangping had snuggled up against Xiaoxiao's side with an extremely adorable smile on his face. On the road, he had often relied on his pure and adorable smile to trigger married women and young women's maternal love for kids, making them give him food. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but pinch the little guy's face gently. When Lu Yanner, who was a year older than Xiaoxiao, saw how her younger brother was selling his lovable appearance, she couldn't help but roast him. "Older brother, look at how our younger brother is pretending to be lovable again. When he's outside, he acts like an obedient little boy, but when he's at home, he's extremely naughty." The oldest child, Lu Junping, smiled maturely and brought his younger sister and brother to greet their uncle. When he was in the northeast, he had frequently heard his mother mention this capable uncle of his, who could catch fish and hunt. In their first meeting, His first impression of his uncle was that he was very tall and strong. His body was even sturdier than his father's before he fell ill. His mother had frequently talked about how his honest and considerate uncle would definitely be bullied relentlessly by their stepmother. However, based on the clothing his uncle and younger female cousin was dressed in, they appeared more well off than the lords in his village who owned over 100 mu of fields. No matter how one looked at them, they didn't appear to be treated harshly. Although Lu Junping had doubts in his heart, he never revealed his inner thoughts. Lu Hu drank a few more mouthfuls of water and felt some of his strength returning to him. Yu Hai patted the oldest of the siblings, Lu Junping's shoulder. He urged him to quickly pack up some necessities and move them to a nearby carriage. On their way here, in order to treat Lu Hu's illness, the Lu family had pawned most of their valuable belongings, so they didn't have much to pack. Yu Hai carried Lu Hu on his back as he walked toward the carriage. Yu Kaifeng brought her children along as they silently followed behind him. The surrounding refugees looked at the Lu family enviously. When this family had just arrived at this camp, very few people interacted with them because they were suspected of being infected by a contagious disease. However, they were quite fortunate to have met their wealthy relatives and were able to escape from the abyss of suffering. Many people were secretly regretting that they didn't help them out in their most difficult times. Even if they want to beg them now, they had no way of doing it. Wow, older cousin, your family's horse carriage is so beautiful. When Lu Fangping saw the strong, steady, and beautifully decorated horse carriage, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yu Xiaosao propped the little guy up by his armpit and helped him onto the horse carriage. She smiled and explained, "This carriage was lent to us by my godfather. My family's horse carriage isn't this beautiful." In the carriage, Lu Fangping excitedly touched the items in the horse carriage. He was curious about everything. The little guy had only ever been in an ox cart since he was a child, so he never had the opportunity to come in contact with horse carriage that has a sedan chair. The horse carriage was very spacious. Lu Hu was half lying inside the horse carriage while Lu Kaifeng sat next to him to take care of him. The children curiously and excitedly sat in the horse carriage. When the horse carriage set off, Lu Fangping clapped his hands and said, "It's more comfortable to sit in a horse carriage. I can't feel the jolting as the carriage is moving. Whenever I'm in an ox cart, it feels like my bottom is about to turn into 3 segments because of the jolting of the cart." Yu Xiaosao could deeply relate to Lu Fangping's sentiment for ox and donkey carts. In the past, when the wheels of her donkey cart had yet been changed, the jolting of the cart as it rushed towards its destination would almost make her puke up her dinner. That was such an amazing feeling. The horse carriage was stopped at the city gates. With the increase of refugees outside of Tanggu town, there had been more soldiers guarding the city gates. She heard that those soldiers were transferred here from Jinwei Prefectural City. Lu Yanner, who had been looking outside the carriage window, hurriedly pulled down the curtain of the carriage window. She looked at Xiaosao timidly and asked, "Younger cousin, will the soldiers not let us enter the city?" When they had first arrived, several refugees were arrested for trying to enter the city without a permit and having a dispute with the soldiers. However, those weren't the most serious cases. On their way here, many places, especially big cities, had been unwelcoming and unfriendly towards the refugees. This had created a shadow in Lu Yanner's heart. Yu Xiaosao comforted her, "It's okay. For Tanggu town, as long as there are relatives that are willing guarantee for you, you can freely enter and exit Tanggu town." Sure enough, when the steward of the Fang estate showed the soldiers his identity medal, the soldiers allowed them into the city cordially with a smile on their face. As they passed through the city gates, Lu Fangping poked his little head out the window and was seen by the soldiers. However, none of them were detained like Lu Yanner had worried about. Lu Junping, who had been sitting quietly in the horse carriage while observing all of this, faintly thought in his heart that the status of his younger cousin's godfather must not be low. Otherwise, the soldiers with eyes growing on their forehead wouldn't have allowed them into the city that easily. Those soldiers were so cordial and enthusiastic even to someone who looked like a subordinate. Could it be that his younger cousin's godfather was an official? His environment had encouraged his growth. The journey had allowed Lu Junping, who didn't have a worry in the world before, to mature quickly. The horse carriage passed through the bustling streets and drove towards the house that the Yu family had bought in town. The streets of Tanggu town was simple but prosperous. At this time, the street vendors were like clouds, and there were streams of people weaving there through the streets. There were deep-fried fruits, chowder soup, steamed stuffed buns, and steamed buns, etc. The voices of vendors crying out their goods for sale could be heard by the ears from time to time. The majority of the people passing through the streets were ordinary people dressed in plain cotton clothing, and signs of the hardships they had faced could be seen on their face. There were also scholars dressed in long gowns with an aura of elegance and grace. Of course, there were also wealthy people dressed in splendid embroidered clothes. Occasionally, there was a young lady wearing a veil, followed by senior servants and servant girls passing by their horse carriage while laughing softly. It seemed as if Lu Yanner and her younger brother's face were embedded in the carriage window as they looked at the bustling and stable street. Their wandering minds from their long journey here seemed to be comforted by this scene. This was the first time they were able to enjoy the exquisiteness of the streets in such a leisurely way. They didn't have to worry about being berated, driven out, or even think about how they should smile and what they should do to receive charity from others. The experience in the past few months could be said to be a nightmare for everyone in the Lu family. Yu Kaifeng looked down at the man who was sound asleep. As long as he was here, no matter how much hardship she had to face, she was not afraid. In the future, no matter how difficult their lives became, it wouldn't be more difficult than being a refugee and begging others for charity. Older sister, we're here. Let's get off. The horse carriage arrived in front of a courtyard. Yu Hai jumped out of the horse carriage, pulled the curtains to the side, and smiled brightly at the people inside. Lu Junping tactfully declined his uncle's goodwill to help him down. He jumped off the horse carriage by himself and stretched out his hand again to help his brother and sister down the carriage. However, he found that his uncle had already skillfully helped his siblings down the carriage. Lu Fangping was giggling and laughing happily. Their next-door neighbor had just returned from buying vegetables, and saw Yu Hai leading a group of refugees in ragged clothing emitting a strange odor. She couldn't help but frown and say, "Brother Yu, there was a kind family who had taken in a family of refugees before, but their money was stolen. You have to be careful." When Yu Hai bought this house, he had visited both his right and left neighbors. Therefore, even though he didn't often come here, his neighbors still knew that he was the owner of this house. Yu Hai nodded towards her and indifferently said, "Thank you for your kind reminder. This is my older sister. She was just affected by a disaster on her journey here, she's not a refugee." The married woman looked up and down at Yu Kaifeng and her family. She curled her lips and asked, "Are you going to let them live here for a while? It seems like I need to change my family's door lock." When Yu Kaifeng heard those words, she stared at the woman in humiliation, and her fingernails sank deeply into the palm of her hand. Yu Xiaosao looked at the rotten vegetables in the woman's basket and snorted coldly, "Just based on your house. Would there be a difference whether you lock your door or not?" The married woman's complexion immediately changed and shouted, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Do you still need me to explain it? It means that, since your family is so poor, even if you leave your door wide open, thieves wouldn't even care to come in. Since the other party doesn't want to save face, then why should Yu Xiaosao give her face?" The married woman wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by a drunk voice from inside her house. "Damned woman, do you want to starve me to death by shopping for so long? Why are you still dawdling over there? Aren't you going to hurry it up and prepare a meal for me?" All of the married woman's arrogance and rudeness disappeared in an instant. She trembled for a moment before she entered the courtyard compliantly. Soon, a painful scream could be heard, followed by a man's screaming voice, "Where's the wine? Where's the wine that you went to buy for me? If you can't do such a simple thing, what do I need you as a wife for?" Soon, the sound of disjointed punching and kicking could be heard. Yu Xiaosao grabbed her father, who was about to go and persuade the man, and whispered, "Father, we're not familiar with them. It's best not to interfere with other people's business, otherwise people will say we're too nosy. Father, I will take aunt and uncle into the house first. You should go buy some ready-made clothes from the clothing store." Yu Kaifeng hurriedly stopped them. "No, there's no need. Our clothes can still be worn after they are washed and re-sewn. There's no need to waste money." Yu Hai hurriedly nodded his head and said, "It's not a waste, it's not a waste. Older sister, You should go in and rest for a while. When I return, let's go out to eat together." After he finished speaking, he hastily left, leaving no room for Yu Kaifeng to say anything. Xiao Cao knocked on the door, and the person who opened the door was a gray-haired old man. The old man's surname was Tang, and his only son was swallowed up by the storm while fishing. The married couple didn't have anyone to rely on. Yu Hai found them pitiful, so he lent them the side room to reside in. The Yu family would occasionally stay in this house in town, or they would use the kitchen here to make a meal and send it to little Shido. So it was similar to letting the couple watch over their house in exchange for free rent. The old man recognized Xiao Cao because Xiao Cao would come here when she was free to cook for her younger brother who was studying in town. The food the little girl cooked was so fragrant that he couldn't help but drool whenever he smelled it. "Miss Yu, these people are..." The old man looked at the 5 members of the Lu family without any contempt in his gaze. "This is my oldest aunt's family. They had just arrived at Tanggu town." Yu Xiaocao explained lightly. She invited Yu Kaifeng and her family into the courtyard. The courtyard wasn't big and was divided into 2 courtyards, the front courtyard and the back courtyard. There were 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, a kitchen, and a junk room in the back courtyard. For the Lu family, who had been living in the northeast countryside, the view of the brick houses and the neat and orderly courtyard was beyond their imagination. Lu Kaifeng secretly wondered, when did her brother become so rich for him to afford a house in town? After restraining herself, she still couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Cao, does your grandmother know that you have bought this house in town?" "Why would I let her know?" Xiao Cao blinked her eyes puzzledly at first, and then she asked suddenly, "Oldest aunt, you don't know yet? We have separated our households, so buying a house here was our idea." They separated households. No wonder. She was wondering how the stingy Madame Zhang would be willing to allow her younger brother and niece to dress so nicely and even allow them to buy a house in town. It turned out that they separated their households. The last worry Yu Kaifeng had in her heart vanished like smoke in thin air. Originally, she was worried that she would be shut out by the cruel and ruthless Madame Zhang when she returned to her maiden home, leaving her brother in a difficult position of being stuck in the middle of them. She thought that if Madame Zhang didn't let them in, she would first live in the old Yu residence and let her man go to the mountain to learn hunting with her brother. There were a lot of edible wild vegetables in the West Mountains. As long as one was diligent, it was impossible to starve to death. Since her younger brother had split households, there wouldn't be so many misgivings. It seemed like her younger brother's family was doing well. Her younger brother had always been capable. Without Madame Zhang, that blood-sucking leech, it wouldn't take long for her brother to live a better life. According to her younger brother's nature, he definitely won't turn a blind eye to her. However, as an older sister, she couldn't completely rely on her younger brother. She believed that this difficult time was only going to be temporary. Once her husband recovered from his illness, he could work some temporary jobs in town. In the spring of next year, they could rent a few acres of land to farm. There weren't many people remaining in her man's family, nor was it necessary to return to the bitter cold place in northeast countryside. "Oldest aunt, you should take a break. I'll go to heat up a pot of water so you will be able to wash yourselves in a short while." Yu Xiaocao's crisp and melodious voice had interrupted her thoughts. Yu Kaifeng helped her husband to sit on a chair in the room. When she heard what Xiaocao had said, she quickly said, "Let me do it." Xiaocao laughed and said, "Oldest aunt, why are you being so modest with me? Uncle's body isn't well, and you should help him onto the Kong bed to rest for a bit. Mother, watch after father. I'll go help younger cousin boil water." Lu Yanner sensibly took Xiaocao's hand and headed towards the kitchen. When the water turned hot, Yu Hai was carrying a bundle as he entered the house. He moved to the side as he let Dr. Sun from Tongren Medicinal Hall in. Following behind them was a young apprentice who was holding a medicine box. When the two entered the room, they found Yu Kaifeng sitting at the edge of the Kong bed, and her husband was leaning against her shoulders with his eyes closed. Yu Hai said, "Sister, why didn't you let brother-in-law lie down?" Yu Kaifeng appeared somewhat embarrassed as she whispered, "Your brother-in-law said that his body was dirty, and he was afraid that he'll dirty your bed." Yu Hai revealed an unhappy expression as he said in displeasure, "If it becomes dirty, I can just wash it. Help him lie down and let Dr. Sun to look at him." After Dr. Sun took his pulse, he pondered for a moment before he said, "The patient developed a lung disease because his common cold wasn't treated in time. However, his illness isn't serious. Since the patient's body has a good foundation, he should fully recover after taking some medicine." What Dr. Sun had diagnosed was the patient's condition after Xiaoxiao had given him mystic stone water. Had it not been for the mystic stone water, Lu Hu would have been seriously ill and died. It would have been impossible for him to be able to wait for Dr. Sun to arrive. Dr. Sun mixed 2 batches from his medicine box and told them to let the patient take this medicine first before taking the prescription to the medicine hall to get more. After taking the medicine for 3 to 5 days, the patient should be able to recover without any accident. After Dr. Sun was sent away, with the help of his nephew Lu Junping, Yu Hai helped Lu Hu took a hot bath, changed him into clean clothes, and then let him lie on the Kong bed. Yu Kaifeng was brewing medicine for her husband in the courtyard. All the money Yu Hai had given her for the journey was nearly all used up for medicine. Yu Kaifeng had become skilled at brewing medicine from this. After Lu Hu drank the medicine and fell asleep, Yu Kaifeng and her children had taken a bath and changed into clean cotton clothing. The clothes were made of average material with average style and patterns because it was bought from a ready-made store, yet the 3 children were so delighted that it seemed like it was New Year's. Before the disaster, Lu Hu's family rarely had any surplus food around. They weren't considered to be well off, so they might not even get a set of new clothes a year. On their journey, their remaining clothes were used to exchange for medicine for their father. The clothes they had left would be sewn again and again with patches here and there. It was so shabby that they were unable to look at it. Now, they felt very satisfied being able to wear new clothes. "Father, there is nothing left at home besides rice. Let's go out to eat at noon." Because the house in town was rarely occupied, except for some rice and noodles, there were hardly any other ingredients. Xiaoxiao thought of going out to eat because there was a restaurant in town where the food tasted quite good. Yu Kaifeng hastily said, "We already drank a bowl of porridge when we were outside the city gates. We can make do with whatever we have at home. We'll have to spend money if we go out to eat." Yu Xiaoxiao said, "The rice at home is only enough to make a bowl of porridge for uncle. My father and I had left the house early this morning and by now, we're hungry. We will need to go out to buy ingredients and then come back to cook. I don't think I will be able to wait that long. Let's go out to eat, it won't cost a lot of money." After a great amount of effort, they were finally able to convince Yu Kaifeng. Lu Junping was very sensible and stayed at home to take care of his father. Although the doctor had already reassured them that Lu Hu's illness was no longer a big deal, he still needed someone at his side. Lu Junping volunteered himself to take on that task. Yu Hai took his older sister's entire family to a nearby little restaurant and ordered a few dishes. Most of the dishes were vegetarian. When Yu Kaifeng saw that most of the food had been cooked with a decent amount of oil, she felt bad at the thought of the amount of money that had to be spent on this meal. Yu Xiaoxiao gave both Lu Yanner and little Fangping half a bowl of thick rice congee and grinned, "Older cousin, Xiaoping, first drink some congee to prep the stomach. When we get back to Dongshan village, I'll make some more delicious food for you guys." Sips of the thick and fragrant rice congee warmed the belly. Little Fangping alternated between a mouthful of congee and a mouthful of eggs. He marveled that there couldn't be food that was more delicious than this. A content expression surfaced on his face as he said, "Older cousin, this food is already very good. Is the food you make even better than this?" Yu Hai hadn't eaten much food as he was preoccupied with adding food to his sister's plate. When he heard the boy's question, he laughed, "Xiaoping, did you not know? Your older sister Xiaoxiao's culinary skills are famous around here. Even the head chef of Junshou restaurant complimented her before." The woman who owned this little restaurant sneered when she heard Yu Hai's words. She silently thought, "This family loves to boast. The head chef of Junshou restaurant has standards. How could he possibly value this little brat's cooking abilities? If you have to brag, why don't choose something more outrageous, like claiming that your family came up with Junshou restaurant's recipe for their roasted chicken and salt brine duck, Lady, you actually hit upon the truth there." Yu Kaifeng looked at the table full of food and remarked in an embarrassed tone, "Xiaohai, you really spent too much money. What's the point of ordering so much food for such a small group of people?" If we can't finish it, it'll all be wasted. Yu Hai looked at his older sister, who had become so thin that her face looked like it was about to disappear. A wave of melancholy flooded him as he gave his older sister another serving of shredded meat stir-fried with tofu. Older sister, eat more. When we get back home, your niece will help you nourish your body. Xiao Xiao grasped this opportunity to explain, oldest aunt, right now it's not a good idea for you and my cousins to eat anything too greasy, so we only ordered some light dishes. Just eat this food for now. Once your stomachs are more healthy, I can make anything you guys want to eat. The owner of the restaurant sneered somewhat unhappily and muttered under her breath, this little kid really loves to boast. Her father doesn't even bother to correct her when she claims that she'll make anything they want to eat. Can she make roasted chicken? What about osmanthus duck? They can't afford to order meat dishes yet she still has to make it sound so nice. Although the woman's voice was very quiet, Yu Xiaoxiao had been nourished with the mystic stone water for over a year. Her 5 senses were naturally more sharp than a normal person's, so she was able to hear the manager's grumbles. Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and knowingly looked the older woman in the eye. The woman was startled by her actions and shrunk down a bit as she thought, this little girl could hear what I said even though I said it so quietly. However, does it matter that she could hear me? Everything I said was the truth. Yu Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't lower herself to argue with the woman. The whole group finished the meal and also bought some takeout wrapped in waxed paper to feed Lu Junping. In addition, they also bought some white rice, vegetables, meat, and a fat hen at the market before they finally returned back to the Yu family's town residence. After taking some medication, Lu Hu had quickly fallen asleep. Yu Xiaoxiao gave the food to Lu Junping to eat before she went into the kitchen to cook a thick and nourishing pot of chicken congee. The tantalizing smell of chicken congee wafted through the courtyard and tempted little Fangping, who had just eaten his fill. The little boy swallowed down the saliva pooling in his mouth as his eyes wandered back to the kitchen from time to time. When Lu Hu woke up from his nap, a bowl full of nourishing chicken congee was placed in front of him. The translucent grains of rice had already melted into a thick porridge. Shreds of chicken meat dotted the contents of the bowl and the whole thing was garnished with a handful of thinly chopped green onions. The whole bowl looked incredibly appetizing and, when combined with the delicious smell, roused the appetite of someone who wasn't even hungry. Yu Kaifeng silently swallowed down the saliva that had flooded her mouth and took the bowl of congee from her niece's hands. She scooped up a portion and carefully blew on the spoon to cool the contents down before she fed her husband. Little Fangping crawled onto the Kong bed and stared piteously at the congee bowl. Lu Yanner lowered her head out of desperation as she tried to ignore her desire to eat the food. Only Lu Junping, who had just eaten, was able to calmly watch his father eat congee with a smile on his face. After eating a few bites of the delectable, savory chicken congee, Lu Hu looked at his youngest son, who was staring at the bowl with pitiful eyes. He raised a hand to rub the little boy's head and said, I've eaten enough, you guys should finish the rest. Lu Fangping hurriedly shook his head like a rattle. Father, you should finish it so you can get better faster. I ate scrambled eggs and a large bowl of rice porridge for lunch, so I'm very full. Quickly eat more. Lu Hu had a tender heart. Ever since Yu Kaifeng had married over, he always saved the best food for his wife to eat. After they had children, he always gave the best food and items to his wife and kids while he gladly partook his own plain meals. This was also the reason why Yu Kaifeng later on ended up loving him to the high heavens. Naturally, with this delectable chicken congee in front of him, no matter what anyone else said, he refused to enjoy it alone. Yu Xiaoxiao finally ended this stalemate with a word, I made a whole pot of this congee, so there's more than enough for our whole family to eat. Xiaoping, older sister Yanner, let's go to the kitchen and grab a portion for everyone to enjoy. Lu Fangping cheerfully jumped off the Kong bed after hearing Xiaoxiao's suggestion. He sloppily put on his shoes and scampered behind Xiaoxiao as they exited the room, as if he was her little tail blindly following along. Lu Hu only finished his bowl of food after 6 bowls of porridge appeared in front of him. Xiaoxiao had added a few drops of mystic stone water to the congee, so after Lu Hu ate his bowl, his whole body felt comfortably warm. All of the heaviness left him and his body became light and energetic. While the Yu family was enjoying their happy family reunion together, the young royal prince, Zhu Junyang, was unable to spend time with his mother, who had been eagerly anticipating his arrival in Tanggu town. Instead, he had just gotten to the capital with a train of 100 carts all piled high with goods and was covered in dust from his travels. The emperor summoned him to the throne room. The 17-year-old young royal prince elaborated on his travels and what he had seen while he was in the throne room that was crowded with literary and military officials. The group of officials listened avidly to his stories that sounded fantastical. From time to time, some people let out a few soft cries of astonishment. When the emperor summoned the foreign artisans that the royal prince had brought back with him to the room, all of the officials stared at these people, who had blonde hair and blue eyes, as if they were monsters. All of their eyes were opened wide in shock and their mouths gaped open. Although Jonwon Emperor had also traveled the seas and brought back sweet potato plants before he ascended the throne, he had never brought back any foreigners who had red hair and green eyes back. It was no wonder that all of these officials were shocked. "Ah, Junyong, we told you to find some novel crops. How did that go? Drought had plagued the north this year and there were starving migrants roaming everywhere." Jonwon Emperor had been very worried. If they were able to get their hands on corn and potatoes, two high-yielding crops, then everyone in the future would have enough staple food to eat. Future disasters would also not be as bad. In front of the emperor, Zhu Junyong still had his usual stony cold expression. He replied confidently, "Your Imperial Majesty, this official has succeeded." The emperor's eyes lit up, and he leaned slightly forward on the dragon throne. He somewhat impatiently said, "Ah, then bring it here, we need to see this." Before long, a small bag of corn and a few potatoes had been presented to the emperor. Jonwon Emperor descended from the dragon throne and scooped up a handful of golden corn. He lightly felt the kernels and then picked up a potato to inspect. A nostalgic expression surfaced on his face. His favorite dish in college was sautéed spicy and sour shredded potatoes. He hadn't eaten any for a few decades and he really missed it. He used all of his willpower to suppress his desire to send these potatoes to the imperial kitchens. These potatoes were seeds. He must endure now so that in the future he would have more potatoes than he could devour. Very good, very good. The emperor was quite pleased as he lavished compliments. Quickly bring all of this to the Ministry of Revenue. They need to start planting corn and potatoes as soon as possible. The Minister of Revenue, who had been called over, stared at the two foreign plants in front of him. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "Your Majesty, do we have any methods on how to plant these correctly? How should corn and potato be planted?" Jonwon Emperor was an engineering student who specialized in shipbuilding in his past life. He had grown up in a city. This question truly stumped him. Zhu Junfan, the emperor, looked at the person who had brought over the two plants, Zhu Junyong. Zhu Junyong's eyes twitched. The original agreement only stated that he had to find the two plants and didn't mention that he had to plant them. Okay. He pasted on an inscrutable expression, which wasn't consistent with his youthful age, and replied emotionlessly, "This official is also helpless." Zhu Junfan felt deflated by his younger cousin's answer. Why was this brat so self-confident? What was the point of going on this arduous journey to find the plants if you didn't find out how to cultivate them? Zhu Junfan glared at him and then pondered for a bit. A crafty smile crept onto his face that made Zhu Junyong have a bad premonition. "Junyong, since you were the one who traveled afar, you're the one who has the most experience with corn and potatoes. You probably know more than the officials in the Ministry of Revenue. We have decided that you will assist these officials in cultivating these two plants. Do you have any objections?" The emperor finally broke through Zhu Junyong's poker face. The prince faintly frowned, yet his voice remained calm when he replied, "Emperor, is this a decree or are you asking for my opinion?" Zhu Junfan naturally wouldn't give him any chance to evade this duty. The emperor solemnly decreed, "This is our order. Naturally, we also hope that you will gladly take on this burden. Just think of the day when all of the people will be able to eat to their fill. They will all be grateful for your benevolence and favor. The people's gratitude. Whoever wants that can take it. You already told me this is a direct order, how can I possibly refuse?" Zhu Junyong looked at the emperor expressionlessly. Although he was truly unwilling in his heart, he still had to take on this duty. After he left the palace, Zhu Junyong had been invited over to the Ministry of Revenue. All of the officials stared at the youthful royal prince with anticipation in their eyes. The Minister of Revenue, whose beard and hair had long gone white, could apparently tell that the prince was displeased. He rubbed his hands together before he cautiously opened, "Royal Prince Yong, it's almost the perfect season for planting now. What do you think is the best way to plant corn and potato?" "You can ask me, but who can I ask?" Bah! Zhu Junyong had no idea what he could do at this point. He raised his head to look at the group of officials and coldly replied, "Planting seeds should all be the same. You all, do what you see fit." After he finished, the ruthless and handsome young royal prince turned around, under the eyes of all of the officials in the Ministry of Revenue, and left. He left. All of the officials of the Ministry of Revenue looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions. "Royal Prince Yong, you had been given an imperial edict, you can't just stand aside and do nothing. If we can't cultivate corn and potatoes, then when the emperor became angry, everyone would be implicated together. The royal prince may be able to wash his hands of this affair, but they, the officials of the Ministry of Revenue, couldn't. They went to find some experienced old farmers and cleared out a field at the imperial farms for experimentation. Altogether they decided on a couple methods to try out with the corn. Some of the seeds were directly planted into the ground, while others were left for breeding purposes. As for the potatoes, the old farmers thought that it somewhat resembled sweet potato and decided to use the sweet potato method to plant a block. The officials also planted another block of land with potatoes directly buried into the ground. During this process, Royal Prince Yong only came by once to inspect the process and didn't come over a second time. When the Ministry of Revenue finished writing a report to the prince on the various methods they used to plant the new crops, they couldn't get in contact with him. The head steward of Imperial Prince Jing's estate had told them that the young royal prince was currently in the faraway Tanggu town and was unable to receive the report. After spending half a month in the capital doing work, the emperor had mercifully given him 10 days of vacation. Zhu Junyong immediately traveled to his mother's residence in Tanggu town. Construction on Prince Jing's residence on the West Mountain hadn't finished yet, so Princess Consort Jing was still living in the previous county magistrate's wife's manor. County Magistrate Wu had gone back to the capital last autumn after finishing his term, and the Wu family had arranged a 5th-rank official's teaching position for him. In the future, after the Imperial Academy offered him a retirement package, he had pretty much reached the highest rank he could go. In order to give his mother a nice surprise, Zhu Junyong didn't send any servants over to inform her that he was coming over. He brought along his personal imperial bodyguards and galloped his horse at top speed throughout the whole journey until he reached the manor. When he arrived, he casually asked the gatekeeper, "Has my lady mother left the residence in the past few days?" The gatekeeper carefully bowed and replied, "Prince, the princess consort hasn't left in the past few days. However, she did invite Lady Fang and her goddaughter, Miss Yu, over for some conversation today." Miss Yu. A ripple of movement went through Zhu Junyong's normally chilly eyes. It's that girl who had solemnly vowed that she would be able to cultivate corn and potato. At that time, the little girl was so confident that he had almost wanted to believe her. Perhaps this little girl would be able to give him a nice surprise. Zhu Junyong actually felt a bit of anticipation when he thought of seeing that lively little girl with the large eyes. In fact, he didn't even notice that his steps into the courtyard were a bit more hurried compared to previously. It was a beautiful spring day and the whole courtyard was filled with lush flowers that dotted the landscape with red and purple. Inside the garden, Princess Consort Jing leaned back on a long couch as she quietly discussed Lady Fang's situation. "Are you going to give birth soon, Lady Fang?" Yu Xiaosao gleefully replied, "Yes. Her due date is within the next couple of days. For the sake of my little brother, Godmother always walks around the garden a few times every day even though her body is quite heavy now. Dr. Sun felt her pulse earlier today and said that her body is in good condition. However, Godmother's legs are quite swollen, so she can't wear her old shoes anymore." Princess Consort Jing lightly sighed, "Children embody the debt from our past lives. As parents, who wouldn't willingly be devoted and worried about their own children? Yet children never empathize with their parents' feelings. For example, my third son didn't even discuss with me and his father before he silently left to go out to sea. After waiting for months, He finally came back, right? He obviously knows that his mother, I'm waiting for him here, yet he decides to emulate you, the Great One, and not visit me. Tell me, do you think he even has me, his mother, in his heart anymore? Zhu Junyang, who had been eavesdropping on them behind some trees, felt his mouth twitch. Now he wasn't sure whether he should come out and greet his mother. From his past experiences, he had a feeling his mother would only cry and complain if he came out now. He didn't fear anything on the earth or the heavens, but he did fear his mother's tears. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Yu Xiaoxiao's suave and gentle voice comforting his mother. Your Highness, all men strive for self-improvement and all mothers hope that their sons will be successful, right? However, since the past, it is hard to be both successful and filial at the same time. If the young royal prince first came to see you, in other people's eyes, wouldn't that be something to criticize him for? Your Highness, you also don't want him to be accused of being inattentive to his duties right after he got home from such a long journey, right? I believe that the young royal prince has been thinking about you this entire time. Once he organizes all of his affairs in the capital, he absolutely will rush over here to see you. The sound of Xiaoxiao's voice seemed to have a soothing quality. Princess consort Jing wasn't the only one affected by her. Even Zhu Junyang, who was standing behind a tree, was shocked by her understanding of a person's heart. He raised his icy cold eyes and looked at that smile that seemed to be as gentle as spring. The warmth melted his normally icy heart as he listened idly to her quiet chatter. It felt as if a spring wind had blown into his heart. He looked down again and calmed down again. Once his mood had stabilized, Zhu Junyang softly pushed aside the willow branches and quickly stepped forward as he quietly said, Lady Mother. Princess consort Jing had been pulling on Xiaoxiao's tiny little hands when she jerked to a stop. A self-mocking smile appeared on her face. Ah, look at me, I must have been thinking about my third son so much that I'm having a hallucination now. Yu Xiaoxiao gently moved her body to the side as she looked at that handsome and straight figure in the garden. The smile on her face became even more bright. Your Highness, you're not crazy. The young royal prince is here to see you. A thread of helplessness could be heard in Zhu Junyang's voice as he raised his volume. Lady Mother, I am an unfilial son. I made you worry too much. Princess consort Jing swiftly stood up. Because she got up too quickly, her vision suddenly darkened and her body swayed lightly. She almost fell down onto the couch. Zhu Junyang's expression rapidly changed as he strode forward to grasp his mother's hand while Xiaoxiao held the princess consort's other hand to keep her standing. Lady Mother, what part of you doesn't feel well? Someone find the doctor. Now. Zhu Junyang only lost his usual calm when he was interacting with his mother. During the darkest time of his youth, his mother was the only ray of light illuminating the deepest corners of his heart, giving him warmth in an otherwise frosty environment. Although his mother liked to tease and make fun of him sometimes, she still took care of him with all her might. He felt like he could only lean on her. Yu Xiaoxiao felt Princess consort Jing's pulse and relaxed. She said, Don't worry, young royal prince. Her Highness had only stood up too quickly, which caused her to not have enough blood flow to her head. This is why she got dizzy and faint. After resting a bit, she will be fine. Zhu Junyang's icy cold eyes sent out a sharp glare at her. The look in those cold eyes made Xiaoxiao shiver unconsciously. This young royal prince's eyes were truly too scary. What are you all waiting for? Why hasn't anyone called the imperial doctor over? It was obvious that Zhu Junyang didn't have any faith in the words of a 10-year-old kid. He sternly scolded the princess consort's handmaiden, Mei Xiang, if this delay causes a problem for her health, then be prepared to lose your life. All of the blood immediately left Mei Xiang's face. Under Zhu Junyang's furious glare, the maid shivered and felt her legs go soft. The young royal prince's anger wasn't something to be taken lightly. When she was still an ordinary servant at the residence, she had heard that the young royal prince, at the age of 9, had chopped off the hands of Chuntao, who was Princess consort Jing's favorite personal maidservant. Afterwards, an investigation discovered that Chuntao had been bribed by the prince's concubine's maiden family. She had been adding a slow-acting poison to Princess consort Jing's pastries. However, who would have expected that the young royal prince, who was still a child at the time, would find out? Luckily, it was discovered early, so the princess consort wasn't completely harmed. Despite that, her body was still damaged from this event. Princess consort Jing comforted her son by patting his hand and she smiled. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Xiao Xiao is very good at making medicinal cuisine. After partaking of it, my body's condition has become a lot better. You've been gone for more than a year and I haven't gotten sick this entire time. This is all thanks to Xiao Xiao's hard work. Since she says I'm fine, then I should be okay. Don't make a big fuss about nothing. Third son, let mother take a closer look at you. You've become tanner and thinner. You probably had a lot of hardships this past year, right?" As she chattered, the princess consort's eyes filled with tears at the thought of her son enduring difficulties. Zhu Junyang noticed that his mother was feeling down and felt panic bubble up. He hastily said, "Lady Mother, I only got tanner because I was on the deck a lot and had the sun shining on me and the wind blowing. Tanner people look thinner. Feel my arm, I've gained a lot of muscle. Didn't I tell you before? The ships have more than enough food to feed me and I also caught a lot of seafood delicacies to add to my meals. I also had a lot of servants helping out, so how could I possibly have had a hard time? Mother, I feel like you've become thinner. It must be because you were so worried about me. I am truly unfilial." In front of Princess Consort Jing, Zhu Junyang, who was usually as cold and taciturn as an ice sculpture, finally acted like a normal person. He readily showed his emotions and spoke to her. Princess Consort Jing wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her son always had an emotionless and cold expression on his face, but right now he looked quite worried for her. A faint smile appeared on her lips. "I've gotten thinner, you say? That can't be true. I feel like I've gotten plumper instead. All of the clothes I brought along feel much tighter. This is all due to Cower's help. From time to time she comes to visit me and cooks me medicinal cuisine and other tasty foods. My appetite has gotten a lot better with her around." Zhu Junyang inspected his mother's face and discovered that her complexion had improved a lot. Previously her cheeks had been somewhat sunken in, but now they were healthy and plump. Her usual sickly pallor had also disappeared and there was a hint of a rosy blush now. All of this made her look more youthful. The look in his eyes as he glanced at Xiao Xiao had unconsciously gentled. He slightly nodded his head and said, "Many thanks, Miss Yu, for taking such good care of my lady mother." Yu Xiao Xiao hurriedly waved her hands. "You're being too polite, young royal prince. Her Highness is a good friend of my godmother and treats me like her own niece. I'm more than happy to help her nourish and heal her body." Princess Consort Jing pulled Xiao Xiao's pale and soft little hand into her own. Her smile was full of sincere love as she remarked, "Xiao Xiao is truly a little girl who warms people's hearts. Everyone always says that a daughter is a mother's cotton-padded jacket. I have 3 sons and my only little cotton-padded jacket is also like a boy too. She's not sweet at all and was even stolen away by someone. Xiao Xiao, how about you become my daughter?" Zhu Junyang's eyes twitched as if he wanted to interject. However, he didn't quite know what was appropriate to say. For some reason, he was a bit repelled by the idea of Yu Xiao Xiao becoming his younger sister. Was it because he was afraid that the little girl would steal away his mother's affection? That couldn't be right. He was almost 17 and was past the age when he would fight for his mother's favor. Yu Xiao Xiao revealed a somewhat helpless expression. Why did everyone want to become her godparents? Not to mention her current set of godparents, but it seemed like even the Emperor Emeritus also wanted to recognize her as an adopted granddaughter. Furthermore, even the headmaster of Rongshuan Academy had once hinted that she should become his granddaughter. Now Princess Consort Jing was joining in on the fun. Was it because she was too adorable and other people couldn't resist her charms? Your Highness, if this was heard by my godmother, then she would definitely not agree and accuse you of trying to steal her daughter. Yu Xiao Xiao's joke also hinted at her own personal thoughts on this matter. Princess Consort Jing was about to reply when her son butted in. Zhu Junyang deftly changed the subject to what he had seen and experienced on his journey. He babbled story after story to let his mother hear. Only after he saw that his mother didn't propose the idea of adopting a daughter again did he finally relax. Zhu Junyang currently had a position at court that didn't have much required of him. Thus, on most days, when there wasn't anything special going on, he didn't have to go to court. In order to compensate his mother for making her worry for more than a year, he decided to stay in Tengu Town for now. Other than practicing his martial arts, he mostly spent his days playing chess with his mother and amusing her in the garden with flowers. In the garden, there were a few rare and famous camellia plants currently blooming. The brilliant red camellia had just opened a few buds, and the flowers resembled tiny little bells at court. The dark red flowers had sparkling drops of dew clinging to the edges of the petals, and, under the sun, the buds seemed much more lovely and charming. The one that amazed people the most was the scarlet red camellia that was especially bred and called auspicious crowned phoenix. Its flowers were beautiful and plump, dignified and elegant, soft and flexible, and had layers of blush red petals surrounding the center. This flower resembled the red halo of clouds around the sun as it set in the horizon. Although it wasn't very showy, it looked very noble and gorgeous. When Princess Consort Jing saw that her son's attention had been taken up by her favorite camellias, she revealed a joyful expression, "Aren't my camellias beautiful?" HMPH. Lady Feng only recently got a brilliant red camellia recently, but she had to invite people over to a flower fair to flaunt it. Any one of my camellias would be able to outshow her camellias on any day. Zhu Junyang could clearly perceive that his mother was feeling proud and arrogant. He felt a bit helpless at his mother's childish actions. Lady Feng was the wife of the current imperial tutor at court, and was also someone obsessed with flowers. Lady Feng and Princess Consort Jing both loved camellias since they were young. Occasionally they would even have a falling out over a famous and valuable variety of camellia. When Princess Consort Jing found out that Lady Feng had incidentally obtained a brilliant red variety, she bothered the other lady to give it to her several times. However, how could Lady Feng, a camellia addict, bear to give it to her? Thus, Princess Consort Jing could only return to the residence downcast and feeling somewhat depressed. From time to time, she would bring up this topic again to complain. This time, she had recently gotten a few rare and valuable varieties into her hands. How could she not take them out and brag a bit? Although Princess Consort Jing would occasionally squabble with Lady Feng over these flowers, they had never become true enemies. Every time one of them had a banquet or flower fair at her residence, she would never forget to send an invitation to the over. Even though they both compared and bragged about their camellias, they never had a true falling out. Zhu Junyang could tell that his mother had a rather complicated feeling towards Lady Feng, so he resisted the urge to give her advice. Perhaps these two noblewomen had finally found something that gave them both pleasure in their normally dull and boring lives. Yanger, has your ability reached a more stable state? After Princess Consort Jing watered her beloved camellias, she suddenly asked her son this question. Zhu Junyang's eyes dimmed and he lightly shook his head. Sometimes I still get influenced by another person's emotions. However, I have gotten better at controlling my feelings to avoid being influenced too much. The princess consort looked at her son with a gaze full of pity. When her son hadn't reached the age of 5, he was so cute and adorable that people couldn't help but draw him into their arms and hug him. Ever since he fell into the water at 5 and was in a coma for 10 days, he had the ability to perceive other people's thoughts and feelings. At the time, Prince Jing had just been given the title of Imperial Prince and the Emperor had given him weighty responsibilities. She, on the other hand, didn't have good health either, so she had relaxed her hold on the residence a bit. Many spies had entered their residence and she suspected that her son's accidental fall into the water wasn't an actual accident. Her 5-year-old son felt bewildered and afraid by his new ability. Over time, he became more and more taciturn and antisocial. At the time, Prince Jing had just taken office and was busy with court issues. Sometimes, the family wasn't able to see him for many days in a row. As for herself, she was bedridden from illness and wasn't able to sense the changes in Zhu Junyang. By the time she recovered, her youngest son had thrown himself into his martial arts training and he had acquired a high-strung and temperamental personality. It was as if he was a balloon that was inflated to its maximum state. At any time, he could explode. She had once thought that her son became warped because she had fallen ill and was unable to take care of him. After she recovered, she spent all of her time and energy on her youngest son. However, all her efforts were for naught. He didn't change much. Instead, her second son started to believe that she was impartial. Jealousy invaded his heart and he drifted away from his youngest brother. Consequently, Her youngest son's temperament became even more unstable and volatile. On the year that her youngest son turned 9, one of the higher-ranking concubines in the residence decided to meddle with her. Princess Consort Jing's personal maidservant was bribed and started to poison her with a slow-acting substance. Her body's condition slipped with every passing day. Her youngest son, who was already living in his own courtyard, visited her when she was ill one day. As he passed her personal maidservant with a medicine bowl in her hands, he suddenly pulled out the dagger from his waist and chopped off her hands in a rage. He continuously interrogated the hapless servant, demanding to know who sent her. The handmaiden passed out from extreme pain yet continuously held her innocence. All of the people around her misunderstood her youngest son. None of them sensed that something was wrong and they accused him of being brutal, vicious and merciless. From then on, her Yanger transformed into his current temperament, an icy cold personality that emitted apathy at all times. It was as if he had sealed himself within a giant frozen glacier. Finally, Prince Jing investigated this situation after he heard about what happened. Only then did they find out what good deeds that personal maidservant had done. By following the trail of clues, they finally found and caught the villain behind the scenes. The concubine had been punished with death by poison while the rest of the world only knew that she had passed away suddenly from a fast-acting illness. At this time, Princess Consort Jing realized she had misunderstood her son this entire time. However, it was too late to try to fix her mistakes. She used an entire year's worth of time to carefully attend to her youngest son. Only then was she able to slowly crack open his outer shell and sneak through a tiny little hole to his inner thoughts and heart. That was when she finally had a hint of the secret that he had concealed for 5 years. She was truly quite frightened when she first found out his secret. However, when she saw the hurt and pain within her youngest son's eyes, she knew right then that if she pushed him away again, she would lose her son forever. Because she was afraid that people would regard him as a monster, she didn't even mention this to her husband, Prince Jing. Despite her weak and frail body, she gave all of her maternal love and selflessness to her youngest son. She did her best to convince her son that this ability of his wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but it took years to let the idea settle into his head. Everyone always said that a person's heart was inscrutable. With this ability, a person's inner thoughts and feelings were on the table for Zhu Junyang. Those who treated him well, he could remember for a lifetime and allow them to become his most faithful and loyal companions. As for those who didn't have good intentions, he would be able to understand their every movement and be able to prepare against them or strike when necessary. When Zhu Junyang was younger, it was easy for him to be influenced by the strong feelings of other people. As his ability got stronger, his personality became more and more odd, and he reacted by becoming even colder than before. As he slowly grew up, he became more adept at handling and controlling his own feelings to weaken other people's influence on himself as much as possible. However, his frosty nature had already been ingrained in him, and this type of personality made him lose many friends. Therefore, he became even more antisocial and icy. Regardless, she was glad that her son was well and in front of her. Even though he was less talkative, his eyes now carried a bit of warmth. Mother, the garden in the West Mountain residence, E.H. Younger brother, you're here. Princess Consort Jing's second son, Zhu Jungxi, walked through the flowering garden and billowing willows in the direction of the pavilion. When he saw the unfamiliar figure, he hesitated a moment before he called out a greeting. Deeply hidden within Zhu Junyang's dark eyes was a hint of loss. It seemed like his second older brother would never treat him as he did when he was 5 years old. Zhu Jungxi arrived at the pavilion and stayed quiet for a bit before he finally smiled. Younger brother, when did you arrive? How come you didn't let us know beforehand? I got here yesterday morning. I wanted to give mother a nice surprise. Zhu Junyang had always been taciturn. The conversation between the two brothers revealed an unfamiliar feeling of awkwardness. Princess Consort Jing felt a bit helpless inside. She gently smiled. Yanger, your second brother has done a lot of work in making sure the West Mountain residence gets completed. He almost spends all of his time there and he's working quite hard. Zaire, your younger brother brought over some presents from you that he got from the Western Hemisphere. They are all things that we've never seen before. Yanger, why don't you take them out now? Zhu Junyang took out a carved pocket watch that was painted a bright copper color from his chest pocket and placed it into his older brother's hands. He dryly explained how the pocket watch worked and how it could tell the time. Zhu Jungxi saw that the pocket watch was small and exquisite, yet had the ability to keep the time accurately. He immediately liked the item. Previously, he had a heart-to-heart conversation with his lady mother and he had decided on leaving once the construction on the new residence was finished. He was planning on enlisting in the army and using his own strength and abilities to see how far he could go. With the world in front of him, he naturally wouldn't brood on past injustices anymore. Thus, all of his jealousy and petty thoughts had evaporated into smoke. Zhu Junyang could distinctly tell that his second brother's mood had changed for the better. A current of warmth traveled through his ice-cold heart. He had many memories with his older brother that were tinged with many different feelings. In his youth, his father had been busy with court and his mother's body was weak. His eldest brother, as the heir, had been busy at his own lessons, so Zhu Junyang only had his second brother, who was 5 years older than him, to accompany and love him. At that time, he had wholeheartedly relied on second brother. But for some reason, and he didn't know when, his second brother changed. He drifted apart, became hostile, and avoided him. Later on, he gained his ability to spy on other people's thoughts and understood why his second brother had changed. However, it was something he had no control over. His mother, at that time, was his only grasp on life. Without her, he would always be stuck in a deep abyss. Thus, he selfishly plundered his mother's attention that should have been on his second brother. Although guilt plagued his heart, he couldn't bear to let go. Although he didn't know the reason, he could tell that second brother had finally let things go. As for him, he was no longer that vulnerable little boy that thirsted for affection. Perhaps, and he knew it was an extravagant hope, his relationship with his second brother could return to normal. Zhu Jungxi revealed a smile that was as warm as the spring sun and gently patted his younger brother's shoulder. He sincerely said, "Thank you for this gift, I really like it." The corners of Zhu Junyang's mouth curved up and exposed a tiny smile that could barely be seen. Princess Jing witnessed this entire scene and felt gratified as well as a bit disconsolate at the same time. Her youngest son had smiled. After not smiling for 11 years, she could finally see Yanger's smile again. The three family members warmly chatted amongst themselves under the luminous and bright spring sun. Naturally, Princess Consort Jing and Zhu Jungxi did most of the talking while Zhu Junyang quietly listened to them. However, the icy cold atmosphere around Zhu Junyang seemed to be slowly melting under this type of environment. In the Fang estate, on the other hand, chaos was reigning. Lady Fang had been strolling around the garden when she suddenly felt a sharp pain throb in her belly. Her face immediately became white, and she covered her belly and let out a cry. Linglong, who was supporting her, panicked upon seeing this. She supported her mistress on one hand while she screamed, "Someone come! Our mistress is about to give birth." Immediately, the entire courtyard full of maids bustled into frenetic activity. Some went to call the midwife, while others ran to find a doctor. There were even some who ran around like headless flies. The maids scrambled around in a panic and a few even crashed into each other. "What is going on?" Yu Xiaosao, who was currently in the kitchen cooking up some medicinal cuisine, heard all of the ruckus and came out. She frowned fiercely and scolded all of the servants. The sound of her voice seemed to calm everyone down, and the whole courtyard quieted down almost instantaneously. Yu Xiaosao had come out in a hurry, so there was still a soup ladle in her hands. All of the servants silently lined up as she instructed them individually. "You, go to the front courtyard and bring over some trustworthy elder servants in. You need to go to the kitchen and boil some water. You, go to the outer courtyard and send people bring godfather home. Older sister Linglong, escort my godmother to the birthing chamber. This is my godmother's first child, so it should take some time from when the pangs first started to when she's ready to push him out." All of the maids seemed to know what they needed to do now, so they immediately went off to do their duties. Linglong gratefully smiled at Yu Xiaosao. They were fortunate that Miss Xiaosao was here today. "Godmother, younger brother must be impatient to see all of us. Come here, I'll support you as you slowly walk. No need to rush." Xiaosao's sweet and dulcet voice seemed to have the ability to calm a person's heart. Lady Fang's panicky heart slowly became calm and the sharp pangs in her belly gradually subsided. The color of her complexion became normal again, and she smiled at her maids who acted as if they were facing their worst enemy. It's okay. I don't feel pain right now, so don't be worried. Xiao Sao continued to support her godmother towards the already prepared birthing chamber. After helping her godmother sit down on the bed, she softly said, all women will experience labor pain before the birth is done. Godmother, this is your first child, so the labor pains will likely be longer than usual. This is all considered normal, so there is no need to panic. I'm going to the kitchen to check on something since the medicinal cuisine should be almost done. You should eat something now and save your strength for later. Lady Fang cradled her belly and leaned on a hard pillow at the head of the bed. She smiled and nodded. Ah, you. My little sweetie is such a young child, yet you explain the birthing process so well. You truly do have the air of a little doctor. Ah. Yu Xiaosao pursed her lips and remarked, Godmother, I already asked around. How can I not take this matter seriously when you're going to give birth to my little brother? I'm going to go grab the medicinal cuisine, you should rest first. After plating the medicinal cuisine, Xiaosao came out of the kitchen and saw her godfather, Fang Zizhen, rushing through the gate. Sweat beaded his brow as he strode quickly towards the inner rooms. This child of theirs did not come easy. After begging the heavens for years, they had finally obtained this blessing. Fang Zizhen had been nervous ever since he found out his wife was pregnant. Today, when he had left the house, he had felt unsettled. The uneasiness did not abate, and he had a feeling that something important was going to happen today. He had been an orphan since childhood, and his wife's wet nurse had been left in the capital to manage their residence's affairs. Without anyone experienced at home to watch over, it really made him a bit anxious. It was probably best for him to stay home for the next couple of days. When he got to the docks, he carelessly patrolled around. Throughout the whole process, his eyelids twitched constantly as his heart fretted about his wife, who was on the verge of childbirth, at home. Afterwards, Fang Zizhen hurriedly spurred his horse back into town. He came across the house's steward the moment he entered through the town gates, who informed him that the lady of the house was about to give birth. Fang Zizhen felt his heart squeeze and whipped his horse forward into its top speed. On the whole journey there, he had almost run over several pedestrians. The steward behind him had to constantly apologize to those unfortunate people as he also headed back. While he was rushing back, Fang Zizhen wished he could suddenly grow a pair of wings and fly back to his wife's side. The doctor had told him that his wife was on the older side, so she would likely have an element of danger when giving birth. At this time, he wasn't by her side, so she must be scared, right? Although they had their adopted daughter, who normally acted like a small adult, she was still a kid who hadn't reached the age of 10. Who knew how panicked she would get at this time? As his thoughts circled around his head, his feet stamped impatiently forward and he almost started running. Because he was in such a rush, he almost bumped into Yu Xiaosao, who was currently holding a tray full of medicinal cuisine. Godfather, Yu Xiaosao narrowly avoided the large man and managed to save the food within her hands. She rolled her eyes at her godfather and commented, Don't worry, the midwives are already here. These two are well-known experts in town, and godmother's body is quite healthy. This birth will definitely go very smoothly. Fang Zizhen came to a stop and took the food from his adopted daughter's hands. He rubbed her head and linked hands with her as he softly said, Daughter, you're probably scared out of your wits, right? Don't be afraid, giving birth to a child is. Yu Xiaosao slanted her eyes at him and made fun of him. Godfather, how many times have you seen children being birthed? How do you know what giving birth is like? I was only worried that you were scared, so I was trying to comfort you. When Fang Zizhen noticed that she had seen through his actions, he relaxed a bit and felt the panic within his heart settle down a lot. The two of them very soon arrived at the birthing chamber. Lady Fang was in the throes of another contraction, so she supported her belly as she let out a cry. The expression on Fang Zizhen's face immediately changed when he saw this, and he rushed into the room despite the midwives and maids trying to stop him. He held onto his wife's hand as he asked in concern, Wife, does it hurt? Let me help you rub a bit. Lord, please don't add to the chaos. The midwife steeled herself and pushed away Fang Zizhen's hand as she continued, the lady's child hasn't reached the birth canal yet. If you start rubbing, you might move the child into the wrong position. Men are not allowed inside the birthing room, so please leave now. Why can't men enter the birthing room? My wife is giving birth to our child, so what's wrong with me staying by her side? Fang Zizhen softly growled as he stared fiercely at the midwife with his large eyes that could cause his enemies to tremble in fear. After hearing his rebuke, the first midwife trembled. The other woman hurriedly interjected, "Lord, it is said that the scent of blood from the birthing room is ominous. You can't help with anything here and will only cause trouble for your wife. Therefore, can you please wait outside?" Fang Zizhen's innate stubbornness reared its head and he loftily lifted his head and proclaimed, "Not okay. My wife has a cowardly nature and this is the first time she's giving birth. She must be very scared right now, so I need to stay here and give her some courage." Fang Zizhen was a general and would likely have to go back onto the battlefield in the future. When Lady Fang heard that it was not auspicious for him to be here, she hurriedly shooed him away. "What can you do here anyway? Can you carry the pain or birth the child for me? If you continue to stand here, you will only influence my mood. Wife, don't be afraid. I'm here for you." Fang Zizhen pretended that he didn't hear a word. He gripped his wife's somewhat cold hand and boasted, "If I could help you birth the child instead, then I naturally wouldn't have you do this task. Wife, does it hurt? If it hurts, you can bite on my hand. My skin is thick and I have plenty of flesh, so I'm not afraid of pain." With her loving husband by her side, Lady Fang completely calmed down at this time. She glared moodily at her shameless man and said, "Do you think that me biting you will get rid of my pain? Another contraction attacked her, and she gritted her teeth. In between the contractions, Fang Zizhen personally fed his wife a bowl of medicinal cuisine and a few eggs stewed in brown sugar. Yu Xiaosao also had her godfather support her godmother to walk a few rounds around the room. She told them that it would help the child move into the right position. Fang until the evening, when her water finally broke. Fang Zizhen wiped off the dense sweat that dotted his wife's forehead and tenderly remarked, "How come this stinky youngster hasn't come out yet? He's causing so much trouble for my wife. In the future, just watch me slap his bottoms." Lady Fang, who was in the midst of gritting her teeth to endure the pain of another contraction, firmly glared at him and snarled, "If you dare to hit him, then I will hit you. Okay, quickly birth this stinky boy and then you can hit me all you want." Fang Zizhen could feel his wife clamping down on his hand. It was obvious that his wife was in a lot of pain to grip his hand so tightly. Thinking about this made his heart hurt. "The cervix is opening. Lady, when I tell you to push, that's when you push off." Both of the midwives joyfully instructed her. When Yu Xiaosao saw that the birth was about to happen, she hastily told Fang Zizhen, "Godfather, you should go out first. If you're here, Godmother will only act spoiled when it hurts and won't push as hard. It will only cause her to suffer longer." When Lady Fang heard this, she remarked sourly, "Act spoiled? Who are you talking about? Who will act spoiled towards him? However, daughter is right. If you continue to stay here, it'll be too annoying and affect my concentration." Laboring was a cruel process. It was obvious that pushing a child out would only cause her to look quite fierce. She didn't want her husband to see her in such a state, so Lady Fang had long wanted to shoo him out before that happened. Although he felt quite reluctant to leave, when he heard that he might poorly influence his wife, Fang Zizhen slowly left the birthing chamber. In front of her master, Linglong carefully closed the doors shut. As soon as Fang Zizhen left the birthing chamber, he suddenly heard a scream from inside. He almost kicked the door open and rushed back in again. Wife, are you okay? Just tolerate it a bit more. Once you finish giving birth to this child, let's not have any more children again." Fang Zizhen pressed himself against the crack in the door as he yelled towards the inside. The veins on his neck bulged and the expression on his face looked even more suffering than the one on his wife's face. "Fang Mingzi, you shut up." Lady Fang suddenly lost her usual elegance and grace due to the pain ripping through her. She screamed out her rage, "If you don't want more, this lady insists on more. I want to give birth to a dozen more just to piss you off." Everyone inside the room lowered their heads and muffled their laughter. This couple was truly too funny. However, The light atmosphere within the room was quickly replaced by a more solemn one. After the cervix slowly widened, the child within the uterus still didn't drop down into the opening. Lady Fang felt like she was slowly being crushed by a horse carriage, and she could only feel one thing now: pain. Yu Xiaoxiao could also tell that something wasn't right and sternly asked the midwives, "What's going on?" Neither of the midwives had any color in their faces. One of them replied with a voice that trembled, "The lady's child doesn't seem to be in the right position." "Doesn't seem? I don't need such a wishy-washy answer. You need to tell me exactly what is going on. If something happens because of your delay, do you think you will be able to take on the consequences?" Although Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have an imposing height and had a somewhat childish-looking face, she truly seemed very intimidating at this moment. The other midwife inhaled deeply and stated, "The lady's child's foot, it's a breech birth. Is there a way to fix this?" Yu Xiaoxiao felt panic bubble up in her heart, yet managed to force herself to stay cool-headed as she solemnly asked. That midwife thought quickly and then replied, "The only thing that can be done is to push the child back into the uterus and then slowly rotate the child. However, this method might injure the lady." Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the midwife's thick and crude-looking hands. If that woman used her hands to turn the child, then her godmother would definitely suffer an injury. She gritted her teeth and made a split-second decision, "Tell me how to do it. I will go ahead." The two midwives looked at Miss Cower's small and delicate little hands and their eyes lit up. The midwife who stated that it was a breech birth squeezed out a smile and said, "Miss, if you're the one doing it, then it's likely the lady will survive. Don't be scared, just do what we say and everything will be fine." Lady Fang had been tormented by the relentless pain and was semi-conscious at this point. Yu Xiaoxiao carefully fed her a few drops of the mystic stone water and managed to squash down the nervousness in her body. She diligently washed her hands over and over and even rinsed them with some mystic stone water as she firmly enforced the belief that her godmother would survive this with no injuries. The cervix had already dilated to the width of 7 fingers and Xiaoxiao's hands were small and soft. She gently inserted her hand and touched a tiny little foot not far up. The foot seemed like it could tell that something was touching it, and it even pushed down a bit. Xiaoxiao grabbed onto this foot and carefully pushed at it. As she pushed, she described what was happening to the midwives. Perhaps it was because she was steady and calm, but the two midwives also managed to calm down after wiping their faces full of sweat. They slowly and surely guided Xiaoxiao on what to do. With the help of the two midwives, before long, the infant had been pushed into the right position. Xiaoxiao touched the little guy's shaggy head and finally felt her heart settle down again. The little fellow apparently was impatient to get out. Right after his position was adjusted, the little fellow's head managed to get squeezed out of the birth canal despite Lady Fang having minimal energy from exhaustion. He chirped noisily as he fell into Xiaoxiao's palms. The midwives finally relaxed. The two of them helped to cut the umbilical cord and then used a soft cloth to wipe his body clean of the dirty blood. The midwives grinned in delight as they held the tiny infant up towards Xiaoxiao. "Pat him a bit, let him cry." Xiaoxiao gingerly held the little fellow in her arms. He had tiny and incredibly soft body. The infant, who was just born, had an entirely red body and his skin was so tender that it almost looked transparent. The little boy had his eyes shut and his face was wrinkled. It was hard to tell who he resembled. As he lay in Xiaoxiao's hands, he apparently felt a bit uncomfortable, so scrunched up his face and kicked his tiny legs. Such a tiny adorable baby, how could Xiaoxiao bear to pat him hard? When the midwife saw this, she laughed and took the baby and flipped him over in a practiced movement. Perhaps being moved from a soft embrace to a more rough one made him feel uncomfortable as the little fellow started to cry raucously before the midwife could even pat his butt. Fang Zizhen was waiting anxiously inside the courtyard. When heard the loud and powerful cry of the baby, he finally relaxed. A smile blossomed on his face as he muttered, "Stinky brat, you have quite a pair of lungs to cry so loud. You must be an energetic little fellow, just like me, your father." With the help of one of the midwives, Xiaoxiao managed to put a diaper on the baby. She looked at the little fellow's tiny and delicate P*** and wickedly thought, "If this little guy grows up and finds out that he was once buck naked in front of me, I don't know what kind of expression he would have on his face." A smile fluttered at the edges of her lips as she swaddled the little fellow up into a neat little package. She held him in front of her godmother and whispered, "Godmother, this is little brother. Look at him, he's quite adorable and lively." Lady Fang pried her exhausted eyes open and looked at the little fellow's red face as he cried. A loving smile slowly unfolded on her face. This was the little fellow who had the same blood as her. For this sake of this child, she had waited for a very, very long time. She almost gave up this dream. With him, she could finally consider herself satisfied. After being tormented by this child for an entire day, Lady Fang sweetly fell asleep after seeing her baby. As she dreamt, her loving smile still lingered on her lips. "Wife, is my wife okay?" Fang Zizhen, who had finally been allowed inside the room, asked about his wife first and wasn't concerned about the baby at all. Ling Long was holding a basin full of dirty water and whispered quietly towards him, "Shish. Madam is very tired, so she just fell asleep. Be a little more quiet to avoid waking her up." After hearing that, Fang Zizhen immediately lowered his volume. He hoarsely whispered, "Is your mistress okay?" "No problem, no problem. Mother and child are both doing well." The two midwives' faces were wreathed with smiles, as if they could see the shiny glitter of money right in front of them. Fang Zizhen sat down next to the bed and didn't even glance at his son. His entire attention was on his wife's somewhat pale face. He gently used his hand to brush away a piece of unruly hair from her face. Because he was afraid of rousing her, he quietly said, "Wife, you have worked hard." Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of admiration and envy as she held the forgotten little fellow in her arms. In this society, where men were considered more important than women, and where wives coexisted with concubines, a man who wholeheartedly loved one woman was hard to find. She didn't need someone who knew how to say beautiful things or do romantic things. All she wanted was a man who would only love her and her alone. From her perspective, if she had the choice in her hands, she would rather be single for the rest of her life if she couldn't find that one person who wholeheartedly loved her. The little fellow, who had long been given the name of Fang Haolin, seemed to not get along with his father from the start. As soon as Fang Zizhen held him, he would wail inconsolably without stopping. Fang Zizhen didn't want his wife to suffer any hardships, so he regarded this little fellow, who he had waited until he was over 40 to receive, with an unimpressed eye. Lady Fang laughed and stated that these two must have been sworn enemies in their past lives. Although little baby Fang Haolin had a little temper, he was really quite sweet normally. Other than occasionally crying when his diaper got soiled or when he was hungry, he spent most of his time sleeping peacefully. Lady Fang had heard from Xiaoxiao that breastfeeding was good for both mother and child. Although they had already hired a wet nurse, Lady Fang still personally breastfed little Linlin. This made Fang Zizhen feel even more resentful of the little brat who stole his wife's attention away from him. After his son was born, his status within his wife's heart had sharply plummeted. "Come on, HMPH, you little brat, just watch how I torment you in the future." A treacherous smile hovered at the corners of Fang Zizhen's lips. The little fellow, who had just finished drinking his milk, was happily blowing bubbles from his mouth in the arms of his godsister when he suddenly sneezed and he frowned unhappily. Lady Fang somewhat nervously looked over and asked, "What's wrong? Do you think he might have gotten cold from his midday bath?" Right after the little fellow was born, Yu Xiaoxiao had fed him a few drops of diluted mystic stone water, so she naturally knew that his body was stronger than a young calf. She smiled. Sneezing can be caused by a lot of things, so it's not necessarily because he's getting sick. "Godmother, my younger brother's body is very healthy, don't be too worried." Lady Fang let out a somewhat sheepish laugh and replied, "After hoping and praying for almost 20 years, I finally got such a tiny little thing. I'm a little nervous. Cower, in the future, you must remind me that I absolutely cannot spoil this guy until he gets rotten." Yu Xiaoxiao placed little Linlin, who was sleeping peacefully, on the bed next to her godmother and whispered, "There's a well-known saying, a strict father and loving mother. Don't you still have godfather?" Lady Fang thought for a bit and then chuckled, "If you're talking about your godfather's personality, even though he looks very fierce, he's still like a kid inside. He actually wants to fight for faith with his own child, he's really too much." Yu Xiaoxiao joked, "Doesn't that show that godfather loves and cares about you?" You can't just pour all of your attention on little brother and end up neglecting godfather, right? That's right, that's right. Our daughter is right. Fang Zizhen pushed open the door with a face wreathed with smiles. He ruffled Xiao Xiao's hair and complimented her. Good daughter, looks like I didn't dote on you for nothing. Lady Fang felt a bit bashful inside, yet she obviously rolled her eyes to cover up her inner happiness and shyness. After the baby was born, the most important ritual after the full moon celebration was the washing ceremony. On the third day after an infant was born, they needed to hold a washing ceremony. Friends and relatives were all invited over to participate. The purpose of this washing ceremony was to wash away all of the bad and dirty things and also pray for fortune and good luck for the newborn. Because most of their friends and family were in the capital, Fang Haolin's washing ceremony was simultaneously simple and grand. It was simple because a lot of people didn't come over. Although many of their friends and relatives got the notice in the capital, they weren't able to make it. As for grand, it was because her godparents and the people around them all attached great importance to this and didn't let a single detail go. On the third day after Fang Haolin was birthed, Yu Xiaoxiao's whole family came over in the early afternoon. Madame Lu and Xiaoxiao's oldest paternal aunt both helped with a lot of matters regarding this ritual. The two midwives grinned until their faces almost split open. With the help of the servants, an incense burner table was set up in the reception area outside of the birthing chamber. The table was set with the images of the childbirth goddess, the sending children goddess, the measles and plague goddess, and another 13 gods. Rice was set on the censer and held the powdered incense. Lady Fang's bedhead also had the images of the god and goddess of Kong beds, and the images had 5 bowls of osmanthus flower pastries in front of them as offerings. The maids all placed copper basins full of locust tree and mugwort juice in front and also set the table with the required articles for the ceremony. At this time, all of the officials in town and the docks, including Fang Zizhen's personal assistants, came in with gifts. Even Princess Consort Jing came over with her 2 sons to send her congratulations. The 2 midwives held little Linlin and the washing ceremony began. Fang Zizhen had been an orphan since he was a child and his martial teacher was stationed far away at the borders. Thus, the Yu family represented his side of the family. Yu Hai added a ladle of clear water to the copper basin and also put his presence in there. This represented filling the bond. Yu Hai and his wife had added a pair of carved, auspicious fortune, and longevity, silver bracelets. Yu Hang also used his personal cash reserve to add a beautiful and exquisite silver necklace for little Linlin. Shaolian added a pair of anklets that had tiny little bells on them. Even little Shido, who hadn't reached the age of 7, added a silver 9-link chain. As for Linlin's older sister, Xiao Xiao, she had prepared her gift a long time ago. It was a set of auspicious jewelry for children that was made with pure gold and inlaid with jade. The jewelry was finely made, unique, and full of auspicious meanings. Princess Consort Jing's gift was a pair of jade scepters made of the finest mutton fat jade. Her 2 sons also gave them gifts of immense value, especially Royal Prince Yang. His gift was not only expensive but also extremely rare as it was from his travels in the West Hemisphere. It was a small belt accessory that was carved out of ivory. The officials of Tanggu Town and Fang Zizhen's personal assistants also added gifts to the copper basin one after another. The maids and older servants also added some longan, jujube, chestnuts and other fruits with auspicious meanings. The 2 midwives continuously spouted out words of good fortune. For example, when a person added water, they would say, flowing water lead to a mind that is clever and quick-witted. When someone was adding jujube, chestnuts, and longan fruits, they would say, jujube seeds will lead to unending descendants. Longan, one shall place first on all 3 examinations. After the ritual of adding gifts to the basin was over, the midwives picked up wooden clubs and stirred the contents as they chanted, 1 stir, 2 stirs, 3 stirs, an older brother will take his younger brother for a run. 70 sons, 80 sons, silly sons, naughty sons, all of them will quickly come. Xiao Xiao listened to the proceedings as her excitement shot through the roof. She thought all of this was very interesting. After saying that, the midwife began to bathe the baby. After going through the procedures, the water in the basin had already cooled down. Poor little Linlin was stripped naked, and then put into the water. These days, Xiao Xiao bathed the little fellow nearly every day. The little fellow had gotten used to bathing once a day, so when his swaddling clothes were opened up, he still remained obedient and quiet. However, when the little guy was stripped naked and placed in the slightly cold water, he was suddenly startled and began displaying his amazingly loud voice, crying loudly. The midwife smiled and said, "The young master is certainly someone who is blessed. With a ringing bond, one shall be blessed with good fortune and happiness." Then she started bathing the little guy. As she washed him, she recited the congratulatory speech. First, wash your hair first and be a nobility. Next, wash your waist and each generation will have a higher rank. Clean your lower body, and you will become a county magistrate. Clean your armpits, and you will become a senior official of a prefecture. The other midwife placed a ball of mugwort leaves with a slice of ginger as the base on the baby's forehead and burned it in a token manner. After that, she combed the baby's hair and tidied his appearance, while saying, "Comb 3 times with a comb and 2 times with a fine-toothed comb, you will grow up to be a high-ranking official. Draw your left eyebrow and strike your right sideburn, find a virtuous wife. Brush your teeth and rinse your mouth, you will be an eloquent speaker." After that, she rolled an egg on the baby's face and chanted, "Roll an egg on the face and your face will be like an egg's skin. With fair skin and a healthy blush, you will be a lovely person." Then, she gently patted the little fellow's forehead 3 times with a leek and said, "1 strike for intelligence. 2nd strike for wit, ellipsis ellipsis." Fang Howlin wasn't someone who would let others control him, so he was extremely uncooperative during the entire process. He kept kicking the water and crying desperately with his eyes closed. Lady Fang's heart ached dearly upon hearing his cries. However, this was a tradition passed down by the older generation to pray for the child. Thus, she could only suppress herself from going up to stop it. When they finally completed the 3 stages of washing ceremony, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly picked up little Linlin and stuffed him into the embrace of Lady Fang, who was lying on the bed. The little fellow, who was terribly exhausted from being tossed about, stopped crying and fell asleep as soon as he returned to the familiar and warm embrace. Yu Xiaoxiao expressed deep disapproval for tormenting a 3-day-old baby like this. It was no wonder that the survival rate of babies was so low in ancient times. It wouldn't be weird for a baby with a weaker body to fall ill after being tormented in this way. Last night, Xiaoxiao bathed the little fellow, who had a stuffy nose, with mystic stone water, and added a few drops of the mystic stone water in the water he drank. Hence, little Linlin was able to avoid the danger of becoming sick. This spring, Yu Xiaoxiao lived a full and busy life. During her godmother's postnatal confinement period, she attended to her and thought of ways to make meals to nourish her body. She helped her godmother take care of the little guy, Fang Howlin. Besides his mother, little Linlin was the closest to his godsister. She also had to go back every few days to water and fertilize the watermelon, corn, and potatoes. Of course, she didn't need to do the work herself. For her family's a dozen or so mu of farmland, her parents and her aunt's family, whose health had already recovered, would help take care of the fields. She just needed to be responsible for making the so-called fertilizer. When they grew melons and vegetables last year, Yu Hai still didn't really believe that her so-called fertilizer could accelerate the growth of crops. Well, it didn't look any different than clear water. It was colorless and tasteless, so he thought. That his younger daughter said it casually like she was playing house. But later, the family's vegetable garden and melon patch grew extremely well. There was no comparison for the watermelon, so it didn't need to be mentioned any further. With a rough estimate, the family's 2 or 3 plots of vegetable fields actually had a bigger harvest than other families' 7 or 8 mu of land. Not to mention, the harvest of the sweet potatoes in autumn was 3 times higher than Erguzi's family's harvest. 3 times higher. Yu Hai once watched the entire process of his younger daughter preparing the fertilizer. She had only added a few drops of water from a small bottle into the bucket. He had even secretly tried it with his tongue, and it was no different from the water that they usually drank. However, it was this extremely ordinary water that displayed such a great effect. Could people not be surprised? He remembered that his younger daughter had once said that her soul had visited the underworld and she had encountered immortals. Could it be that she had really been enlightened by the immortals? Thus, She had the magical ability to turn normal water into a fertilizer that could accelerate growth of crops. Yu Hai thought about this in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything about it, for fear that someone with ulterior motives would hear it and treat his precious daughter like a monster. Since then, in order to cover for his younger daughter, he dug a large manure pit at the foot of the back mountain. The manure of livestock, human waste, and fertilizer made of dead leaves from the mountains were all collected there. When it was time to fertilize the fields, he would come take some as a way to cover for his daughter. When the villagers saw the Yu family's crops growing so well, they all praised Yu Hai for being so hardworking and capable, and that he had used the right amount of fertilizer. No one suspected Xiaoxiao at all. Xiaoxiao's oldest aunt's family lived in town for several days. Lu Hu's health had just gotten slightly better, and the family hurriedly packed up and went back to Dongshan village with Yu Hai. In their opinion, although it was convenient to live in town, they needed to spend money for everything. The wild vegetables that could be found everywhere in the countryside needed to be bought with money in town. At present, her younger brother was responsible for all their food and accommodation. As his older sister, not only could she not take care of her younger brother, but she also needed him to subsidize her. With that said, would she be able to stay in town with ease? Fortunately, Lu Hu's health recovered rather quickly. In addition, he was able to eat rice and wheat flour for every meal, and from time to time, there would also be chicken, fish, and meat. Every meal that the family ate was like a meal for the new year. The three children had apparently gotten chubbier, and there was also a rosy glow on their faces. Even their personalities seemed to have become livelier. Yu Kaifeng felt that her body was even healthier than before she became a refugee. As soon as her husband was able to walk, Yu Kaifeng packed the little luggage that they had and returned to Dongshan village on her younger brother's carriage. After Yu Kaifeng got married, she had only returned once. It had already been over a decade since she left Dongshan village. When she saw the old elm tree at the entrance of the village again, she really did feel somewhat anxious when approaching her hometown after being away for so many years away. She smoothed out the cotton clothing that her younger brother bought for her, and then squeezed out a smile for those familiar, or unfamiliar, faces from her memory. "Oh, isn't this old Yu family's Kaifeng? I haven't seen you for over a decade. Your children are so big already." Under the old elm tree, there were several old people playing chess and chatting. The village head looked up and saw Yu Kaifeng's family coming down from the horse carriage. He was stunned, but he recognized her. Yu Hai's eldest uncle, Yu Lichun, heard this and quickly got up. He walked closer to them and looked carefully at Yu Kaifeng. With slightly moist eyes, he choked up and said, "It's Kaifeng. It's really that child Kaifeng. You have gotten a lot thinner. It must have been difficult over the years, right?" Village chief, eldest uncle. Yu Kaifeng's eyes brimmed with tears, but it was unknown whether she had recalled how she couldn't control her fate in the past, or if it was the joy of reunion. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Yu Lichun wiped the corner of his eyes and said with a big smile, "Your father has been worried about you, since you lived far away in the northeast, since he heard about the drought in the northeast last year. You, this child, are so stubborn. Why didn't you come back earlier? You must have suffered a lot, right?" Yu Hai hastily interjected, "Village chief, eldest uncle, my older sister just came back, so let's get her settled down first. Go, go." The village head waved his hands at them. Yu Lichun, on the other hand, followed them to the Yu family's old residence. Following the path in her memory, they went straight to the old residence. Although she had already prepared her heart, when she saw the black brick, tiled roof house and a tall, imposing stone-enclosed courtyard, Yu Kaifeng still felt astonished inwardly. Younger brother had really made a fortune. Besides the village head's house, it was impossible to find such a dignified house in the entire village. As soon as they entered the gates, their eyes were filled with the vigorous green vegetables that were growing under the sun. Some of the matrons who helped to pick vegetables were close childhood friends of Yu Kaifeng, so there was naturally another series of chatting. In a daze, Yu Kaifeng settled in the two-room compound on the side. After a long time, she finally realized that it wasn't a dream. The three siblings of the Lu family had originally thought that the houses in the countryside would be about the same as their house in the northeast, so they hadn't expected that it would be even more dignified than the houses in town. Although there were only two main rooms, There was a large courtyard and side rooms on both sides of the building. It was more than enough room for a family of 5. The 3 siblings all got their own rooms, and they were so happy that they didn't even know what they should do. Before they could be happy for too long, Luhu called the children together later that evening and solemnly told them, "Children, you guys must remember that we're only temporarily staying at your maternal uncle's house. When father's health is better, I'll find the village head to see if he can give us an approval for a piece of land. We'll build a 2-room straw cottage and move over. It's improper to live in your uncle's house for too long." Lu Junping nodded his head sensibly and said, "I heard that it's easier to find a job at the docks now and there's also a high wage. I'll go to the docks tomorrow to take a look." Lu Yanner bit her lips and said in a soft voice, "I can also earn money by sewing pouches." Lu Fangping, who was only 6 years old, opened his mouth, but lowered his head and muttered, I can't make money. What should I do?" Lu Yanner comforted him considerately. "You can help with the chores at home, such as collecting firewood, making a fire, and so on. In the future, our family will definitely raise chickens and pigs, so you can help feed the little chicks and pigs off." Little Fangping immediately cheered up, nodded repeatedly, and said, Xiaoping can help catch bugs to feed the chickens. When the chicks grow up and lay eggs, I can sell them for money." Looking at her sensible and obedient children, Yu Kaifeng held them in her arms, feeling sour and proud in her heart. Hearing that Lu Junping wanted to work at the docks, Yu Hai looked at the little fellow's still growing body, and weak and thin arms. He thought about it and said, "Our watermelons will ripen soon, so we will surely need help at that time. Why don't Junping stay and help uncle?" Now, the 5 members of the Lu family relied on the Yu family for food and accommodation, so they naturally wouldn't refuse to help. The recently recovered Lu Hu, Yu Kaifeng, who couldn't stay idle, and Lu Junping, who considered himself as an adult, followed Yu Hai to work in the fields every morning. They were all capable workers, so they swiftly finished watering, fertilizing, and weeding the dozen or so mu of farmland. It was worth mentioning that Wang Ergo had become much more diligent since the birth of his son. He rented his land to Yu Hai to grow watermelon, and he was even more attentive to the melon field than when he grew sweet potatoes in the past. He had to come over and check the field several times a day. He searched for weeds in the field several times a day, so he had already pulled up all the weeds. Looking at the tiny watermelons growing bigger day by day, he seemed to be able to see silver ingots flying at him in succession. It was as if he could see his own house covered with black bricks and tiles, and his son grown up and going to school. Since the seeds had been planted, nearby villagers would come to the Yu family's cornfields to see the rare crop. Due to being specially notified by the royal prince from the capital, the county magistrate attached great importance on this matter and sent bailiffs to patrol the fields every now and then. The village head of Dongshan village took this as a great honor and established a patrol team. Every day from morning to night, there would be people guarding the fields, so it made things a lot easier for the Yu family. Most of the villagers looked up to Yu Hai with great respect. The village head also didn't dare to put on the airs of a village head in front of him. When the village head's successful sons returned to the village, they also took the initiative to be on friendly terms with Yu Hai. This was no joking matter because Yu Hai's family was definitely different from before. First, they became friends with the young boss of Junshou restaurant and caused the future master of the Zhou family to regard them with special respect. After that, they became adoptive relatives of a general. But that wasn't the end of it. Now, they had also become acquainted with a royal prince from the capital. He was a real member of the imperial family. To be able to work for the royal prince, it wasn't only the pride of the Yu family, but also the entire Dongshan village. In the future, if someone wanted to cause trouble at Dongshan village, he would have to first consider whether he had the ability to do it. One had to know who the master was before striking a dog. Imperial Prince Jing had built a mountain manor in Dongshan village, so he would certainly provide some protection to Dongshan village. The village head felt his back becoming ramrod straight, and in front of other village heads, he felt a slight sense of pride in being superior to them. There wasn't anyone in the surrounding villages who didn't know that Yu Hai was protected by the royal prince. Therefore, although a lot of people came to see the rare crop, none of them dared to have any malicious intentions. Tisk tisk, is this the corn that was brought back from the west? Why does it look like sorghum seedlings? Ah, they didn't plant the wrong seeds, did they? Someone gloated. The Yu family's corn, which had been planted for less than half of a month, had already grown upwards. With a green stalk and wide leaves, it looked like a green flag fluttering in the wind. Compared with the corn in her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao relied on her cheat, the mystic stone water, and sowed ahead of time. As expected, corn watered by the mystic stone water grew very fast. Corn usually took around a month to mature, but the growth period had actually been shortened by half. Moreover, it had grown very luxuriantly. As if it was in a competition, the watermelon fields next to it grew rapidly. Normally, watermelon planted in March or April would be ready for harvest in July or August. For the Yu family, this regular pattern of growth had already been broken. At the beginning of March, when the land in the north had just thawed, the Yu family's melon seedlings had already sprouted and were buried in the fields. In order to prevent freezing, straw thatches were moved to the melon fields. When the temperature was low at night, they would be used as blankets for the seedlings. At noon, when it was warmer, the watermelon seedlings would bask in the sunlight. Even in the early spring when the temperature was low, the watermelon seedlings still grew tenaciously. It was currently still late April, but the watermelons in the fields were already about the size of a rubber ball. The dark green watermelon in the green foliage resembled a mischievous child poking his head out to look about curiously. Yu Hai walked around the melon fields and picked out several watermelons that had ripened early for his daughter in town. He planned to go to town tomorrow and bring 2 watermelons for her to taste. Wang Ergo trotted over with a grin and looked at the plucked watermelons. His eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Brother Dahai, there's already ripe watermelons." "That's great. It won't be long before we harvest the watermelons on a large scale, right?" Yu Hai picked up the largest watermelon, stuffed it into Ergozi's hands, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Ergo, you have worked hard during these past 2 months. Take this watermelon back and taste it. Rest assured, we will definitely give you priority for this year's watermelon." This year, they planted 6 mu of watermelon. According to last year's output, they should probably yield about 100,000 caddies of watermelon. Seeing that the Yu family and Wang Ergo made a lot of money from selling watermelons last year, ideas emerged in the minds of the villagers of Dongshan village. They had already quietly approached Yu Hai, hoping to get a wholesale quota. There was a limit to the amount of ripe watermelons produced every day, so he couldn't promise everyone. After a period of distress, Yu Hai chose to work with several families that he had a closer relation with, and politely declined the others. Those who had been rejected would certainly feel unhappy in their hearts, but now Yu Hai was rich and had backing from influential people, so what could they do even if they felt unhappy? Yu Xiaoxiao, who was taking care of her godmother and younger brother in town, couldn't return to Dongshan village every day, but she was always concerned about the watermelon fields. She counted her fingers every day. Soon, the watermelons would be available on the market. In her heart, she pondered whether she should rent a shop in town to sell the watermelons this year. Although the 2 shops near Junsho restaurant were located in a good area, they had been rented out after all, and signed a 3-year lease. If they rented a shop randomly, it would probably be hard for their business to achieve the same popularity as last year. Just as she was troubled over this matter, her father, Yu Hai, had come to visit his precious daughter with several ripe watermelons. Fang Zizhen had gone to the harbor, so the head steward invited Yu Hai to the study in the front court and sent someone to the inner court to notify the eldest young miss. The head steward didn't dare to slight the master's adoptive relative, who had come from peasant origins. Not to mention the master's attitude towards this adoptive relative of his, but just based on the fact that his daughter was even more important than the master's own daughter, no one would dare to look down on him. The head steward had worked for Fang Zizhen since he had been conferred the title of a general. Due to his loyalty and competence, he had been bestowed the same surname as his master. For servants, it was a great honor to be given the same surname as their master. Whether it was in the general's estate in the capital or the residence in Tanggu town, head steward Fang was second only to the masters. Yu Hai was honest and sincere, but he wasn't dull. He knew that, in order for his daughter to live comfortably in the Fang household, he couldn't offend head steward Fang. He picked one of the watermelons that he brought over and handed it to the head steward. Yu Hai said with a smile, "It's a homegrown watermelon, which isn't worth much money." Head steward Fang, "Take it and have a taste." Were there watermelons at this time of the year? As the chief steward of the general's estate, head steward Fang naturally wasn't someone who lacked knowledge and experience. His master was favored and trusted by the emperor, so he would be rewarded with some of the watermelons that were given as tribute every year. His master was very generous to the servants, so he had also tried them from time to time. However, weren't watermelons used to relieve the heat in midsummer? Why were the watermelons already matured when it wasn't even summer yet? Although there was doubt in his heart, head steward Fang happily accepted the present and sincerely thanked him. Seeing eldest young Miss coming from the inner court, he excused himself and left. Head steward Fang had come to Tanggu town with his whole family. When he brought the watermelon to his own housing compound, his two young sons welcomed him with a cheer. "Watermelon. Father, you're actually willing to buy such an expensive thing for us to eat." The corner of head steward Fang's mouth twitched. He patted his youngest son's bottom and said with a smile, "When was your father ever unwilling to buy things for you guys?" This watermelon was rewarded by the general's adoptive relative. At this time of the year, it can't even be bought with money. They probably grew it themselves, right? Last year, I heard the servants of the Zhang estate next door say that the Yu family's watermelons are big and sweet. Moreover, the price is much cheaper than in the capital. At that time, the lord often lived in Dongshan village, so he must have eaten a lot of watermelons. Head steward Fang's oldest son, who was 15 years old, took the watermelon with a smile and spoke as he eagerly went to find a knife. The head steward's wife, who was in charge of the inner court's kitchen, wasn't in the room at the moment. His oldest son took his two younger brothers and skillfully cut open the watermelon. The red melon meat was dripping with alluring juice as the knife sliced through it, and a sweet smell hit their noses. His youngest son, who was only 6, couldn't resist swallowing his saliva, and he stared at the watermelon as if his eyes were glued on it. The head steward couldn't help from laughing and patting the little guy's bottom again. In his heart, he thought about his youngest son's age and the possibility of his youngest son becoming the young master's personal manservant in the future. Their age gap wouldn't be considered too big, would it? Everything in the general's household would definitely belong to the young master in the future. It seemed like he needed to personally teach his youngest son. "Steward, head steward," a slightly flustered voice sounded in head steward Fang's ears. It was the gatekeeper, old Joe. Could it be that something happened at the entrance? Head steward Fang didn't have time to enjoy the delicious watermelon with his sons and hurriedly rushed out of the room. He saw the gatekeeper, old Joe, trotting in, but he couldn't tell whether the expression on his face was due to excitement or panic. Head steward, Yang, Royal Prince Yang, Royal Prince Yang. Since he had rushed over, old Joe was out of breath and stuttering, which made head steward Fang very anxious. Royal Prince Yang, Royal Prince Yang came. Our madam has a good relationship with Princess Consort Jing. Did the Princess Consort send Royal Prince Yang to visit our mistress? His master didn't have any relations with Prince Jing's estate, let alone Royal Prince Yang, who was aloof and proud. Except for this reason, head steward Fang really couldn't think of another possibility. Old Joe first nodded his head, and then shook his head incessantly. He patted his own chest several times and finally stopped gasping for breath. After that, he loudly said, "Royal Prince Yang came to see our eldest young miss." After the birth of the young master, the Fang Zizhen couple had ordered the servants to call their goddaughter, eldest young miss. This was to show that Yu Xiaoxiao still had a very high position in the couple's hearts, and was comparable to their own child. Royal Prince Yang wanted to see eldest young miss. When did eldest young miss know this cold-faced royal prince? Although head steward Fang had doubts in his mind, he still rushed over to personally greet the royal prince, and respectfully invited him into the estate. "Royal Prince, our eldest young miss is currently in the reception hall of the outer court. This way please." Head steward Fang was polite and respectful, but not cowardly. "That lass is in the reception hall." Since when was a little girl allowed to entertain the guests in the Fang household? It seems like the lass has quite a high position in the hearts of General Fang and his wife Ah. Zhu Junyang's pair of deep eyes were filled with the glow of interest. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had received the news from the reception hall, saw the youth, who appeared to be isolated from all heat despite being bathed in the sunlight. Beside the tall, green bamboo, a young man who exuded a faint and indifferent aura, walked over with the light against his back. Under the warm spring sun, circles of dazzling light shone on the youth's hair, which was scattered on his shoulders. He had a cold and haughty gaze and a pair of beautiful and slender eyes. Under his tall, sculpture-like nose, his thin lips were pursed into a line. The sharp gaze and cold expression of the youth showed an unruly incisiveness and sharpness. However, for some unknown reason, Yu Xiaoxiao could clearly feel that his coldness and aloofness was just a solid shell to protect his soft heart. To be armed with indifference at all times, he must be very tired, right? For no reason at all, she actually felt a slight sense of heartache. The faint fragrance of tea lingered in the air of the reception hall. Zhu Junyang sat uninhibitedly at the main guest seat, slowly picked up the cup of tea, pushed away the green buds floating on the surface of the tea with the cup lid, and took a sip with his ruby lips. Westlake Longjing tea. It wasn't a very valuable variety of tea, but it emitted a clear fragrance and had a mellow sweet taste that he had never tried before. Zhu Junyang looked down at the tea leaves in the cup. His thick and curled eyelashes were like a pair of butterfly wings, fluttering. He lowered his head and took another sip of the fragrant tea. Yu Hai sat in a slightly restrained manner on the seat on the right of Royal Prince Yang. He had only seen and heard of such characters like princes and princess consorts in operas and storybooks. It was really a brand new experience for him to be in the same space as a royal prince. Yu Hai glanced at his younger daughter, who handled the situation with ease, and felt that, as her father, he must not disgrace her even if he couldn't help her. With this thought, he straightened his back and put on a slightly more serious expression. After the young royal prince came in by himself, he hadn't said a word and just drank tea. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that she had several imaginary black lines on her forehead. This guy, he didn't specially come to the Fang estate to drink tea, did he? Seeing that the royal prince didn't have any intention to speak, Yu Xiaoxiao was getting somewhat impatient. She personally poured more tea for the young royal prince and said with a slight smile, "May I ask for the reason of young royal prince's visit?" Such an awkward-sounding dialogue nearly caused her to bite on her own tongue. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in her heart. It's so tiring to talk to these royalties. Zhu Junyang clearly felt Yu Hai's slightly uneasy mood. He knew that this man, who looked very simple and honest, was the little lass's father. He looked at the fresh watermelon on the table in the reception hall. It seemed like there were dewdrops on the leaves, so he must have brought it over for his daughter as soon as he plucked it this morning. He was a father who dearly loved his daughter Ah. He knew that the Yu family's watermelons sold very well last year. But he didn't expect the watermelons to mature so early in the year. If he remembered correctly, even in the warm south, it wouldn't be possible for watermelons to ripen so early. This watermelon. After pondering for a moment, the reticent Zhu Junyang said two words and then turned silent again. What the heck? Not only did he come to drink tea, but now he also wants to eat watermelon. I didn't encounter a fake royal prince, did I? Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. With the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the little girl's expression. Zhu Junyang suddenly felt that there was something wrong. Why couldn't he feel that lass's mood and thoughts? Zhu Junyang's ability to pry into other people's thoughts wasn't the ability to read minds. Instead, he was able to clearly perceive the other person's emotions such as joy, sadness, cruelty, and dislike. For example, Yu Hai's uneasiness at the moment. The stronger the emotion, the more it affected him. At times, when all kinds of negative emotions came at him, it would be so overwhelming that he would want to find a method to vent. For a period of time, he had used violence to vent, but that only enhanced his notorious reputation. For more than a decade, there was barely any emotion that he couldn't sense. However, today, he actually couldn't detect the slightest mood change in the little girl in front of him. This both surprised and disturbed him. While he was feeling puzzled, Yu Xiaoxiao had already asked someone to bring a knife, quickly cut open the watermelon, put it on a tray, and carried it over to the royal prince. Her big eyes were curled into a pair of crescent moons and the dimples on the corner of her smiling lips appeared from time to time. She said with a crisp voice, "Young royal prince, this watermelon is one of the earliest to mature in our fields. Try a slice." Zhu Junyang looked at her brightly smiling face, which was like a spring flower, and inwardly wondered the true meaning behind her smile. Was the smile genuine? Could she be plotting something that he didn't know? He suddenly realized that without the perceptive ability that he detested, there was no sense of security within his heart. He looked at the bright red watermelon, and then looked up and stared fixedly at the little person holding the tray, as if he wanted to look into the depth of her heart. Didn't the young royal prince want to eat watermelon? Why isn't he eating it after I cut it for him? Why is he looking at me? Is there something dirty on my face? Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but free a hand and touched her clean, little face. The watermelon juice on her hand accidentally left a red mark her face. The big pair of bright, limpid eyes in front of him blinked. It was often said that a person's eyes were the window to their souls. This pair of eyes didn't dodge his cold gaze. Her clear, pure eyes gradually eased his guarded heart. She was only a rural girl, who wasn't even 10, so how many ulterior motives could she have? Was he being a little too nervous and treating everyone like an enemy? Under the gaze of those slightly doubtful eyes, he raised his hand, picked up a slice of watermelon in his hands, and slowly put it in his mouth. A slightly cool sweetness dispersed within his mouth. The taste of this watermelon was sweeter and more delicious than all the watermelons that he had eaten before. As if all the negative emotions had been taken away by indescribable sweetness, there was only one word in his heart: enjoyment. How's the taste? The little face that was filled with anticipation for praises and compliments appeared vividly in front of him. It seemed as if he would be condemned as a sinner if he didn't say a word of compliment. After finishing the slice of watermelon in his hand, Zhu Junyang took another piece and gave a rare compliment: "It's pretty good." "Right, isn't it?" Yu Xiaoxiao's big eyes narrowed into a line like a cat that was satisfied with its owner's caressing. "I told you. Ordinary watermelons can't compare to the taste of the watermelons grown by our family. With just the size alone, it's already more superior than all the other watermelons in the great Ming dynasty." Hearing this, Yu Hai knew that his daughter's little love for boasting was acting up again. However, they were in front of the royal prince, so they needed to be cautious and not offend the lord. He quickly said, "Daughter, shouldn't we be a little more humble?" The strong father-daughter affection came directly at Zhu Junyang. He looked at the slightly dull rural man. His heart was obviously full of timidity, but he was willing to take the risk of offending him to help his daughter. Compared to those officials who sold their daughters to seek honor, this was such a pure fatherly love. The shackles in Zhu Junyang's heart seemed to have loosened a bit. There were positive aspects of the people in the countryside. Their simplicity, pureness, and kindness were things that had long been forgotten by those so-called nobles who had experienced officialdom for a long time. Due to this, his body and mind gradually relaxed at this time. "Your daughter is right. Your family's watermelon is grown very well. I'll be returning to the capital in a few days, so load a cart for me to bring back as gifts," Zhu Junyang said in a very matter-of-course manner. Load a cart? Is he paying? Even without using his perceptive ability, Zhu Junyang could easily read the little girl's thoughts based on her obvious expression. Who is this prince? Would I not be able to afford a cart of watermelons? Even if I just randomly took out one of the small items brought back from the west, it will be worth more than a cart of watermelons. What does she take this prince as? Those tyrants who doesn't pay after taking something. Zhu Junyang was so angry that he became amused. Royal Prince, may I dare ask, around many days will it be before you return to the capital? Using their watermelons as gifts. It was such an honor to be valued by the royal prince. Yu Hai felt excited with just the thought of those nobles in the capital eating his family's watermelons and knowing that the Yu family of Tanggu town produced delicious watermelons. However, they wouldn't be able to harvest a lot of watermelons in the next 2 days. If the royal prince wanted them tomorrow, where would he find a cart of watermelon for him? Zhu Junyang didn't want to think too deeply about Yu Hai's contradictory moods of excitement and distress, and said, "We will set out 5 days later." "Is there something that you're troubled about?" "No, there isn't." Yu Hai finally felt relieved. 5 days later, the watermelons in the fields should be mostly ripened. There shouldn't be any problem with loading a cart. Money? What about the money? Shouldn't you leave a deposit? Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her big, bright eyes and looked expectantly at the young royal prince. The corner of Zhu Junyang's mouth twitched a few times. Was money all this little lass thought about? She just hadn't stretched out her hands and directly asked for money. He took off the embroidered pouch tied around his waist and threw it directly onto the tray in Xiao Xiao's hands. Yu Xiaoxiao stared at the exquisite embroidered pouch. It was shriveled up and didn't seem like there was a lot of money inside. As a royal prince, this guy shouldn't be too poor, right? Inside, could it be golden ingots? Wasn't that how it usually was in all the novels? Those high-ranking officials and noble lords all used golden ingots. A piece of gold was worth 10 pieces of silver. It should be enough for the deposit, right? What was with this little lass's gaze? Did she think that he gave too little money? How expensive would a cart of watermelons be? At most, 1,000 taels of silver. Inside his embroidered pouch was a high-quality mutton fat jade pendant, which was worth at least 5,000 taels of silver. Such ignorance. Iya, this young prince is so poor. But it doesn't matter. When I visit the princess consort in a few days, I can conveniently mention this matter and ask her to increase her youngest son's allowance. Iya, I'm so kind and righteous. Doing good deeds without leaving a name. Thinking about the young royal prince's rich mother, Yu Xiaoxiao stopped worrying about whether there was enough money for the deposit. Seeing that the young prince had stopped after eating a few more slices of watermelon, she instructed a maidservant, who worked in the outer courtyard, to bring the watermelons to the bodyguards so that they could have a taste. Since the watermelon had already been cut open, it would be a waste to just let them sit on the table. The imperial guards had been working very hard too. The young girl was quite good at conducting herself. It should be noted that people also treated the imperial guards of the Prince Jing's estate in a courteous manner and flattered them. Their status was even higher than those low-ranking officials in the capital. The corn kernels, have you planted them yet? Zhu Junyang finally remembered the reason for his visit and asked. Corn kernels. It wouldn't be that he regretted giving her the seeds. And wanted them back, right? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the young royal prince with a stunned expression. Zhu Junyang sullenly said, "What's with your expression? There's no way that this prince, will take back something that I have given away. The ministers of the Ministry of Revenue don't know how to grow corn. I'm here to ask if you have planted them already, and the method of sowing. Does he know how to read minds? How does he know what I was thinking when I didn't even say it yet?" Yu Xiaoxiao had inadvertently revealed the truth. Zhu Junyang, you just don't have the words written on your face, but anyone can see what you're thinking, okay? You have been living in town these days. If it delays the farming, you will be punished. Don't forget that you have already signed a military writ. Zhu Junyang couldn't help reminding her. Why am I talking so much today? What's going on? Yu Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and said with a smile full of confidence, rest assured. The corn has been planted for more than half a month. Isn't it almost up to the calves, father? Yu Hai had to walk around the fields every day, so he naturally knew the progress of the corn like the back of his hands. Hearing her question, he quickly nodded and said, The leaves of the corns are already 2 fingers wide, and each stalk of corn has at least 6 or 7 leaves. It should have already entered the jointing stage. Daughter, don't worry, with father looking after it for you, there won't be any problems. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled brightly at her father, and then turned to Zhu Junyang and said, Did you hear? Without being modest, I'll say that there's nothing that my family can't grow. By the way, father, I asked you to help me transplant the apple and persimmon trees. Have you moved them yet? Yes, apples, persimmons, and grapes have all been moved. I also found a hickory nut tree in the mountains and moved it next to our yard. Yu Hai had never refused his youngest daughter's requests. That's great. In the future, when we're staying indoors during the winter, we can sit on the Kong bed and eat delicious roasted hickory nuts. Father, you're the best. Yu Xiaoxiao pulled on her father's hand and shook it in a spoiled manner. Yu Hai gently caressed his younger daughter's little head and smiled until his crow's feet appeared. Well, this pair of father and daughter has started chatting with each other now. It is really okay for them to leave me, this esteemed guest, hanging. Feeling the deep affection between the father and daughter and seeing their interesting interaction, Zhu Junyang was reluctant to interrupt the warm scene. Miss Yu likes to eat hickory nuts. Then you must also like sunflower seeds. Zhu Junyang didn't want to just be a spectator and couldn't help interjecting. Sunflower seeds. There are already sunflower seeds in this era. That's great. Eating sunflower seeds is my favorite thing to do in my spare time. Sunflower seeds. You have the seeds? Yu Xiaoxiao eagerly asked. Sure enough, she knows about sunflowers. This little girl from the Yu family must have some kind of secret, just like the emperor also has a secret. Zhu Junyang's voice was cold but not callous. He slowly nodded and said, that's right. Among the seeds that I brought back from the west, there's sunflower seeds. I heard that cooked sunflower seeds are edible. You can try it. Okay. Give me the seeds and I will try planting it. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help cheering in her heart. Ha ha. Fortunately, she had transmigrated to the Great Ming Dynasty and had a senior transmigrator who liked to travel across the sea and look for treasures in the west. In the future, she could eat sunflower seeds. So happy. Looking at the young girl's expression, which resembled a kitten who secretly ate a little fish, Zhu Junyang's mood had inexplicably improved. The most genuine things were the most touching. Perhaps, in Tanggu Town, he could relax wholeheartedly without having to stay away from the crowd. He didn't need to be on guard at all times, and he didn't have to doubt everything. This kind of lifestyle might be more suitable for him. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth curled up into a charming smile. After so many years, he had finally found the expression of smile again. When I go back to the capital, I'll have someone send the seeds over. It won't be too late, right? If Princess Consort Jing saw him speaking so much on his own initiative, would she be happy or jealous? No, it won't be too late. With the mystic stone water as her cheat, she could still grow the sunflowers even if she got them later. How many seeds would the young royal prince give her? Would it be enough to eat? Holding her small face, Yu Xiaoxiao smiled so much that only her 2 rows of pearly whites could be seen, and her eyes had disappeared. I want to see the growth of the corn and make a simple record. Zhu Junyang thought about how he left the troubled Ministry of Revenue behind in the capital and came to Tanggu Town to relax. If the emperor asked about it, he would have an excuse. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was in a good mood, nodded incessantly and said, all right. Tomorrow I will accompany young royal prince to the fields. Rest assured, there definitely won't be any problems with letting us grow the corn. After setting a time to meet and go back to Dongshan village tomorrow, Zhu Junyang stood up and said goodbye. If you guys can finalize a set of methods to cultivate corn and potatoes, this prince will report your meritorious deed. At that time, you will naturally be rewarded. Although she was afraid that her identity as a transmigrator would be revealed by her fellow transmigrator, the emperor, the rewards granted by the emperor must be extraordinary. Yu Xiaoxiao felt distressed in her heart. Should she take credit for this contribution or not? The next day, the news that the royal prince would visit Dongshan village had already spread throughout the village at rocket speed. After the village chief received this news from Yu Hai last night, he was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep for the entire night. With 2 large dark circles under his eyes, he started making preparations. He gathered the whole village early in the morning and held a meeting. The main point of the meeting was to remind the villagers to be more cautious and keep an eye on their own children, lest they offend the Lord. Moreover, they also butchered pigs and sheep and gathered all the well-known cooks in the village to brainstorm and prepare a meal for the noble guest. When Zhu Junyang arrived in Dongshan village with the county magistrate, he could see from afar the villagers of Dongshan village, who enthusiastically lined up to welcome the guests. Yu Xiaoxiao rode on the little red horse that her godfather gave her and followed behind the young royal prince and the officials, looking carefree. As soon as they reached the entrance of the village, she saw village head grandpa and the villagers kneel down immediately. She was so startled that she hastily urged the little red horse to move far away from them. Many of the villagers were her elders, so if she didn't avoid them, her life would be shortened. Seeing his master's gaze, Zhu Junyang's personal imperial bodyguard, Wu Deshan, hurriedly dismounted and helped the white-haired village head up and said, "The royal prince is traveling incognito, so there's no need to be so ceremonious. Villagers, please get up quickly." The village head, who had been helped up, was so excited that he burst into tears and said with trembling lips, "Your Highness has condescended to visit, this commoner doesn't dare to slight off. This is something we should do." Someone who had studied for a few years was truly different. He sounded so reasonable. Yu Xiaoxiao got off her horse and went to find her family in the crowd. However, Besides her eldest granduncle, Madame Zhang, and the Yu Dashan couple, she didn't see her own parents. She crept into the crowd, came to her eldest granduncle's side, and asked in a low voice, "Eldest granduncle, did you see my father?" Yu Lichun glanced in the direction of Royal Prince Yong and saw that no one was paying attention, so he whispered, "Your parents are waiting at home. You must be careful and don't offend the noble lord." From the corner of his eyes, Zhu Junyang saw the little lass going into the crowd like a nimble little squirrel and whispering, as if she was a kitten who was going to steal a fish. How could a person's expression be so lively and changeable? What an interesting fellow. He didn't realize that as long as Xiaoxiao was around, his eyes couldn't help but follow her. Yu Xiaoxiao squeezed out of the crowd and arrived next to village head grandpa, who was acting in a very respectful manner. With a grin, she looked at Zhu Junyang and said in a slightly chirpy tone, "Young royal prince, do you want to go directly to the fields, or rest at my house first?" Wu Deshan looked at the son. Like usual, he didn't bother the master with such trivial matter and replied on his behalf, "Since the weather is pretty good right now, let's go to the fields first." This prince is tired after riding on the horse for so long. Zhu Junyang suddenly wanted to see what kind of family raised such an eccentric little girl. Wu Deshan quickly corrected himself and said, "Miss Yu, please lead the way." Yu Xiaoxiao obediently walked in the front, and behind her, a red filly, which hadn't fully grown yet, followed her step by step. Zhu Junyang noticed that the reins of the filly wasn't in the hands of the young girl, yet it followed her obediently. It was quite a tame and clever steed, which was perfect for a young girl like her. Yu Xiaoxiao walked in the front, while Royal Prince Yong and his entourage followed behind. Behind him was the new county magistrate of Tenggu Town and the officials of the county yamen, and finally the village chief and several respected elders in the village. The large group quickly reached the old residence of the Yu family. Zhu Junyang looked at the brand new brick and tiled house, which was extremely simple compared with the tall gated estates in the capital. It was a simple compound with a large open yard. There were green vegetables on both sides of the small brick pathway in the yard. There weren't any complicated constructions, cascading pavilions and terraces, and precious flowers and plants. However, there was a sense of tranquility and warmth within its simplicity, which made it easier for people to open their hearts, put down all their complex thoughts, and return to the countryside and nature. In front of the main room in the courtyard, under a blossoming peach tree, there were several different shaped stone stools beside a stone table, which was carved in accordance to the shape of the stone. There were cotton cushions of various colors on the stools, which showed a sense of warmth in the cold. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the large group of people coming over, and moved all the chairs and stools in the house. But there still wasn't enough seats. She scratched her head and said awkwardly, "Why don't I go borrow some chairs from Auntie Joe's house?" "No need, no need. We can just stand," Zhao Zixuan, the new county magistrate of Tenggu Town, hastily said. What a joke. Was there anyone here who could sit as equals with the royal prince? In the end, other than Royal Prince Yong, everyone just stood around him like they were being punished. Yu Xiaoxiao thought it looked somewhat awkward, but the ancient concept of social ranking wasn't something that a little girl like her could change. She picked a plate of ripe tomatoes and several crispy and tender cucumbers from the garden in the backyard, and then cut a big watermelon that they had at home. She placed them all on the stone table and raised her eyebrows with satisfaction. This was the right way to entertain guests. County Magistrate Zhao looked at the cucumbers and almost choked on his saliva. She actually served cucumbers to the royal prince. Wasn't that too weird? After walking so far, do you want to eat some watermelon to quench your thirst? Yu Xiaoxiao picked up a slice of watermelon and warmly handed it to the young prince. Yesterday, at her godfather's house, this fellow ate a lot of watermelons and also ordered a cart, so he must like to eat it, right? However, she had misunderstood the young royal prince yesterday. Although the jade pendant in the embroidered pouch wasn't gold or silver, even she, who didn't know much about jade, could tell that it wasn't ordinary from its texture. She quietly showed it to her godmother in the evening. It was worth at least several thousand taels of silver. To buy a cart of watermelons with several thousand taels, he was indeed a member of the imperial family. So rich. The watermelon that she cut today was relatively large, a total of 20-something catties. The young prince definitely wouldn't be able to finish it himself. Yu Xiaoxiao, like the child of wealth, picked up a piece of watermelon and started distributing it. Looking at the sweet-smelling watermelon in front of him, County Magistrate Zhao glanced hesitantly at Royal Prince Yang, and didn't dare to pick up the watermelon until he permitted. Zhao Zishuan was born in a poor family and didn't have anyone of high status supporting him, so he had only gotten the position of a county magistrate at the age of 40. He finally got this rare opportunity to interact with a noble from the capital, so he naturally didn't dare to make any mistakes. Seeing the county magistrate take the watermelon, the other officials of the yamen, who came to familiarize themselves with the noble guest, also took the watermelon and thanked the young girl. Not only the officials of Tanggu town, but Royal Prince Yang's servants and imperial bodyguards also got watermelons. Of course, the elders in the village also received a piece. Due to the joyous scene in the yard, Zhu Junyang felt that today's watermelon was even sweeter than yesterday's. The sweetness went all the way to his heart. In a good mood, he picked up a cucumber, looked at it curiously, and began to chew on it. The taste is pretty good, and it's crispy and juicy. Although it isn't as sweet as a watermelon, it has a distinctive taste. Poor child had never seen a freshly plucked whole cucumber. When he ate it in the past, it had been carved meticulously by the chef. Thus, he didn't know that this glossy green-colored and delicious-tasting thing was what a cucumber originally looked like. Seeing that the young royal prince was enjoying the cucumber, County Magistrate Zhao also picked up a cucumber and chewed on it like the royal prince. He couldn't help praising, the cucumbers grown by Miss Yu's family are even tastier than the ones sold in the market. They all say that your family has a secret method of cultivation. Is it true? Yu Xiaoxiao got a tomato, took a small bite, and sucked the juice with relish. Hearing that, she said with a smile, "What secret method can there be? We're just tending the crops more carefully. It may be that our vegetables matured earlier and everyone is tired of eating cabbages and radishes in the winter, so they think that it's a fresh experience." After Zhu Junyang finished the cucumber, Zhu Junyang saw Xiaoxiao enjoying a tomato. He picked up a big red tomato and copied her by taking a small bite and gently slurping the sweet and sour juice inside. What is this? Zhu Junyang couldn't help but ask curiously. Yu Xiaoxiao excitedly introduced, "This is called tomato, and is also known as wolf peach. It seems to be imported from a foreign land, and is used as a decorative plant. In actuality, it is a kind of vegetable with high nutritional values. Unlike the rumors, it's not poisonous." "Oh, right. The unripe green tomatoes do contain some toxins." "What? It's poisonous?" The entourage was shocked. Wu Deshan grabbed the tomato in Royal Prince Yang's hands and had a terrible expression on his face. County Magistrate Zhao's face turned pale, and he hollered, "How dare you? You actually dared to poison the royal prince. Do you know what crime that is? Quickly arrest her." Yu Xiaoxiao, who was nibbling on the inner flesh of the tomato, was immediately held down by Royal Prince Yang's imperial bodyguards. The tomato in her hands fell onto the ground and rolled to Zhu Junyang's feet. Zhu Junyang frowned slightly as he looked down at the small tooth marks on the half-eaten tomato. Seeing the apparently painful expression on Xiaoxiao's face, his gaze turned deep and his thin lips were pursed. Wu Deshan, who had worked under him for many years, knew that his master was really angry, so he hastily admitted his mistake. "This subordinate noticed too late, please forgive me. Why are you guys arresting me for?" Let go. Yu Xiaoxiao's arms were twisted behind her back, and their strength made her very uncomfortable. She struggled slightly and shrieked with a wrinkled face. Yu Lichun, who had followed over, quickly knelt down in front of the cold-faced royal Prince Yang and pleaded in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, this commoner has eaten tomatoes numerous times. It's definitely not poisonous. Royal Prince, please make a wise judgment." The village head had also eaten the tomatoes grown by the Yu family, so he also kneeled and pleaded on behalf of Yu Xiaoxiao. "It's true that tomatoes aren't poisonous. This commoner ate two this morning. There must be some misunderstanding." Yu Xiaoxiao finally understood why she was being held down. She didn't know whether she should cry or laugh as she said, "If tomatoes are poisonous and I just ate it myself, wouldn't I be committing suicide because I'm tired of living? I have no enmities with the royal prince, so how would poisoning him benefit me? I reckon you guys are too anxious. You guys don't have persecutory delusion, right?" "Persecutory delusion? What's that?" Hearing the new term, Zhu Junyang made a gesture to tell his subordinates to let go. It seemed like he had often heard these weird and novel terms from the emperor before. This little lass wouldn't be a long-lost illegitimate child of the emperor, would she? Young royal prince, wasn't that thought too absurd? Yu Xiaosao plopped down on the stone chair in front of him and angrily picked up another tomato. She waved it at the boorish guards, like she was demonstrating to them, and then fiercely took a large bite, as if the tomato was the bodyguard's flesh. With her mouth stuffed with the tomato, she said in a muffled voice, "Poisonous." A ripe tomato is not poisonous. How ignorant and unworldly. Persecutory delusion is an illness here, always thinking that someone wants to harm yourself. As she said that, she pointed at her own head with her index finger. Zhu Junyang also picked up a bright red tomato and placed it in his mouth, but he was stopped by his loyal guards. "Royal Prince. Don't make a fuss. No one here will hurt this prince. Relax, otherwise, you'll really be a patient suffering from persecutory delusion." With his eyebrows raised, Zhu Junyang was apparently in a good mood, and the tomato in his mouth seemed even more delicious. After eating a stomach full of fruits, it seemed like it was time to get up and move. Zhu Junyang stood up, grabbed a tomato in his hands, and slowly walked out the yard as he said, "Come, it's time to look at the cornfields." When the group reached the cornfields, the Yuhai couple and Lu Hu's family had just finished watering the over 10 mu of land. There wasn't a lot of rain this spring. Fortunately, the Yu family's farmland was close to a mountain stream, so it was convenient to water the crops. Waving his hands to stop Yuhai and the others from kneeling down to greet him, Zhu Junyang personally went to the edge of the field and bent down to look at the corn seedlings, which were nearly up to his knee. It hadn't been 20 days since his return, but the corn had already grown so tall. It seemed like this crop, corn, grew pretty fast. He straightened his back and looked around. 10 or so mu of cornfields were stretching their leaves under the sun. Under the bright spring sun, there seemed to be a lively sprite jumping on each leaf. "Not bad. You guys have grown the corn very well." Zhu Junyang didn't stint on compliments and praised them sincerely. Yuhai was about to reply humbly, but his dear daughter, who was silly and bold, proudly said, "Of course. We don't fight uncertain battles. If we can't grow them well, then why would we be so bold as to sign the military writ?" Looking at the little lass's complacent expression, Zhu Junyang felt that today's sun was great, warm and brilliant. The scenery of the West Mountain nearby was pretty good. It was verdant and lush. Even the fields with the fragrance of soil seemed to have become more lovely. His good mood lasted until he returned to the residence that Princess Consort Jing temporarily stayed. Princess Consort Jing looked at her son, who was walking over. Although he still maintained an expressionless face with his lips still pursed and eyes exuding coldness, she clearly felt that her son seemed to be in a good mood. Her little Junyang went out early in the morning and didn't come back until the evening. Did something good happen that caused him to change from his state of a walking air conditioner? She accidentally used the emperor's evaluation of her son. But it was quite a vivid description. Based on her understanding of her son, if she directly asked, she wouldn't be able to get any answers. She could only do it in a roundabout way by asking his subordinates. She glanced at her son, who was currently drinking tea, and then asked Wu Deshan, who was standing ramrod straight beside her, "Where did you go with the young royal prince today?" Wu Deshan looked at his master and saw that the other party didn't seem to mind him answering, so he quickly replied, "In reply to your highness, today I went to Dongshan village with master and checked the Yu family's growth of corn and potatoes." "Oh, to Dongshan village. I heard from Lady Fang that it's a good environment, surrounded by mountains and sea." "Yanger, what do you think?" Princess Consort Jing had heard Lady Fang praise Dongshan village many times, so she yearned to visit the place. However, right now she was more curious about what good thing her son had encountered at Dongshan village. It's not bad. She shouldn't have asked this son of hers, who cherished words like gold. Look, he only said 4 words like he was already doing a big favor to others. However, that didn't affect the communication between the mother and son. Princess Consort Jing had become accustomed to the conversation mode of her speaking to herself. "I heard that last cower say that the weather has gotten warmer now. so it's suitable to go up the mountains to dig for wild herbs, as well as set some traps to catch some pheasants and wild hares for a special meal. Also, when the tide is low, one can also gather seafood at the beach. Clams, scallops, oysters, if one's lucky, one can find sea cucumbers washed up on shore. Last time, that lass brought over some marine goods and made spicy stir-fried clams, steamed scallops with garlic, grilled oysters. I'm drooling just by thinking about it. You say, why didn't I meet Xiaoxiao first? In that case, the position of her godmother would have nothing to do with Lady Fang. Princess Consort Jing babbled, but didn't notice that her youngest son was listening attentively. Zhu Junyang touched his chin. Spicy stir-fried clams, steamed scallops with garlic. They sounded pretty appetizing. The meal he had at the Yu family's old residence this afternoon was made by the little lass, under his order. The taste was extraordinary. Although they were all common homemade dishes, the taste was different and suited his taste even more than the dishes in the famous restaurants in the capital. He quietly pondered how to find a reason to try the seafood cooked by the little girl. Ah Chu, Yu Xiaoxiao, who was lying with her limbs spread out on the Kong bed after sending off the great lord, Royal Prince Yang, suddenly felt an itch on her nose and sneezed. Who is it? Who's scheming behind my back? Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed her nose and murmured. Madame Lu set dinner on the Kong table, poked her little head, and said with a smile, what do you have that's worth scheming for? Could it be you got a cold from the cold winds on the field? Tomorrow, when you go into town, remember to go get some medicine from Tongren Medicine Hall. Madame Lu was always worried about her youngest daughter's health. When she was born, the doctors all said that she wouldn't be able to survive. Although there weren't any problems in the past 2 years, how could one accurately predict an illness that was present since she was a fetus? Several times, when her youngest daughter was close to dying from her illness, Madame Lu would always blame herself. She thought that her body was a letdown for causing Xiaoxiao to take medicine every day as a meal when she was young, letting her suffer for so many years. So Madame Lu preferred to indulge this daughter of hers. It turned out that their indulgence didn't make their youngest daughter spoiled but even brought more and more benefits to their family. Madame Lu was convinced that her youngest daughter must be a treasure bestowed onto them by the heavens. Yu Xiaoxiao turned over and sat up from the Kong table, and then she cleverly went to help her mother set the dishes and chopsticks. Ever since her godmother moved back to town because her due date was nearing, Xiaoxiao had stayed by her godmother's side. Although she had gone back to Dongshan village from time to time over the month, the time she stayed at home was very short. Every time she left, she would feel bad when she saw her parents' reluctant eyes. After transmigrating into this strange world, it was her parents that gave her the most selfless love and tolerance. This moved her and gave her a sense of belonging in the family. Her acceptance of Fang Zizhen as her godfather, on the one hand, was because Fang Zizhen treated her well. On the other hand, it wasn't without uses. After all, this world was a vicious class society. If she wanted to openly do something and had no strong backing, she would more than likely become the target of some powerful people and eventually become their slave. Fang Zizhen, who was a third-ranked general, had appeared at just the right time. After recognizing him as her godfather, Fang Zizhen wanted to give her the best of the world and treated her well from the bottom of his heart. Her godmother also treated her as if she were her blood-related daughter. Humans are emotional creatures. Yu Xiaoxiao naturally returned their treatment with sincerity. With the effects of the mystic stone water, she healed her godfather's difficult problem and successfully got herself a new little brother. Her godparent both said that she was a fairy bestowed by the heavens to help them, but it was more accurate to say it was love traded for sincerity. She treated them sincerely because of their love for her. The couple had entered her heart and became recognized as her family. Now that they had their own child, maybe she could quietly retire. After godmother finished her month of confinement after childbirth, she could go back to Dongshan village and accompany her parents, never leaving again. The next day, Yu Xiaoxiao rode her little red pony. On both sides of the pony's back, she had tied several big watermelons with straw ropes. She was also carrying several muskmelons that had matured early in her hands. This year, Xiaoxiao had gotten several melon seeds and planted them in the melon field, which had gradually begun to mature. Upon remembering the several fruit trees in the corner of the backyard, Yu Xiaoxiao's mood suddenly became better. she wouldn't have a lack of fruit to eat in the future. There originally weren't many fruits in this era, and even fewer are suitable to plant in the north. Fruits were a luxury that only the rich could eat. Although with her family's current financial conditions, they could also afford fruit, Xiao Xiao felt that it was a waste of money to buy those fruits, which weren't very tasty and was extremely expensive. Since they had their own land, as long as they could find the seeds or seedlings of the fruits, and with the little divine stone present, there wasn't anything they couldn't grow. She had found that the taste of fruits and vegetables watered by the mystic stone water had improved by more than a bit. So why not just do it? Dongshan village's villagers, who went to town in the early mornings for the early market, would see a little girl in elegant riding clothes, riding a little red pony that was trotting on the flat official road. Tied onto the pony's back, there would be heavy watermelons. This was Yu Xiaoxiao, who had decided to go to town early in the morning. Upon meeting the familiar villagers, Xiaoxiao would show a sweet smile and greet them. The villagers of Dongshan village, thinking about yesterday's scene of welcoming the royal prince and the fact that her family was acquainted with a princess consort, naturally didn't dare to slight her. So they all answered with a sincere or fawning smile. Madame Zhang, who was going to town to see her son, walked by. The corners of her mouth turned down as she glanced at the person and the horse. She looked steadily ahead and continued walking forward. After the lawsuit, Yu Bo's reputation in town had gone down the drain. In this lifetime, he would never be able to enter Rongshuan Academy. With his moral conduct, even his original academy kicked him out, let alone Rongshuan Academy, where people were accepted based on their talent and moral integrity. He was instilled with the idea that in the future he would obtain fame and become a high-ranking official since childhood. Naturally, he wouldn't give up the idea of studying, but in Tanggu town, there wasn't any academy that didn't know his reputation. Who would accept him? Presently, Yu Bo could only follow his father-in-law, who was a county official, and review the knowledge he had learned before. Madame Zhang didn't learn from her previous actions. She believed that her son was delayed from his prospects by Yu Hai's family. If it wasn't for that girl, Xiaoxiao, then they would have just lost some money. They could earn the money back, but once a scholar's reputation was destroyed, he would lose everything. No, she couldn't allow her 10 years of hard work to be thrown to the winds. With the current reputation and status of Yu Hai's family in Dongshan village, they weren't people who she could bully and control anymore. Besides, they still had something on her. Madame Zhang couldn't be rash. This time, she was going into town for her son's future. Since the schools in town couldn't accommodate her son, then they would go to the prefectural city. The prefectural city was nearly a 2 days traveling distance from Tanggu town. It was impossible for her son's reputation to have reached every academy in the prefectural city, right? For the sake of her son's education, Madame Zhang didn't care about money. As long as her son could pass the examination and become an official, even if she had to live in harsh conditions, it would still be worth it. Yu Xiaoxiao was very clear on the ancient people's respect for filial piety. Although her family and her oldest paternal aunt's family all know about Madame Zhang's vicious side, when all was said and done, the villagers of Dongshan village didn't know. What appearances had to be kept were still kept. Grandmother, are you going to town to see my younger uncle? The road is quite long. Why didn't you tell us so that my father could take you there with the carriage? Yu Xiaoxiao came down from the horse's back and appeared like a very polite girl. Madame Zhang was eager to tear the smile off her face and replied ambiguously, "Your family has climbed up a high branch. Why would you still care about this old lady's life or death? Let you guys take me in the carriage. I don't have that good fortune." Several villagers, who were going to town with Madame Zhang, had an expression of disapproval on their faces. In their minds, they thought, Madame Zhang really doesn't know how fortunate she is. She has such a good son, even if he's not by blood, she should still try to win him over. What is she doing? Yu Xiaoxiao clearly saw the expressions on the villagers' faces out of the corner of her eye and smiled even more brightly. Grandmother, what are you saying? Those who know will say that you understand our family is busy and doesn't have any time. Those who don't know will think that you have a problem with us. How about this? You can ride my pony and I can walk over. What do you say? Yu Xiaoxiao, you clearly know I don't know how to ride a horse, but you still want me to get on the horse. Are you thinking this old lady has lived too long and want me to fall to my death? Madame Zhang craftily smiled and snorted. Yu Xiaoxiao's face fell, and with a face full of grievances, she said, Grandma, how can you say that? I suggested it with good intentions. Madame Mao, who came with Madame Zhang, couldn't bear to see the old lady using her age as an advantage anymore. She came up and shielded Xiaoxiao behind her and said, I've heard that Xiaoxiao wasn't treated well by you when the family had yet to separate. Today, I've finally seen it. Xiaoxiao is just afraid that you are tired and offered to let you ride the horse. It's enough that you don't appreciate it, yet you also distort her good intentions. How can you be a grandmother? Fortunately, Brother Yu Hai's family separated early. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what Xiaoxiao would have become with your treatment. It's said that Xiaoxiao was weak and sickly. Since birth, could it be caused by you, this harsh grandmother? Madame Mao's mouth was said to be invincible in the entire village. However, Xiaoxiao knew that she was the model of a sharp tongue with a soft heart, so the relationship between the two families was pretty good. Madame Zhang's entire face turned red with Madame Mao's words, but she couldn't come up with any words to refute her claims. After all, the severe winter before last year, Yu Xiaoxiao was ill and she, the grandmother, was reluctant to give money for her to go see the doctor. When Xiaoxiao's father went to his eldest uncle's family to borrow money, everyone in the village knew about it. No matter how she argued, no one would believe her. Madame Zhang wasn't a merciful person. She pointed at Madame Mao's nose and angrily said, I'm talking to my granddaughter. What does it have to do with you, Madame Mao? You really are meddlesome, sticking your nose into other people's business. Oh, I know, your Qian family used Dahai's glory to get the help of Junsho Restaurant and gained many benefits. You've gotten their help, so you have to speak up for them. That's why you've come up to take the scolding, right? In terms of quarreling, Madame Mao had never been afraid of anyone. She had been unhappy with Madame Zhang, who kept asking for trouble all the time, for a long time. So today, she definitely wouldn't spare her. Oh, how come I can hear the jealousy in this? Brother Dahai is kind-hearted, so he has never refused to help anyone in the village when they go to him. Speaking of him, how can anyone in the village not praise him? Some people are so blessed that they don't know it. During his most difficult times, they separated from him and even hid the money that he used his life to get. Tisk tilde to be brothers, yet using his older brother's money, that he used his life to get relations. He deserved to be cheated. The heavens do have eyes, they are looking at us. People can't do the wrong thing, sooner or later they will be punished. Everyone in the village knew that Yu Hai was bitten by a bear while saving General Zhao. General Zhao gave the money that he got for the bear to Madame Zhang and asked her to use it to treat Yu Hai's injuries. The result, if old Yu wasn't around, Yu Hai would have been left on the bed for the injuries to run its course. This Madame Zhang really is cruel. When Yu Hai's family was injured, sick, and weak, she wanted to divide the family. After receiving the 300 taels, which should have been used to save someone's life, she practically let them leave without anything. She even said Yu Hai had personally asked to separate their families. Yu Hai was just too benevolent to expose her lies. Who didn't know the truth? In that situation, even if it was for his wife and children, he wouldn't have separated their families voluntarily. The villagers nearby automatically imagined what happened afterward. The gazes directed at Madame Zhang all regarded her as shameless. How could Madame Zhang listen to others talk about her youngest son? Aou! She rushed at Madame Mao. Madame Mao was much younger than Madame Zhang. She was quite agile, so how could she be caught by Madame Zhang? Madame Mao flexibly dodged Madame Zhang's claws while still brutally talking. What? Did I get it right and you're angry with embarrassment? All of our deeds are seen by the heavens. In the future, you should quit doing those despicable acts. Whoops, you're old and should take it easy. Don't strain your back and blame me for pushing you. Everyone is watching, right? I didn't touch a single hair on her. If she falls or bumps into something, it has nothing to do with me. Since I can't afford to provoke her anymore, can't I hide? I'm leaving. Madame Mao took great strides and left. Like a gust of wind. After all, Madame Zhang was old. Although she had tried to scratch the other woman, she didn't even manage to touch Madame Mao's clothes and even tired herself out. How could the panting Madame Zhang catch up with the young Madame Mao? She could only stare at her departing back. Madame Zhang saw Yu Xiaoxiao, who was standing at one side, and felt that the longer she looked at her, the more Yu Xiaoxiao looked like an eyesore. Madame Zhang angrily said, "Hurry up and go. Are you standing here to see a joke?" Yu Xiaoxiao's goal had been achieved. "Grandmother, since you don't like me, I won't stay here and obstruct your view. Uncles and aunties, is there anything heavy that I can take with me?" she said with a smile. Upon hearing her words, they all shook their heads and said, "No, there's no need. Lady Fang is waiting for you to take care of her, how about you go first?" The villagers all saw such an obedient and clever child. How could Madame Zhang dislike her so much? Yes, we didn't bring much stuff with us, we can carry it. Your pony is already carrying so many things. If it doesn't grow under the pressure, won't you feel sorry?" This was someone that had a closer relationship with Xiaoxiao, so the person cracked a joke. Xiaoxiao bid the villagers farewell with a smile and mounted the little red pony that was standing still. The little red pony seemed to be impatient. As soon as Xiaoxiao sat down, the animal trotted forward without any urging. "This pony is strong," was what it seemed to be telling the villagers. When she caught up with Madame Mao, Xiaoxiao said a few words with her before heading toward the town without stopping. When she was about 1 kilometer from Tanggu town, she came across third young Master Zhou, who was galloping at full speed. In the past year, third young Master Zhou's position in the Zhou family had risen. The old patriarch of the Zhou family had been training him to become the next head of the household. Third young Master Zhou had become even busier. Not only did he have to check on the businesses of his subordinates, but he also had to learn how to manage the family's business. The Zhou family were imperial merchants, who were in charge of buying materials for the royal court. Naturally, he couldn't be given the cold shoulder. Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't seen third young Master Zhou for many days already. "Third young master, where are you going in such a hurry?" After the road from Tanggu town to Dongshan village was completed, other than the second young master and the steward of Prince Jing's estate, there weren't many people who could ride a horse or carriage. Yu Xiaoxiao and the third young Master Zhou had recognized each other from a distance. Third young Master Zhou fixed his hair that had been blown by the wind and sulkily replied, "This road leads straight to Dongshan village, where else do you think I can go?" "Oh, the busy third young master is gracing our Dongshan village with his presence." Yu Xiaoxiao continued to tease. Zhou Zixu rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you say something nice? I haven't seen you in so long, yet you still like to exchange barbed words with me." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Okay, let's speak seriously. What do you need me for? Let's talk as we go." Zhou Zixu looked at her with a smile and said, "Why are you so confident that I'm looking for you? Can't I be looking for Uncle Yu?" After saying those words, he turned his horse so he was beside Xiaoxiao's maroon red pony. The little red pony under Xiaoxiao was upset that Zhou Zixi's big black horse was so much taller than itself. Unlike its usual temperament, it turned its head to bite the big black horse. Zhou Zixu, upon seeing this, hurriedly pulled on the reins of his beloved horse to take him over a few steps, not letting the little one succeed. "Yo, it's true, what kind of owner will raise what kind of horse? This little guy actually dared to provoke my black cloud. It's got some nerves." Yu Xiaoxiao gently stroked the little red pony's mane, pacifying the animal. "Who told your black giant to show off its big head in front of little red? Only a fool would not resist after being bullied." Zhou Zixu laughed and pointed at her with his index finger. "You, always with the misdirection. There's nothing wrong with Black Cloud being tall. It's tiny that's green with envy. For being so small, it sure has a big temper. It must be the result of your teachings." Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and said, "Tiny is at home. Last time I don't know who it was that had ideas for our little roe deer." HMPH. After Zhou Zixu became busy, he was afraid that his mother would be lonely. Thus, he made plans for the little roe deer in Xiaoxiao's home. He wanted the silly interesting little fellow to accompany his mother so she wouldn't be lonely. Who knew that before Xiaoxiao could even open her mouth to refuse, the little roe deer ran off into the forests of the West Mountains until Zhou Zixu left. Afterward, every time he went to the Yu family home, the little roe deer would either pee on his feet, rub dyed grass into his new clothes or stay away so far that he couldn't even get a glimpse of him. Joe Zixu joked that Tiny was someone that remembered grudges. He can't be provoked just like his master. When she mentioned the embarrassments of the past, Joe Zixu rubbed his nose somewhat unnaturally. Remembering what he came for, he hurriedly said, "A while ago, grandfather and I were busy with the selection of the new imperial merchants. With the trust of the emperor, we managed to keep our previous timber supply business despite strong competition. However, the Emperor Emeritus has ordered our Junsho restaurant to be responsible for the purchase of braised flavoring and dried seafood for the imperial kitchen. That's a good thing. Congratulations on your success, third young Master Joe. You got the rights to purchase 2 materials with just 1 try. The Joe family imperial merchant's position will be very firm." Yu Xiaoxiao knew that the profit of the imperial merchants was very sizable and that competition was very fierce. The current head of the household, which was the first branch of the Zhou family, was the nominal uncle of third young Master Zhou. However, he was actually his biological father and only had average abilities in business. The Zhou family currently had the old patriarch managing everything, so they were still able to keep their standing. But the old patriarch was getting older with every passing year, so how long could he hang on for? This was also the reason why the old patriarch was rushing to teach third young Master Zhou everything. Fortunately, Zhou Zixu showed extraordinary business abilities while he was still young. This time, he was able to get the internal supply of braised flavoring and dried seafood. All of this occurred because Junsho restaurant had made its place in the capital. Everyone knew about the osmanthus duck and roasted chicken from Junsho restaurant. Even the Emperor Emeritus often left the palace to have a meal and he would also pack some to take back. It was said that he was taking it back to give some to his precious grandson, the current emperor, as a reward. Last summer, Yu Xiaoxiao also occasionally went into the ocean to get some top-grade abalone, sea cucumber, etc. All of this seafood was sold to third young Master Zhou. Third young Master Zhou got the best value out of the gourmet seafood by putting them on a seafood feast auction at the Junsho restaurant in the capital. All right, even the emperor was notified, who then privately visited Junsho restaurant. He then met the gluttonous Emperor Emeritus and the two of them dominated the seafood feast auction. Actually, it was the Emperor Emeritus who revealed his identity, and thus, the competitors naturally gave up without taking any actions. Although the seafood feast auction didn't get to the price that Zhou Zixu wanted, the goal had been achieved. All the officials, rich businessmen, and the children of the aristocratic families present crowded Junsho restaurant. The Emperor Emeritus didn't enjoy the seafood feast alone, he invited the officials above the third rank present to share the feast. Most of the seafood in Junsho restaurant was delivered on ice. However, the best grade of seafood was freshly caught seafood that was still alive. Everyone knew that transporting live seafood was extremely difficult. During transportation, normally seafood will die or turn smelly. However, these abalone and sea cucumbers were given mystic stone water and, as such, they had a strong vitality. When they arrived in the capital, they were still alive and jumping around. Naturally, their taste would also be better than those transported by ice or dried. As soon as that glutton, the Emperor Emeritus, ate some, he noticed the difference. Therefore, the Zhou family easily became an imperial merchant family who were given a second good to monopolize. It was very simple to supply the braised flavoring. Head chef Wang, who was transferred to the capital's Junsho restaurant, was personally able to make some and send it to the palace. However, seafood was not easy to supply. Although the Emperor Emeritus was gracious and only asked them to supply dried seafood, most of the high-grade abalones and sea cucumbers lived in the deep sea. Even the most experienced fishermen could only get it by chance. Would ordinary abalones and cucumbers be able to enter the eyes of the Emperor Emeritus? If they gave lower quality products, would the Zhou family still have a way to live? Without any other options, third young Master Zhou could only go to Dongshan village to get reinforcements. After hearing third young Master Zhou's reason for visiting, Yu Xiaoxiao frowned for a moment. The high-grade abalone and sea cucumber, as you have said, can only be found by chance. Is there a fixed supply amount that the palace has requested? The Emperor Emeritus also knows that high-grade seafood is hard to get and requested only half a catty a month. Ordinary seafood requires 5 catties. Third young Master Zhou said with a gloomy face. The 4 seafood treasures were all separate categories of seafood. Due to the difficulty in hunting them, they were all very expensive. The price given by the palace was fair. With the Zhou family's connections, it wasn't hard to get ordinary seafood. However, obtaining high-grade seafood, especially abalone and sea cucumber, was causing the Zhou family a bit of trouble. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly calculated in her head. It took 2 to 3 caddies of fresh seafood to make 1 caddy of dried seafood. Since the palace requested half a caddy a month, then, in 1 year, they would need to give 6 caddies of dried seafood. Converting it back to live abalones and sea cucumbers, that would be 18 caddies at most. 18 caddies of high-grade abalone and sea cucumber, to other people, would be as hard to get as ascending to the heavens. For Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, who had a cheat, it could be easily done in a few days. The Emperor Emeritus also said that live abalones and sea cucumbers should be provided at least once a month in the summer. They have to be high-grade. Third young Master Zhou cried without tears. The Emperor Emeritus must wanted to force the Zhou family to die. It was no wonder that those other imperial merchants, who used to supply seafood to the court, looked at the Zhou family as if they were waiting to see a joke. Third young Master Zhou only knew how hard it was to get high-grade seafood when his grandfather told him when he got back. In the past, the Yu family had sent top-notch seafood to him every few days or so. He had thought abalones and sea cucumbers were easy to get. Sob sob sob, he was so wrong. What should I do? Save me, Uncle Yu, Xiaoxiao. All right, stop trying to look so pitiful, you look like such a wuss. Yu Xiaoxiao slanted her eyes at third young Master Zhou, who was biting on his handkerchief and sobbing pitifully. She couldn't help but make fun of him again. Third young Master Zhou placed his hands on his heart as tears pooled in his eyes. The expression on his face was mournful and it looked as if he was accusing Xiaoxiao of having a heart of stone. Yu Xiaoxiao swiftly calculated what was needed and then carelessly waved her hand at him. Stop pretending. Isn't it just half a caddy's worth of dried seafood every month? I'll talk to father when I get back home. You also know that my father is a good hand at gathering and catching seafood. There's nothing too difficult for him. The tears in third young Master Zhou's eyes momentarily evaporated and the wretched-looked expression on his face also disappeared. He looked at her with trust in his eyes and nodded his head. After hearing your words, my heart is at ease and I now have a plan. Xiaoxiao, your family is truly my savior, my lucky star. Enough, enough, I'm back home, so you should go do what you need to do. Oh right, when do we need to start supplying the dried seafood? Yu Xiaoxiao reliably asked for the crucial detail. Worry crawled up third young Master Zhou's face again as he said, it's been almost a month since the Emperor has bestowed us with this position, so then the dried seafood requirements start next month. Now the seawater is a bit cold and it's not a good time for people to go out to sea, what do you? Yu Xiaoxiao verified with the little divine stone silently first and then waved her hand in dismissal at the youth. All right, I know. At the beginning of next month, come to my family's residence to receive the dried seafood. Third young Master Zhou asked somewhat hesitantly, at this time of year, can Uncle Yu really handle it? Xiaoxiao, I don't want Uncle Yu and your family to have something happen because of my family's situation. Yu Xiaoxiao felt very grateful inside yet kept a tranquil expression on her face as she mildly replied, my family still has some dried seafood at home. Originally the plan was to eat that seafood ourselves but my parents thought that it would be too wasteful for us to eat something so expensive. We only ate some once during the New Year celebration but since then they couldn't bear to eat any more. I estimate we probably still have around 1 caddy's worth. Xiaoxiao, you guys are truly my saviors. If third young Master Zhou wasn't currently riding his horse, he likely would have ran over and held her hand out of supreme gratitude. Ahem, men and women should not touch when they give or receive things. Since they were both on their respective steeds, he could only use the windows to his soul, his eyes, to express his gratitude and respect. Yu Xiaoxiao gave him a look full of dislike and said, wipe that disgusting expression off your face. Just looking at it gives me the chills. After settling the problem of next month, third young Master Zhou was in an incredibly good mood. He noticed that they were both about to enter through Tanggu Town's gates, so he enthusiastically invited Xiaoxiao over for a meal. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. This morning, she had left very early from Dongshan village. Although Little Red was a young and small animal, it had been raised on mystic stone water, so it wasn't any slower than an adult horse. At this time, wasn't it still around 8 in the morning? What kind of meal did he want to treat her to? She had already eaten breakfast and it wasn't time for lunch either. It was obvious that he wasn't being sincere since he wanted to treat her to a meal now. I need to head back after getting my supplies so I can make some medicinal cuisine to nourish my godmother's body. I'll take a rain check on this meal. That being said, when can't I get a table at Junsho restaurant? Anyway, you've already set aside a private table for me, so I can use it whenever I want. Therefore, you treating me to a meal doesn't have much meaning. Yu Xiaoxiao had a slightly smug yet sweet expression on her face. On one of the side streets was Zhu Junyang, who had gone out early to help his mother buy some side dishes. He coincidentally came across this scene. He looked at the small, porcelain-skinned face that still had traces of baby fat on it. Under the warm light of the beautiful morning that had clouds drifting by, her face looked extremely full of life, especially her pair of vivid and limpid doe-like eyes. Her eyes seemed like they could speak volumes and were full of a mystical spiritual energy. He had never seen a little girl before who was more real or adorable than her. She seemed to have some sort of magnetic attraction coming off of her. No matter how far away she was, she could always draw his attention. As if she could feel his gaze on her, Yu Xiaoxiao moved her pair of lively eyes in his direction. The two of them made eye contact in the sea of bustling people. People walked to and fro on the bustling street, and there was no lack of rich people dressed to the nines in fine brocade. However, Royal Prince Yang seemed to be the only one that mattered. Everyone else in the area melded into the background, while he seemed to be glowing. His mere presence attracted multiple looks from all of the young maidens and matrons in the area. Yu Xiaoxiao calmly stared at Zhu Junyang, who wasn't standing far away. In her previous life, even the most attractive and handsome teen idol celebrities couldn't hold a candle to Royal Prince Yang's looks. He had a fine nose, as if it was sculpted by the best plastic surgeons, and extremely attractive, lightly pink lips that were on the thinner side. His sword-like eyebrows were full and arched perfectly on his face. There wasn't a part of his body that wasn't perfect. The more attractive part of him was that air of slight apathy that came off of him. He was a solitary man in a vast world, as stately and independent as a mountain. Occasionally, in his cold eyes, there would be a flash of loneliness that could draw a person to drown in that pair of deep eyes. In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao was the epitome of a person who was drawn to looks. Her favorite celebrities were the teen idols who had beautiful and handsome faces. Consequently, she couldn't help but appreciate people who were extremely good-looking. Ever since Zhu Junyang had reached the age of 12 to 13, he always had the admiring gazes from young, well-bred maidens following him. About 4 to 5 years ago, he had found it harder and harder to endure those adoring yet calculating stares. His special ability made him be able to feel every little bit of attention that was on him. All of the well-off young ladies pretended to be shy and timid on the outside. However, all of them were acting. Despite their virtuous and gentle exteriors, they all hid calculating and scheming hearts. Some of them liked him because of his looks, others liked him because of his status as the third young master of Prince Jing's estate, and then, there were even some who wanted to get close to him because of his lord father's power and prestige. He had never encountered a person like this little girl in front of him, who purely appreciated him as his own person. It made him feel like he was the most flawless jade, the most moving landscape. Her appreciation didn't have a hint of an ulterior motive. Within his dark and icy heart, a ray of blazing light seemed to have appeared, cutting through the dense murkiness and warming his entire body. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that the young royal prince had a jar full of pickled vegetables. She dismounted from her horse and walked towards him with a genial smile on her face. She greeted him, "Young royal prince, you're out so early to help the princess consort to buy side dishes off." The princess consort really enjoyed the appetizers from the pickled vegetable stand that Xiaoxiao had invested into, especially the sweet and sour crispy radishes. Every day, when she ate her congee, she needed to eat some to help her finish the meal. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to eat much. Xiaoxiao calculated the number of days that had passed since the last time she had brought some radishes, that she had personally pickled herself, over It was around the right time to get more. She had been busy these past few days with helping her godmother and younger brother settle down, so she didn't have the time to send some more to the princess consort. Zhu Junyang silently looked at her without even nodding or shaking his head. It looked like he had no intention in replying to her. Yu Xiaoxiao knew from the princess consort's stories that her youngest son had an eccentric personality and didn't like to talk. So, she didn't hold the expectation that he might talk to her. Just as she was about to find some words to say farewell, the young royal prince unexpectedly opened his mouth. This stand's products are even more delicious than the ones in the capital. Well, that was obvious, just look at who they got their recipes from. Xiaoxiao silently joked inside and a somewhat arrogant expression showed up on her face. Little Yang's family's pickled vegetable stand was no longer located in that desolate and remote food market anymore. They had not only moved into main food market but also rented a larger area to sell their goods. A while back, Xiaoxiao had written a few more pickled vegetable recipes for them. Little Zhang was very talented at making pickled vegetables. The pickled vegetables he made after following her recipes were almost at her level. Thus, the Zhang family's pickled vegetable stand's reputation had long spread throughout Tanggu town. In addition, their pickled vegetables were tasty and priced affordably. No matter how rich or how poor someone was, everyone was able to afford their products and enjoyed eating them. Every day the line of people waiting to buy pickled vegetables at the stand almost rivaled the line of people at Junshou restaurant waiting to buy osmanthus duck and roasted chicken. Xiaoxiao's dividends naturally increased with every passing month. The little girl's personal savings had multiplied again. Zhu Junyang was somewhat puzzled when he noticed the slightly proud expression on Xiaoxiao's face. Suddenly, he remembered that his lady mother had told him that the pickled vegetables they had been eating for the past couple of days had been personally made by this little girl. Perhaps, does your family own the Zhang family's pickled vegetable stand? That couldn't be right. If it was owned by her family, why wouldn't it be called the Yu family's pickled vegetable stand instead? Zhu Junyang became even more confused when she saw the puzzled look on the young royal prince's face. Yu Xiaoxiao became even more proud. The corners of her mouth lifted up and she raised her tiny nose towards the sky. She snorted and then stated, although the pickled vegetable stand isn't owned by my family, it's still related to me. Many of the pickled vegetables they sell were all thought up by me. The sweet and sour crispy radishes and wine-pickled soybeans in your hands are examples of my handiwork. The wine-pickled soybeans were savory, spicy, and had an aroma of wine. Zhu Junyang immediately liked these pickled soybeans from the first time he ate some. The sweet and sour crispy radishes were tasty and crisp, so they were his lady mother's favorites. Both of these, however, had been crafted by the little girl in front of him who hadn't even reached the age of 10. It was hard to say whether people should praise her for being talented or admonish her for being too dazzling. I really want to open up that little skull of yours and find out how many weird and eccentric ideas you have in there. Young royal prince, was it really okay for you to say such scary things with such an admiring tone? Yu Xiaoxiao immediately covered her head with one of her hands and pretended to panic. You're not allowed to open it up. If you don't open up my head, you still have the opportunity to find out what else I know. However, if you open it, then the only thing you'll see is the whitish-gray color of my brains. Zhu Junyang wasn't unfamiliar with bloodshed. In the time period before he was able to control himself, he had an explosive temper and had ended up hurting a lot of people. However, those people all deserved the pain. Regardless, he had seen the aftermath of his violence before. Whenever he thought of that happening to this odd yet lively little girl in front of him, Zhu Junyang felt his heart ache in rejection. With this prince around, who would dare to harm you? A wave of brutality surfaced within Zhu Junyang's body and rushed out. His pair of icy eyes suddenly seemed to be overwhelmed by a sea of red. Next to him was his bodyguard of many years, Wu Deshan, and the other man's heart fell to the ground as he thought in despair, we're screwed. Master has lost control of his temper again. There are so many people on the street, who knows how many will be injured. Master only took me along today when he went out, but I'm not able to hold him back off. Weren't you the one who said that you wanted to open up my skull off? How come you suddenly forgot this? Xiaoxiao's voice was as clear as a raindrop, and it managed to pour into Zhu Junyang's consciousness. In an instant, the rage building inside of him was washed away into smoke. Her heavenly voice caressed him and pulled Zhu Junyang's reason back into the forefront. Reason gradually returned into his eyes and the smell of brutality emanating from his body gradually dissipated into mist. Wu Deshan was astonished and his mouth fell open until it could hold 2 chicken eggs. Oh my god. Master was somehow able to control himself. I have never seen something like this before, where he was able to pull himself back from the abyss. Could this be related to the little girl in front of me? Wu Deshan knew who Miss Yu was. She was an ordinary little girl from a farming family and had a good hand at cooking. She was a bit more bold than other little girls and also more clever. Nothing more than that. And that was his previous impression of her. Now, he saw her in a completely different light. With one sentence, the little girl had the ability to bring his master back from the depths of brutality back into reason. This was something that only Her Royal Highness, the Princess Consort, was capable of. Perhaps, that little girl had a special place in his master's heart. A place that almost came up to the Princess Consort's. As soon as that thought popped up, Wu Deshan felt horrified. His master had only seen this little girl a couple of times before, right? Could it be the legendary love at first sight? That couldn't be true. The little girl only looked around 10 years of age. Could his master possibly have tastes that ran towards the youthful? As for Yu Xiaoxiao, she was actually not as serene and ignorant as she seemed on the outside. Her heart was thumping in her chest as if it was about to jump out. She had truly thought she was one step from losing her life in that earlier scenario. The murderous aura that came out of the young royal prince seemed like an implacable wave, one that she could instantly drown in. His bloodshot eyes didn't look like eyes that belonged to a human. They more closely resembled the eyes of a savage beast. Regardless, she wasn't a true 10-year-old girl. Her previous life had been hard and she was well versed at dealing with difficult situations. Thus, she knew that it was important to stay calm and cool. During that instant when everything was about to suffocate her, she battled fiercely to keep her voice as natural as possible. She did so because she had a hazy feeling that the sound of her voice had the ability to placate a person's heart. Luckily, she had gambled correctly and managed to save not only her own life but also all of the lives of the people around them. That pair of fierce eyes, which still faintly emitted a crazed aura, fixedly stared at Xiaoxiao's slightly wan little face. Drops of sweat bloomed onto his forehead. Had he almost lost control of himself in front of her? He truly didn't want to hurt her, yet the opposite effect had occurred. He did his best to recall what had happened in those moments when was about to lose control. He had always thought that ability of his, the one that he detested bitterly yet had no choice but to accept, shouldn't be allowed in this world. Perhaps he was wrong. Perhaps the thing that shouldn't exist in this world was himself. The more he tried to become closer to a person, the easier it would be for him to hurt that person. That little girl had given him moments of light and freedom, and he didn't want to destroy her in a peak of insanity. Perhaps the right choice would be to stay far away from her. Zhu Junyang hadn't yet realized that he had finally found another person that he wanted to protect, other than his parents and his siblings. Perhaps his heart, which didn't know what love was, only wanted to protect that girl who was so precious and sincere. Wu Deshan noticed that his master wasn't speaking, so he secretly wiped his forehead that was crowded with sweat. He whispered, "Miss Yu, my master was only joking with you earlier." Such a grim and unfeeling master could actually crack a joke. That seemed not right. You should quickly leave. Zhu Junyang reinstated his usual cold and apathetic demeanor. His icy eyes didn't dare to look towards that other pair of clear, limpid eyes that seemed to see right through a person's soul. Yu Xiaoxiao lightly curled her lips as she thought, even if you didn't try to shoo me away, I would still gladly leave now. With that unpredictable temper of yours, the more time I spend with you, the more likely I'll get hurt. This little baby was truly scared to death earlier. All right, I still need to cook some medicinal cuisine for my godmother, so I'll take my leave now. Feel free to shop around. Yu Xiaoxiao did her best to keep a natural-looking smile on her face as she lightly conversed with the young royal prince before she left. Although her movements looked unhurried, she was actually thinking, I need to get away from this crazy dinosaur. Zhu Junyang watched as that slight, figure on a tiny horse slowly disappeared into the distance. His heart felt as if it had a hole in it, and he wasn't quite sure why he was feeling so irritable. Once his uneasy emotions surfaced again, Zhu Junyang didn't dare to spend any more time on the streets and went directly back to the residence. That night, Princess Consort Jing found out what had happened from Wu Deshan. Her youngest son had almost lost control of himself on the streets. She felt both anxious and joyful at the same time. When she found out that Yu Xiaosao was able to calm her son down from the brink of snapping with a single sentence, her hand suddenly froze. In these past 10 years, she was well aware of what her youngest son was like when he lost control of himself and fell into the influence of negative emotions. Other than herself, no one else had the ability to bring him back into reason. Ever since her youngest son started studying martial arts with the estate's private tutor, he progressed quickly. Zhu Junyang had a natural talent for this and also had Steward Lu privately instructing him as well. By the time he was 12 to 13 years old, he was able to fight a match with his martial arts teacher, who was going all out, and let it go to a draw. Since he was such an expert, whenever he lost control, he would naturally cause rivers of blood to flow. Although all of the people Zhu Junyang harmed deserved it in his eyes as they all harbored bad intentions, no one else knew that. If it wasn't for the people in Prince Jing's estate doing everything they could to suppress the rumors, his bad reputation for being indiscriminately violent would have long spread throughout the capital. However, there weren't any walls in this world that didn't let in wind. She really didn't know what sort of consequences her son would face once one of these situations became known to the public. Her youngest son was almost 17 years old, so he was already at the age to talk about engagement and marriage. She had her eyes on a couple of well-bred maidens in the capital, but she truly didn't dare to suggest a marriage with any of their families. It was because her youngest son's temper was like a bomb that was about to explode at any time. As his mother, she also couldn't stay by his side all the time. What if? She didn't even want to contemplate what might happen. In addition, her youngest son didn't seem to be very interested in any of the eligible young women in the capital. Some of the bolder maidens have tried to get closer to him, but he never seemed to have a stable mood at those times. If this continued, what could be done? Zhu Junyang's future marriage prospects was a problem that truly worried Princess Consort Jing a lot. However, today she had heard from one of her son's personal bodyguards that the Yu family's young girl was able to bring her youngest son back to reason with one sentence. Princess Consort Jing's eyes lit up. It was as if she was someone who had previously lost her way in a maze but now knew which direction to go. The Yu family's daughter Aha, that little girl was quite likable. Although she was born in a farmer's family, she didn't have the airs and pettiness of someone from a lowly birth. When she was interacting with her, the little girl was neither servile nor overbearing. Her manner was naturally cordial and made people feel comfortable. She was also talented at cooking medicinal cuisine. The most important part was that she was able to calm her youngest son down. The more Princess Consort Jing thought, the more she thought that the little girl was the perfect person to become her son's future wife. What about her status? That absolutely wasn't a problem. Prince Jing's estate wasn't a family that was mired in tradition and insisted on a bride with a high position. That being said, wasn't the little girl the adopted daughter of General Fang? The emperor himself highly trusted and valued General Fang. Once construction on the Tanggu harbor was finished, General Fang was naturally going to get a promotion. Then that little girl would also have her status rise. She would become the daughter of a third-ranked official. In the eyes of outsiders, that was more than enough to match with her son, and it would actually be a very good match. What about age? A man being 5 to 6 years older than his wife wasn't considered outrageous, right? There were couples in the capital that had a 20 to 30-year gap between the man and woman. Furthermore, wasn't General Fang almost 10 years older than his wife Ah? The two of them had a great relationship and were a loving couple envied by many people. That being said, having the man being older was a good thing. He would know how to take care of his wife then. However, the little girl was only 10 years old right now. If her son wanted to bring this bride back, he would have to wait a few more years. Waiting was fine. As long as he had a goal, it was still much better than waiting around with no goal and despairing. Now that she had a solution to her youngest son's marriage problems, Princess Consort Jing felt as if a weight had fallen off her shoulders. She felt giddy and light inside. She didn't worry about whether these two had any feelings for each other. She knew her son's personality. If he really didn't care about that little girl, why would he snap back into reason after hearing one sentence from her? As for whether Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to marry her son, Princess Consort Jing also didn't think this was a big problem. Familiarity bred fondness. In the future, she was going to create more opportunities for them to meet more frequently. Her son's looks were similar to hers, so he was quite handsome. She was quite convinced that there wasn't anyone in this world who could resist such a stunningly handsome face. Your Highness, was this called self-confidence or narcissism? Before Princess Consort Jing could make an opportunity for her youngest son to meet the little girl again, Zhu Junyang sped back to the capital with a few of his bodyguards. He had neglected his duties back at the capital in order to take a break to visit his lady mother. If a resolute person wanted to take a hold of this, then he would be in a lot of trouble. Even being a relative to the emperor might not save him from something like that. Luckily, his trip to Tanggu town wasn't without any progress. The Yu family's astonishing ability to grow the new plants was more than enough to get him out of this problem. Zhu Junyang lowered his head to look at the corn seedling that was wrapped with some cloth at the bottom of its roots. He had taken this from the Yu family's fields. When that little girl found out that he was bringing it back to the capital, she especially gave him a bottle of water and reminded him repeatedly to water the roots with a few drops from time to time. This was to avoid the corn seedling from dying of thirst. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but smile whenever he remembered that little girl reminding him. She had such an adult expression on her tiny little face. Why was he thinking about that little girl again? Didn't he already make a decision to stay far away from her and that the best thing to do was to stop thinking about her too? Zhu Junyang frowned fiercely. What was going on with his emotions? Since he was afraid that the corn seedling wouldn't survive the journey, Zhu Junyang spent all of his time traveling, eating and resting on the road. The route that usually took 3 days to complete ended up only taking them less than 2 days. He had just gotten back home, washed up, and changed when the emperor summoned him to the palace. Inside the imperial study, Zhongwen Emperor pointed at the table full of notebooks accusing the royal prince for misconduct. A faint smile was on the emperor's face as he remarked, Junyang, look at this. It hasn't been half a month and you've already caused this much trouble for me. Some of these are accusing you of taking advantage of my favor while others are accusing you of neglecting your duty. A few even accuse you of not regarding me, the emperor, with respect. Do you have an explanation for me? Zhu Junyang didn't feel any displeasure coming off of the emperor. He calmly looked around the imperial study. Among the few trusted aides and officials was the Minister of Revenue, who looked quite worried. Zhu Junyang stayed expressionless within this atmosphere that smelled faintly of malice. He placed the flower pot within his hands lightly on the table in front of the emperor. The emperor looked at the vigorous plant within the pot and then cracked a joke. What is this? Are you giving me a present in front of all of these officials? And in such a grandiose and confident manner? I don't think there's another person as bold as you, Zhu Junyang. If you want to bribe us, then you need to tell us just what this precious plant is, right? Corn. Zhu Junyang cherished each word that came out of his mouth like it was worth gold. His love of silence really made the emperor want to smack him a few times. Do you dare to say this even more abruptly? The Minister of Revenue's eyes lit up and he scurried closer to look at the plant carefully. Royal Prince Yang, are you saying that this stock is a corn seedling? Prince Yang, you were able to plant and grow corn. The few plots of land that were set aside on the imperial farms did not have their experiments go well. In some of the plots, the corn seedlings grew sparsely and were quite fragmented. Those fields had a very low yield. The other plots of land produced plenty of corn seedlings, but they weren't vibrant and lively. All of them were yellowing as if they didn't get enough nutrition. Some of the more experienced farmers sighed when they saw this and then said that it looked as if they might not even produce enough corn to get the seeds they used back. The emperor himself had said that corn was a high-yielding crop that wasn't picky about the type of land it was planted in. But how come when it was put into the Ministry of Revenue hands, they couldn't even grow enough to return the seeds they spent? All of the officials had fretted non-stop throughout this past half a month. The minister himself felt like more than half of his hair had gone white from worry. The emperor cared about the country and its people. He especially cared about the people's livelihoods. If the high-yielding crop, corn, was ruined in their hands, then they didn't know if they could still keep the officials' hats on their heads. Today, the Minister of Revenue had finally seen hope in the form of one stalk of corn. Although it was only a single stalk, it had a healthy vibrant green color and was growing very vigorously in the pot. Apparently it wasn't because corn couldn't be grown in their country, it was because they were using the wrong methods. Royal Prince Yang, may I ask you how you planted this stalk of corn? All of the resentment the Minister of Revenue had towards Prince Yang momentarily disappeared into thin air. An old man in his 50s, who had wrinkles all over his face, was staring avidly and adoringly at Royal Prince Yang. If the youth didn't have a strong heart, then he would probably have nightmares later on that night. He shifted slightly to the side and glanced at an official who emitted waves of malice. This was Imperial Censor Yang. Zhu Junyang wondered idly when he had offended this censor with an iron face. He didn't think he had beaten up this man's son before, right? Royal Prince Yang, this corn seedling looks quite healthy. Looks like a lot of effort has been put in, right? The person who had just spoken was the Left Commander-in-Chief Du. He had a decent relationship with Prince Jing. Zhu Junyang looked at his older cousin, the Emperor, who was sitting behind the notebooks criticizing him and was avidly watching this entire scene. The youth replied with an expressionless face, "In reply to your Imperial Majesty, this stalk of corn wasn't actually planted by me. As for the methods used, this official only knows a little. It wasn't planted by you. Then where did this stalk come from? Don't tell us that this stalk came from a kernel that had inadvertently fallen to the ground, germinated, and grown off." The Zhongwen Emperor, Zhu Junfan, raised an eyebrow and switched out the hand that was cradling his chin as he looked at his cousin with eyes sparkling with excitement. His little younger male cousin had always seemed like a tiny adult since he was a child. His face was always serious and unexpectedly always had a distant expression on it. Who knew that his youthful good looks combined with his constipated expression would give off a slightly adorable impression? Zhu Junfan was older than his cousin by almost 10 years, so he had loved teasing him since he was young. Being able to see his cousin's angry and also, "I'm not lowering myself to your level," facial expressions was truly too funny and interesting. Zhu Junyang had long gotten accustomed to the Emperor's odd idea of fun, so he knew how to handle him. He replied in an icy tone, "At the docks, I met a little girl from a farming family and gave her family some seeds to let them experiment. This corn was planted by that girl's farming family." A girl from a farming family? How old is she? Is she beautiful? Zhu Junfan's eyes abruptly lit up. His little cousin had plenty of admirers in the capital due to his remarkable looks. However, he was as slow as a block of wood and didn't understand the fairer sex. No matter who he was interacting with, he would always regard them with that cold and detached expression. Who knew how many fair maidens had gotten their hearts broken by him? This guy had unexpectedly paid attention to a girl from a farming family and even gave her a gift. Did springtime finally come for his cousin? "Emperor, we're discussing official business right now. Why does it look like you're more interested in gossiping? Just what are your intentions?" Zhu Junyang's eyebrows slowly went up his face as he stiffly said, "In reply to your Imperial Majesty, that girl from a farming family has not yet reached the age of 10. As for whether she's beautiful or not, this official doesn't know what standards you are using to determine beauty. She's not yet 10. Who would have thought that his younger cousin had pedo urges? The Emperor rubbed his chin somewhat wretchedly and continued, "My standard of beauty. As long as you don't think she's ugly or irksome, that's considered beautiful." The image of that tender little face, dark and lively huge eyes, a petal of a mouth that liked to smile, and her bevy expressions that drew a person's eyes suddenly came to his mind. Zhu Junyang's icy cold look became gentle as he nodded his head, neither ugly nor irksome. The Minister of Revenue became anxious the more the Emperor went off topic. He rubbed his hands incessantly and he finally couldn't help but interrupt the conversation. "Royal Prince Yang, this corn was planted by that girl's farming family." Zhu Junyang didn't have any ill will towards Minister Liu, who was only trying with all his heart to complete their task. He looked at the other man in the eye and nodded, this girl's farming family is famous in the area for being experts at growing plants. The family's vegetables are all ripe out of season, so they sell it ahead of the other farmers. At this time, their family's watermelons are also ripe and they even taste better than the ones found in the capital. This time when this official went to Tanggu town, I also wanted to find out if this family was able to grow the corn that we've had so much trouble with. Sure enough, they didn't disappoint this official. There must be something going on. His younger cousin, who usually regarded his words as if they were gold, unexpectedly was quite talkative when he was describing the little farmer's girl. Zhu Junyang's thoughts. Emperor, how come you only selectively hear me talking about that little girl? This official is obviously describing how her family knows how to raise crops. That can't be right. Springtime in the northern parts of the country was on the colder side. At the beginning of spring, there was still frost early in the morning and late at night. How could they possibly be able to grow green vegetables? As for watermelons, weren't they a summer crop? It was barely the middle of spring, yet their watermelons were already ripe. Perhaps, the little farmer girl's family had someone who had transmigrated over and knew how to craft greenhouse-like canopies. That can't be right either. This era currently didn't have any plastics technology. How could they make a canopy? Perhaps, the little farmer girl's family had someone who had a special magical space where they could plant crops. Didn't the novels frequently write that transmigrators often had these magical spaces when they crossed over? Zhu Junfan firmly believed that there were definitely other people besides himself and his imperial grandfather who transmigrated over to this world. He had always kept an eye out and looked for other transmigrators like him. Did he finally find one? Junyang, who in that little girl's family is better at planting things? How could they possibly make plants grow and ripen out of season? Zhu Junfan was in good spirits, so he asked for more details. Zhu Junyang thought for a bit. Yu Xiaosao was able to recognize corn in a glance and even knew the method to plant it. There were two possibilities. The first was that she had already seen corn before. The second was that she was somehow similar to his older cousin, the emperor, and knew of the existence of corn despite no one else in the country knowing about it. Xiaosao also apparently didn't want the emperor to find out that there was something different about her. Although he wasn't sure why, he also didn't want the emperor to become interested in the little girl. He shook his head. This official also doesn't know the answer. I only know that the little farming girl's family's vegetables are all taken care of by her mother, whereas she takes care of the watermelons along with her father. Junyang, you seem to know quite an amount of details regarding her family's circumstances. His younger cousin was the type of youth who turned a blind eye to the #1 beauty in the capital, yet he knew so much about this little farming girl. If people claimed that there wasn't more to the story, even a fool wouldn't believe that. Zhu Junyang nodded his head confidently. That little farming girl is also the adopted daughter of General Fang. When Lady Fang was in Tanggu town, she often spent time chatting with my lady mother. Although Zhu Junyang's words provided a reason as to why he knew so much about this girl's family, Zhu Junfan still felt that his younger cousin had a different type of attitude towards her. However, feelings and emotions weren't something that could be rushed. That little girl was only 10 years old. Judging from his younger cousin's expression, he was pretty sure that he was still far from coming to a conclusion. Take your time, everything will become clear in the future. Emperor, this official would like to go to Tanggu town. I ask your Imperial Majesty for permission. Minister Lu couldn't be patient anymore and immediately kneeled down in front of the table. Someone was able to grow corn and do it extremely well. Minister Lu wished beyond reason that he could grow a pair of wings right now and fly to that person. He needed to figure out the right method to plant corn and write down all of the details. Everyone had to admit that Minister Lu was truly an official who cared about the country and its people. He was the type of man who would never give up to complete his goal of bettering the world. Minister Lu, are you trying to steal this task away from me? For some reason, Zhu Junyang didn't want Minister Lu to go there. He wasn't sure why he felt this way, but he thought it was because if the other man went, he would be taking the task away from him. That wouldn't do. He finally had a good excuse to go to Tanggu town to accompany his lady mother. He absolutely could not allow the other man to steal this away from him. There was another secret hidden within a corner of his heart. a secret that even he himself wasn't aware of just yet. If he continued to have this task, then he would be able to spend more time with her under a proper excuse. PSH. Didn't you say that you were going to stay far away from her? The mind and the heart often had opposing desires, wasn't that right? Minister Lu let out a flabbergasted noise for a while before he finally spoke. Royal Prince Yong, this old official isn't trying to steal your glory. I merely want to find out the proper method of planting corn as soon as possible. Enough. You two can stop bickering. Minister Lu, we know that you only have the people's best interest in your heart. However, this task was originally given to Royal Prince Yong to finish. The little girl and her entire family are also more familiar with him, so it's still better to leave the task to him. Since his younger cousin was interested in the girl, Zhu Junfan naturally had to create some opportunity for him all. There was a common saying, familiarity breeds fondness. The more time his younger cousin could spend with the girl, the more he'll understand the emotions of his heart. However, that little girl was really too young right now. His younger cousin had to wait at least 5 to 6 years before he could do anything. He had to wait. Emperor, was it really all right for you to take pleasure in your younger cousin's conundrum? Minister Lu felt as if there was a cat scratching at his insides. He truly wanted to see with his own eyes how corn was grown. He stubbornly continued to ask for permission. Emperor, please give permissions for this official to go along with Royal Prince Yong when he next travels to Tanggu town. All right, permission granted. Zhu Junfan had a good understanding of the Minister of Revenue's stubborn personality. If he didn't let him go, the old man might become so anxious that he became ill. The fact that Minister Lu was very meticulous in his duties wasn't a bad thing. The corn that Zhu Junyang brought back from Tanggu town was a potent weapon against the officials who accused him of misconduct. This prince wasn't neglecting his duty to see his lady mother, this prince was managing official business. This prince only went to Tanggu town to figure out the method of planting corn. Being able to see my lady mother was only just a perk, that's all. Royal Prince Yong, don't you feel even the tiniest bit ashamed for telling such a lie? Just as Zhu Junyang was about to leave the imperial study, his older cousin, the emperor, suddenly interjected, Junyang ah. Didn't you mention that the little farming girl's watermelons are ripe now? Did you bring any back? Zhu Junyang and all of the other officials within the study felt like there were black lines on their foreheads. Emperor, was it really all right for you to overtly demand goods from your officials? Zhu Junyang glanced down and sternly said, this official rushed back here as fast as I could, so I naturally couldn't bring much over. The bodyguards who were still on the road will bring some watermelons over. Once the melons enter the capital, this official will personally send some over to you. It was okay to wait a couple more days as long as he got watermelon to eat. Zhu Junfan grinned contentedly and then waved a hand, hinting that the prince could leave now. As he left the imperial palace, Zhu Junyang had a stormy expression on his face which made people want to stay away from him. Naturally, none of the other officials wanted to try their luck. However, Minister Lu could not be considered a man who went with the crowd. He scampered over and inquired, Royal Prince Yong, were you telling the truth when you said that the family grows vegetables at the start of spring and watermelons that can be eaten now? Who would dare to lie in front of the emperor? Deceiving the monarch is a serious crime. Zhu Junyang snarled back in a bad temper. Minister Lu still tactlessly continued, when the watermelons get there, could you possibly give this old man one? Don't misunderstand me, this old man isn't asking for one because I want to eat it. I want to research it a bit, find out how exactly they're able to ripen watermelons out of season. Could it be a new breed? Under the barrage of Minister Lu's questions, Zhu Junyang started to feel a bit impatient. He wrinkled his good-looking eyebrows and glared at the man before he said, won't all of these questions of yours be answered when you arrive at Tanggu town and meet the Yu family? After finishing, he turned around and only let Minister Lu see a tall straight back. If it was any other person on the receiving end of this, that person would have hated the prince. However, Minister Lu reacted differently. He patted his hat as if he suddenly realized something and muttered to himself, I was being too literal. You were right, Royal Prince Yong. Once I get to Tanggu town, won't I know everything? The left commander-in-chief, Official Du, guffawed and said, congratulations, Official Lu. You have finally solved a big problem. Let's go and drink a couple cups of wine tonight. Another day off. This old man needs to go back and organize some questions I have regarding planting crops. When the moment comes, the Yu family might be able to help this old man figure out some other problems. Sure enough, the emperor is truly right. All of the experts are hidden within the people. Minister Lu wiped away the worries from the past dozen days and grinned as he smoothed his beard. He then clasped his hands behind his back and strolled towards the exit of the palace. Official Du looked at his slowly disappearing back and chuckled as he shook his head. Imperial Censor Yang, on the other hand, lowered his head and walked out, keeping his thoughts close to himself. The next day, the watermelons that Zhu Junyang had used a piece of mutton fat jade to buy had finally arrived in the capital. He fulfilled his promise and first went into the imperial palace to present 6 large watermelons. His older cousin, who had just received a big bonus and had a shameless personality, tsked his tongue when he saw them. I'll say, Junyang, you transported a large cart of watermelons, but you only give us 6 of them. You're really too stingy, The muscles on Zhu Junyang's face twitched as he complained inside, you think that's too little? Then don't ask for any. If you want more, then you can send people out to buy more. It's not like you're lacking for money. Zhu Junyang, is that new store, Treasure Pavilion, opened by you? Some of the imperial censors are accusing you of abusing your position for personal gain. They claim that when you went out to sea to help us find the new crops, you also smuggled a lot of treasures from the distant lands. What do you think about that, Zhu Junfan had one of his personal eunuchs cut one of the watermelons into pieces. When he saw that the watermelon looked exactly the same as the ones in his previous life, Zhu Junfan felt so moved that he almost cried crocodile tears. The watermelons of this world were just too crappy. Although they were sweet and their taste wasn't too inferior compared to the ones in his previous life, they were truly too small. The amount of edible red pulp in these watermelons were quite little as the inside flesh was crisscrossed with red and white flesh. It made him, a person who was somewhat obsessive-compulsive, feel uncomfortable whenever he looked at the insides of a watermelon. To him, a watermelon should only look like the ones in front of him, full of delicious red pulp and black seeds. Before his cousin could reply, the emperor picked up a piece and crudely took a large bite. Immediately his mouth was filled with sweet, fresh juice that cooled his body. For a moment, it allowed him to fall into his previous life's memories and reminiscence fondly. In his past life, he was the epitome of a science and engineering man. His looks were nothing special and he wore a pair of glasses with very thick lenses. His major was shipbuilding at the time and, after he graduated, he found a job that paid him enough that he wouldn't starve but also not enough to become rich. By the time he was in his 30s, he still didn't have a girlfriend. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred when he was testing one of the ships and he ended up transmigrating over into this world, becoming the grandson of an emperor. Even more fantastical was that his imperial grandfather was also a transmigrator. In fact, prior to coming over, his grandfather was also a great and well-known commanding officer of a military command in his country. His imperial grandfather had replaced the original Zhu Yuanzhong and overthrew the previous Yuan dynasty in this world. As a funny joke, he decided to call this dynasty the Great Ming Dynasty, and also claimed that his surname was Zhu because he didn't want to change history. However, the old man didn't think about the fact that by transmigrating over he had already changed history, right? Somehow his thoughts had gotten quite sidetracked. This watermelon's taste was quite delicious. The person who planted this watermelon was likely someone who had transmigrated over from his old world. Then how should he reward him, her? Emperor, this official doesn't believe that I was taking advantage of my position for my personal gain. Did your imperial majesty forget the words you told me before I went out to sea? Zhu Junyang's intuition told him that the person who was accusing him of misconduct was likely Imperial Censor Yang. He frowned and didn't bother trying to explain too much. Prior to the start of his journey to the west, the emperor had personally promised that, other than the goods he specifically wanted, everything else would be considered his own. All of the money that was used to buy these goods from overseas had also come from Zhu Junyang's personal purse. He only bought the items that caught his eye. How did that become taking advantage of his position for his own personal gain? Zhu Junfen naturally wouldn't forget what he had previously said. However, these words were only said privately between the two of them, so no one else knew. Treasure Pavilion's goods were not only novel but also expensive. Thus, it had attracted quite a lot of business. No wonder there were some people who were jealous and coveted it. Let's not talk about that anymore. Tell us more about that little farming girl's family's affairs. Has there been anyone in her family who has almost walked into the gates of hell, survived the catastrophe, and then ended up with a vastly different personality? As long as the person didn't transmigrate into an infant, transmigration would always leave some clues. Which member of the Yu family was his old transmigrator friend? Zhu Junyang thought for a bit before he stated, one could say that the Yu family are people fated to have trouble and misfortune in their lives. Before they split from the main family, they were abused by their respective stepmother, step-grandmother. Xiao Sao and her mother have always had poor constitutions. Xiao Sao's father had been savaged by a bear when he was hunting in the mountains and almost died. Luckily, after they split from the family, they managed to stabilize their situation through their own hard work. If I had to guess who had a big personality change, Xiao Sao's father is no longer unquestioningly filial to his stepmother. Does that count? Could Xiao Sao's father possibly be my fellow transmigrator? To be able to grow crops so well, was he possibly a farmer in his past life? Wait, my younger cousin doesn't seem like his usual taciturn self when he was talking about this little farming girl's family. He had only been in Tanggu town for a few days, yet he knew almost everything about this girl's family. Even if someone claimed that this wasn't fishy, no one would believe that person. Junyang, you know quite a lot about this Yu family. Zhu Junfen didn't forget to make fun of his younger cousin as he continued to eat watermelon. Zhu Junyang was about to explain when a flutter of footsteps interrupted him. Shortly thereafter, a young and childish voice spoke, Imperial Father, what are you eating? Right after that, a tiny little figure dashed through a cluster of flowers and climbed up the tall steps with great effort, his little legs pumping. The child rushed into the octagonal-shaped pavilion and hugged Zhu Junfen's leg. A closer look revealed that this was the eldest imperial prince who had just reached the age of 3. Where are your manners? Did you greet your imperial father properly? Soon after, the eldest prince's mother, Her Imperial Majesty, the Empress, came in. Her voice held a bit of a gentle rebuke in it. The eldest prince, who had already climbed up onto his imperial father's knees, was staring at the watermelon on the table with large, blinking eyes. He softly said, Greetings Imperial Father. Imperial Father, you have worked hard. Imperial Father, what is this? Does it taste good? Last summer, the little fellow was quite young. Watermelons were a type of cold food, so the Empress didn't dare to give him any to eat. This was also the reason why he didn't know what watermelons were. This is a watermelon. Your royal uncle brought it back from Tanggu town. Do you want to try some? Zhu Junfen believed that he was a compassionate father, as could be seen by the fact the little boy automatically climbed up onto his knees. In his eyes, the ancient people's thinking of hugging the grandson but not hugging the son was complete nonsense. When he saw his son's pitiful look towards the watermelon, his heart softened unconsciously. Currently, it was the end of spring and it was still a bit chilly in the early morning and evening. The Empress hurriedly interjected, Emperor, Wenner is still young and his digestive system is still weak. I'm afraid it's not good for him to eat cold foods. Zhu Hanwen was afraid that his imperial father would be persuaded by his imperial mother's words, so he hastily acted spoiled. Imperial Father, Wenner only wants to try one small bite, just one bite. Wenner is already 3 yet I haven't tried any watermelon before. Wenner is so pitiful. Zhu Junfen found himself immensely entertained by his antics and pinched the little boy's face. He looked at the Empress and laughed, where did this little fellow learn this from? He even knows how to act pitiful to get sympathy. The Empress replied with a helpless expression on her face, I also don't know where he learned this. In the past, I've never seen him act like this before. Such a clever little fellow. Takes after his imperial father, me. Zhu Junfen used a small knife to take off a piece of watermelon that was the size of a person's thumb and then put it next to his son's mouth. He repeatedly warned, let it sit in your mouth for a bit. Once it's warm, then you can swallow it. You can only have one piece. If you eat too much and end up with diarrhea, then you won't be able to eat watermelon in the future. Zhu Hanwen cleverly nodded his head and opened his mouth wide to allow his imperial father to deliver the watermelon inside. He obediently let it sit in his mouth while the tip of his tongue came out to enjoy the sweet taste. It made him so happy that he closed his eyes in pleasure. The little fellow held the watermelon in his mouth for a long time before he finally slowly chewed and swallowed it. He couldn't help but praise the melon. Imperial father, watermelon is so delicious. Wenner wants to eat more. What should I do? Zhu Junfan was a person who stuck to his words. He shook his head and stated, today, you can only have one bite. Didn't I just say that earlier? Zhu Hanwen didn't make a fuss and nodded his head obediently. After all, he was still a child, so he still stared at the watermelon on the table. He carefully asked, then, can Wenner eat another bite tomorrow? Zhu Junfan pinched his little nose and chuckled, Wenner is such a good boy. As a reward, tomorrow you can also have another bite of watermelon. Okay, thank you Imperial Father, you are too good to me. Wenner loves you very much. In front of his enlightened father, Zhu Hanwen became a lot more vivacious. Compared to his imperial mother, who restricted him at every turn, he liked his imperial father much more. Zhu Junyang watched from the side and observed the warm family reactions between the three of them. Suddenly, his thoughts wandered back to that little village near Tanggu town, the simple and crude-looking stone table, the delicious food, and the loving and warm household. If his life could be that simple and pure, he would gladly abandon everything he had now for that. Other than sending some watermelon to the imperial palace, Zhu Junyang gave the rest of the watermelons to his lord father. He had never been the type of person to utilize human emotions and connections to his advantage. All of the families who had good relationships with Prince Jing's estate were all given a present from them, 2 large and round watermelons. Among the people who received them was the left commander-in-chief, Lord Du, who had spoken up for Zhu Junyang in the imperial study. Minister Lu had also received the gift from Prince Jing's estate, and these watermelons were especially picked out by Zhu Junyang himself. Minister Lu's whole family ate the stunningly sweet watermelon. All of them were flabbergasted that their husband, who normally never tried to toady himself up, somehow had a good relationship with Prince Jing. Did he finally see the light and understand the way the world worked after spending decades as an official? Zhu Junyang stayed in the capital for 2 more days before he finally received imperial orders to leave. Minister Lu from the Ministry of Revenue had already impatiently arranged everything and was merely waiting to leave the capital. Because they had a court official with them who didn't know how to ride a horse, it took the group of them 3 whole days to get to Tanggu town. When they entered Tanggu town, Zhu Junyang threw Minister Lu into the hands of the county magistrate of Tanggu town to entertain. He himself returned to his mother's manor in the town. Princess Consort Jing, who was in the garden admiring flowers, pretended to be weak and ailing as soon as her people told her that her youngest son had arrived. She pasted on a worried expression on her face. Mei Xiang, who had stepped out to steep some flower-scented tea, noticed her mistress's obvious change when she came back. She was quite puzzled. She was doing fine just earlier, why did she suddenly become so different now? She raised her head and saw the young master coming over. Realization immediately struck her. The princess consort must have another devious plan, for some reason, to torment the young royal prince. This son greets Lady Mother. What part of Lady Mother's body is bothering you? Zhu Junyang raised his eyes and immediately noticed that his mother looked ill and sickly, so he asked out of concern. Princess consort Jing hugged her chest and lightly shook her head. Yanger, don't worry. Mother isn't sick. However, I'm just not in a good mood. When Zhu Junyang previously stayed a few days in Tanggu town, he had discovered that his lady mother's condition had really gotten better. Every day he and his second brother accompanied her, so his lady mother was very happy and full of smiles. He was only gone for a few days. Why did his lady mother look so ill and downtrodden again? Was it because she wanted to have him stay by her side and was pretending to be ill and sick again? Lady Mother, I'm here in Tanggu town under imperial orders, so for the next few months I can stay in town with you. If you have become bored of staying here, then I, your son, can take you to the beach to watch the sunrise, go to Dongshan village to look at the construction progress of our villa on the West Mountain, or, if your body is up for it, I can also take you hunting in the West Mountain to let you relieve your mood. Zhu Junyang cared deeply for his mother, who had given him her entire heart and soul. Princess Consort Jing's eyes immediately lit up and she almost forgot to continue her act of being a worried mother. She happily asked, "Really? You can spend a long time in Tanggu town now." When Zhu Junyang nodded in assent, Princess Consort Jing suddenly remembered her mission of the day. She retracted the smile on her face and then wailed and signed over a wilting camellia by her side. Zhu Junyang now knew why his lady mother was unhappy. Apparently, his mother had, once again, almost destroyed another valuable camellia. His lady mother didn't have any talent in raising flowers, yet she still insisted on having his lord father help her find valuable plants and flowers for her to look after. However, every single plant that she personally took care of had the exact same outcome: death. Even the most experienced gardeners couldn't bring dead flora back to life. For the sake of her treasured flowers, his lady mother had shed many tears when they inevitably died. Apparently, his lady mother's favorite camellias also didn't escape her curse. "Lady mother, don't feel sad. I will have people help you find some more valuable camellias." Zhu Junyang stooped down to look at those camellia plants. One of them looked in quite bad condition as its leaves were mostly dried up and yellow. He wasn't sure whether the others were still savable. Princess Consort Jing let out another sigh. "These camellias were all given to me from Xiaosao, who found them in some ravine or valley of the dangerous West Mountains. I am truly a murderer of plants. I even managed to harm these wild and tenacious camellias. Oh right, Xiaosao had once said that if these camellias fell ill, I could find her to help. Yanger, these camellias are my treasures. Go to the Fang estate and invite Xiaosao back to help me look at them. Perhaps they can be saved. Camellias are your treasure, so what does that make your son awe?" The corners of Zhu Junyang's mouth twitched as he recalled what his mother had said when she was trying to stop him from going out to sea. She repeatedly nagged and stated that he was her treasure, her darling baby, and he couldn't have any accidents befall him. At the time, those words sounded a bit corny, but now, when did his status within his mother's heart had become lower than some camellia plants? The sight of his mother's lowered head with tears spilling out made Zhu Junyang's heart soften. He repeatedly reassured her, "Lady mother, don't feel sad. I will go invite Miss Xiaosao over now. Her family members are all experts at growing plants, so she might be able to save these plants. Just wait a moment, I will come back very quickly with her." Only after Zhu Junyang left the garden did Princess Consort Jing lift her head. There wasn't a hint of worry or sadness on her face. "Stupid brat, I even harmed my most cherished camellia flowers for the sake of creating a chance for you. Look at me working earnestly for your future awe. You must live up to my expectations by spending plenty of time with the little girl and gaining her good impression." However, she had to admit that the camellias Xiaosao gave her were truly quite tenacious. She had ignored them for several days, not giving them any water, yet they still looked lush and bloomed beautifully. It gave her no choice but to grit her teeth and pour some boiling hot tea on top of them. She wasn't sure if these valuable and lovely camellias were still able to be saved. She still wanted to arrange a flower fair when she got back to capital and show these flowers off in front of that Lady Feng. When Zhu Junyang arrived at the Fang estate, Yu Xiaosao was right in the middle of playing with the newborn lying on the bed. The little fellow was only a couple weeks old, yet his body was quite sturdy. When he was awake, he would always incessantly kick his legs to amuse himself. Occasionally, he'd even let out a few cries of happiness. "Second sister, little Linlin is so plump and pudgy, which makes him look super cute. He also has a good temperament, not at all like Fatty's little sister, who cries all the time. She cries in the morning and cries at night. She cries if you hold her and cries if you don't. Fatty is so annoyed he could die, so he tries to stay as far as possible from her." Today was little Shitu's regular break from school. He didn't go back to Dongshan village and instead went to the Fang residence to see his second sister and take a peek at the new baby. The little baby's skin was very soft and his hands were tiny. He even had two tiny little dimples. His bright dark eyes were wide open, roaming around everywhere to look around. The baby was too adorable. Little Shito was no longer the youngest in the family, and he felt a wave of brotherly feeling for the little fellow as he held the baby in the arms, reluctant to put him down. Yu Xiaoxiao watched as her younger brother held onto her tiny baby brother and felt that the scene was bursting with cuteness awe. If she had a camera at this moment, she truly wanted to record the scene in front of her. Eldest young miss, Prince Jing's estate's third young master has come to pay a visit and asked to see you. The servant, Lingzi, who came by to announce the visitor, was a maid that was arranged by Lady Fang to serve her adopted daughter. She was around 12 to 13 years old in age. Although she wasn't very beautiful, she was quite clever. Prince Jing's estate's third young master, the young royal prince, didn't he go back to the capital to report on his mission? When did he come back? Why did this guy come to find me instead of spending more time with Her Highness, the princess consort, in town? Yu Xiaoxiao ordered the wet nurse to keep a good eye on her two younger brothers and then went to her godmother's room to inform her. After passing through the alley next to the garden in full bloom, she arrived at the reception hall in the outer courtyard. When she entered, the first thing she saw was the young royal prince holding a cup of tea as he delicately sipped from it. It was as if he had a special liking for the tea at the Fang estate. The tea prepared for the outer courtyard also used spring water that had some added mystic stone water to it. Naturally, the flavor of the tea brewed from this type of water tasted better than those brewed with plain water. Could this guy be here to bum tea off of her? I was unaware that you were coming over, young royal prince. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you. I asked for forgiveness. Why did the polite words that came out of Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth seem to sound a bit off? Zhu Junyang felt a bit upset at hearing these words. He placed down the teacup and took a quick look at Yu Xiaoxiao. He noticed that she was wearing casual clothing, as if she didn't take him to be an outsider. Immediately, his mood brightened. He faintly said, I'm here for official business of the emperor. This prince will be inspecting and observing the growth of corn. In the future, we will have many opportunities to meet face to face, there's no need to be so polite. He's here on imperial orders. The emperor already knows that my family knows how to grow corn. Is it possible that the emperor now suspects me of being a transmigrator after getting some information from the young royal prince? I'm screwed. If I knew earlier that this would cause a problem, why would I even bother trying to grow corn or potatoes? I've walked into this trap myself. Yu Xiaoxiao cautiously asked, the emperor. What did the emperor say? You didn't just repeat all of my boasts, word for word, to him, right? Your boasts? What boasts? Zhu Junyang seemed perplexed by her questions. That I knew the right method to grow corn. Young royal prince, just think a bit, this corn was brought back by you from overseas. Our country has never had such a plant before. This lowly commoner only thought that my family was a good hand at farming, so I bragged a bit. If you said all of that to the emperor, wouldn't the emperor accuse me of the crime of deceiving him? Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid that her fellow transmigrator would easily crush her like an ant for the sake of preserving his power. What should she do? What's to be done? Zhu Junyang noticed that her face had turned white from fright and that her pair of lively eyes were filled with fear and unease. He hurriedly comforted her. Did you watch too many plays? Although you bragged quite a bit, you still managed to grow the corn, and even quite well. The emperor is very pleased. Don't worry, the emperor won't accuse you of the crime of deceiving him for such a small matter. Young royal prince, what did you tell the emperor? Can you repeat it for me to hear? Yu Xiaoxiao sat on a chair crafted of Nanmu wood and inquisitively looked at Zhu Junyang's direction. When he saw the hope and anticipation on that little face, Zhu Junyang somehow lost all of his resistance. He repeated back everything that was said between him and emperor when he was in the imperial study. Not a word from that conversation was dropped. Yu Xiaoxiao attentively concentrated. This young royal prince was quite steady and didn't push her into the spotlight. She could tell from the emperor's words that he had some suspicions, but he didn't know which family member to suspect. Apparently, in the future, she needed to be more subdued in order to avoid drawing disaster to her family. Many thanks, young royal prince. After hearing everything, this commoner feels much better. Young royal prince, please don't worry. The cornfields at home are being watched over by my father and my older paternal aunt's family. Nothing will go wrong with them. When you have time, you can also go over and take a look. If you don't have time, we also won't slack off. Yu Xiaoxiao believed that the young royal prince only came over to Tanggu town for purely official matters, so she said a few words to comfort him. The young royal prince suddenly remembered that Minister Lu was currently staying at the county magistrate's place and stated, "The Minister of Revenue, Minister Lu, also received imperial orders to come here. He's a very easy person to deal with. As long as you give the method of growing corn to him, in great detail, he will be satisfied." The Minister of Revenue. He personally came here to learn the method to grow corn. Apparently, the transmigrator's example of being diligent has also trickled down to his officials. They were all so hardworking. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "Tomorrow, I will go back to Dongshan village and help arrange everything with my father. We'll write down the method to grow corn. That way, when we give it to Minister Lu, won't it simply matters a lot?" "This is even better." Zhu Junyang drank another sip of the excellent tea and then asked, "This tea has the flavor of bilawachun too, but it somehow seems more mellow and rich than bilawachun. Just what type of tea is this?" Yu Xiaoxiao straightened herself in her seat and grinned, "Young royal prince, you guessed correctly. This is bilawachun. However, the water used to brew this tea was gathered from a mountain spring located deep within a bamboo forest within the West Mountain. That's the reason why you feel like it tastes different. If you like it, then you can bring a bucket of mountain spring water back." He was a lofty and magnificent young royal prince from Prince Jing's estate. If word came out that he snatched a bucket of spring water from a host's home to bring back himself, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of other people? Even his lady mother would tease him for ages about this, let alone other people. Zhu Junyang rapidly shook his head and stated that he didn't need any. When Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that he had finished his business, she thought that the young royal prince was going to leave. She sat with him for a little while longer and found out the prince didn't seem to want to go yet. She picked up her cup full of tea and asked, "Young royal prince, do you still need something else?" End of chapter 250. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.